Welcome to the play-ins, everyone! LPL English is back, and Bloxer, it is almost time. We have actually come in a little bit early. It is almost time to get into our first series. Before we do that, though, before we start talking about the first series of the day, which you can see under our names or under our portraits right now, I want to talk about what the split has looked like, how we got here, and then we can start talking about our expectations for the season. Ascend and Nirvana have wrapped up, and as a result, we have got your all-pros for, in this case, Group Nirvana is what we're running, I believe. We're running Nirvana first? We are! We're running Nirvana first. W.
Pretty much what we'd expected, really, with the way that everybody had been playing so far, right? Yeah. Pretty much everything that we could have expected coming out of Ninjas in Pajamas in pretty much every role. We're just going to get the Shy as the all-pro over from IG. Otherwise, NIP just kind of swept their way through, and I feel like Hoya could potentially still have gotten that vote for all-pro.
Yeah, I think it's odd to see, like, I mean, you know, as a contrarian, we were just talking about this before the show, the idea of including 4 out of 5 members of a roster, a hard sell, but it is realistic here. NIP have had a very good split, a very short split in Nirvana, which is important, that has gotten them here. So despite the fact that I am poo-pooing the amount of games that NIP have actually been able to play so far, the fact that they have made it here at all is a really big thing for them. It is not the first time they have made it to a promotion series. I remember covering their promotion series all the way back in Split 1. That went super well up against IG, and now we are back here to see not whether they will be promoted or not, but whether they will make it through the play-ins or not, which is quite exciting. We'll talk a little bit about the play-ins, about the playoffs, what this means, and we'll actually start getting into what the matchup is as well. NIP obviously have made it to today's matchup. They, however, will be met not by IG, who were the other part of the All-Pro, but by EDG.
Although, we will just quickly mention that, unfortunately, the bottom part of this graphic is a little bit wrong. It should have been Elk here coming in instead of Photic. So, from the community, sorry, not from the broadcast. Okay. From the broadcast, this is correct, but from the community, they liked Elk over what it was that Photic was able to do. So, slight swap around there, slightly more teams represented from the community. It was good to see the community votes and how they differ from broadcast, because they're often quite different from what we decide is actually important in these games.
I know that we don't have it. I know that I haven't specifically requested that we have this graphic prepared, and so I'm not actually requesting this graphic. It does make me wonder what the All-Pro looked like, because I did not see the community votes for All-Pro. So, for All-Pro in Ascend. So, very curious what that looked like, where we deferred. It is nice for me to see a little bit more love from the community for, as we said, a diversity of teams throughout the split, and hoping that we get a little bit more of Elk later on. However, I did want to start talking about EDG versus NIP, and I'm not awake enough to handle changes to my internal schedule. So we're going to start talking about the playoffs, the play-ins, what this means, because that's where I was mentally before. EDG versus NIP happening right now. Later on, Thunder Talk versus IG. Both, in my opinion, very exciting matchups. Depending on what your taste in League of Legends is, you can agree, you can disagree, but these are best of 5s, and it's going to be, to me, a difficult to predict series. How are you feeling about the first series of the day, Bloxer?
Oh, I think it is going to be a little bit closer than maybe we imagine. I mean, I would love to be all in right here on NIP, and I feel like I've been burned by this before. Looking at teams that have done incredibly well during their Group Nirvana standings, you know, getting just a ton of wins on the top of the standings. Oh, they're going to be able to beat these bottom feeder teams in Group Ascend, and it doesn't usually come true. We got to see it last split, obviously, with 3 of the 4 teams from Group Nirvana managing to promote. Only the best team in LNG not managing to do so versus what had looked like the worst team in WE. So there is precedent for things to go well for these Group Nirvana teams. Still, all of that being said, NIP have looked so good, so dominant, an insurmountable force during this Group Nirvana split. And I think they are going to be the favourites coming on in, just because they've looked so good, and EDG have had such a rough time of it.
Yeah, but before the show, we were talking about, you know, what side of the series we might ultimately be on, whether we think EDG or NIP will take it. But the important thing here is that we seem to be on the same page about it being a close matchup, about it being one that could go the distance in terms of best of 5. I am not sure this goes to 5 games. I feel like this could be 4 games, especially if, I want to say, NIP are coming out on the winning end of it. I think that EDG may not have enough steam to fight back against something that's going against them, and NIP, I actually think that they could do better in a best of 5, but we'll get the chance to find out a little bit later. We're going to dive into rosters for right now because for those of you who I know are watching only the Group Nirvana games, you might not be familiar. EDG are going to be bringing their full regular season roster into today, and there are a lot of places that we can look for some excitement in this matchup. I think normally when we're looking at EDG, we're thinking about matchups, we're thinking about these individual players, and a lot of them can tend to fade into the background against all of the other competition that we've got in Ascend. Now that we're matching Ascend up against Nirvana, I don't think that EDG have a lane where I'm like, I'm just not going to pay attention to that. It'll be relevant later. These could all be explosive lanes.
Absolutely, and not necessarily explosive lanes in the favor of EDG. We've seen throughout this group Ascend split that they have kind of been pushed around, kind of not having the best time of it. This roster right here is not the roster they sat with for the entire split. They brought JJ in kind of late on in the split, about midway through, over Xiaohao, who immediately looked better, but didn't immediately start bringing in wins. They had Sanian in for a game instead of Bulldog, which went truly terribly, and so they've kind of settled in on this roster, and as we've been talking about, right, they've been looking a lot better towards the end of the split. That's not hard to do, of course. They were having a winless, not even just series score, but individual game score, winless time until kind of late on in the split, but they were able to pull themselves back into a better spot, and yeah, okay, their best of 5 record as well over the last couple of years has not been great overall. So again, we've just got more questions coming in.
You know, today though, we have the chance to make it half the games, not half the games, I guess a third of the games that you've played in best of 5s you will have won. That could be big. This could be the turnaround that EDG need, and I have been, for the last couple of weeks, selling an EDG turnaround since they won their final 2, excluding the actual final matchup, the 2 before that. Since they won those series, EDG have looked like a much better team than they were during the regular season. So I think we've got a lot to look forward to here. I think that they could be taking the 4th best of 5 in their favor, but it is tough. I'd like to see NIP succeed as well. Big NIP fan, and as such, let's start talking about NIP, what they've looked like this split, who they are playing today, and what we can expect from this roster blocks there.
This is, as you said, right, a standard roster coming on through for these guys, and if you haven't really been watching any of the Group Nirvana games, you maybe don't know just how dominant they've been. Maybe you're getting an inkling of it, right, from seeing the all-pro votes, both community and broadcast-wise, just how much we've been writing for these guys. Everybody here has been playing well. They've been playing like a well-oiled machine overall. We can take a look at a bunch of the standings, a bunch of the overall statistics from this most recent split. They are just topping the charts. For Group Nirvana, absolutely, but even in Group Ascend, we've got some truly incredible play coming through. Specifically, my eyes are going down towards this bottom lane. I think Photic and Fengue have been really fun to watch get their stuff done. Guwon as well has just been playing kind of out of this world with a really diverse champion pool as well.
Yeah, and yet there's a weird thing that's going on with NIP. Even though they have looked really good in this split, their stats do seem to... their stats do not support that this has been a one-sided improvement for NIP. It seems like the difference between their play in Split 2 and Split 3 is it would favor a past version of NIP, one that maybe was feeling a little bit more confident, a little bit more consistent than what they are now. However, we have this graphic to show you, the thing that we talked about earlier. These are the play-ins. What was I thinking here? Why?
Well, yeah, our split 2, we had these matchups again. We had IG versus Thundertalk, that was match 2 of our qualifications. Same thing for NIP versus EDG. Obviously, EDG came out on top of that one. They were able to get themselves through. It was a 3-game set. It was, a 5-game set. Went all the way, really close, really back and forth. Like you said, this NIP squad that we saw in Group Ascend last time around, they looked pretty strong, but the Group Nirvana teams just came out swinging in that round. Big part of why EDG were able to win was because they had some great competition throughout the entirety of their Group Nirvana split, and were able to upset a lot of those Group Ascend teams.
Yeah, EDG, I think are in prime position to pull something like this again. Especially given the run that we saw from WE last split. You and I were talking about this in the pre-show. I think these two rosters could end up being remarkably similar in the stories that they're able to carry through the playoffs, especially because EDG do seem to be on a come-up. This is, however, what we were talking about earlier with EDG and NIP. EDG having a comparatively much worse split, whereas NIP being able to improve in several key metrics, given their more dominant performance through the group.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, right, it is a bit mean to be comparing some Split 2 versus Split 3 graphics for EDG, right? Over in Group Nirvana,
I mean,
in Split number 2.
It's fair, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, the stats are worse. Were they against better teams?
Significantly worse. I mean, the amount that they've been able to get objectives being this far down, the gold 15 being this far down. I mean, kind of everything across the board getting significantly worse. They're not exactly losing that much faster, but that's pretty much the only thing that's been staying stable.
Yeah, I do want to, you know, on the other side of this, talk about NIP, talk about the way that they're coming up recently, most notably by talking about someone else's opinion, and then, you know, having a conversation around that. Quacks ended up throwing this out there recently about NIP, about how good he was feeling on the NIP come up through this split. I wanted to get your take here, Bloxer. Are NIP actually looking this good? Is Quacks overreacting here, or are NIP the kind of team that you could see making it sincerely far into this playoffs?
Okay, I feel like there's two separate questions here. Do I believe in their ability to get into the playoffs? I do. I think they're going to look better than EDG here. I think it may well be another 5-game set like we saw last split. And I think if we were talking about this in last split, I remember the meeting we had just going into the play-ins last time around and getting just a temperature check of all of the broadcasts. Hey, who do you think is going to win? And every time we were like, yeah, the Group Ascend team is going to win. We're not particularly confident in any of these Group Nirvana teams. And we were proven wholly wrong. I mean, 3 out of the 4 Group Nirvana teams managed to promote, so that gives me some extra confidence here that the Group Nirvana teams are not that far away, because in previous splits we did see a big canyon. Now, once they get into the playoffs, as I think they will do I think they're going to go far? I'm not so sure about that one. I don't know that I believe that the top of Group Nirvana is strong enough to really be threatening top spots when we get into the playoffs proper, but I think they could be taking some of our slightly worse teams for a bit of a run, right? If you manage to win as Thunder Talk, I think there's a potential win there, LGD, and then even your JDGs, your WEs, those teams have shown us some real promise. I think they could go far themselves, but also they've shown a propensity to lose in really baffling and pretty stupid ways sometimes, and so there may be a chance for you to get into round 2, maybe round 3, but I'm not seeing them going all the way, no.
Well, Quacks had highlighted Hoya earlier. And we had mentioned that there is potential for pop-off in a lot of lanes. I think literally all 5 people can change this matchup. This is where we're likely to go. Bulldog and Care are in the center of the map. They are the central focus, or have been the central focus in several games so far. Bulldog having even a really great series just last week. I mean, this is sort of this is, as much as it is the head-to-head, in my opinion, Bloxer, this is sort of the default way to go. This is likely where we're going to end up, but do not take this as a hard and fast rule. Bulldog and Care, they're likely going to determine a lot of this matchup. We could see other lanes quite easily blow this up and have these 2 players fade into the background.
Absolutely, and I think it's worth drawing some attention here to the Bulldog has been a focal point in the conversation surrounding EDG. Now, that's not a good focal point. This has been a really unbelievably rough split out of Bulldog. The stats bear that out. He's not been doing particularly well. The team's ideas bear that out, right? The fact that they brought in Cynian quickly to see if maybe there was a swap in the mid lane, potentially. I mean, I remember some conversations we've had recently about whether or not Bulldog has had the worst split of any of the Group Nirvana players, and I think he's certainly in contention for it. This is a real opportunity here for Care to be able to put his mark down and make it as much as possible that he is just well and above the better mid laner in this situation. If he's able to do his job here and pull Bulldog apart, this has been a massive problem for EDG. I think that JJ has looked a lot better for this squad, but all he needs is lanes doing their job, not falling super far behind for him to be able to play his aggressive jungling style, and that just hasn't been the case for the most part out of EDG.
You know, Alex giving me some flame in the production chat here about, it's playful flame, about how hyped I was on Bulldog earlier. I'm still standing behind this. I think that Bulldog is a really incredible player. However, as his agent at the time, this is also a very emotional player. And Bulldog in this best of 5 is going to be pivotal, not just because of the stat line, not just because he is going to be obviously trying to win his lane and all those amazing things that any mid laner would like to do, but because if he falls behind, man, this could become a focal matchup in a very, very bad way. Bulldog is either going to look very good, or at the very least normal if he's even. But man, if we get
great.
Yeah, if we get a bad loss, I worry. I worry for the Bulldog that I know and love and want to see succeed, because he can get in his own way.
Yeah, he can. Yeah, and he has multiple times. It's also really interesting between these two mid laners. They've got a lot of shared champions, right? The lock going to be incredibly high priority between these two. Now, Bulldog hasn't really been able to do too much with this champion, get himself a lot of wins. Not the case for Care, obviously. I mean, any champion played NIP pretty much has been wins. They've had very few losses. I think 3 individual game losses throughout this split. So they have looked a heck of a lot better. But you've got the Cassiopeia as well, something that both of these mid laners have been moving towards. So getting into the draft, that is going to be an interesting lane to see if we get any particular bans going on towards. Otherwise, I could see us taking quite a lot of these junglers away as well, right? Your Jarvans coming off of the board, your Nocturnes as well, things that people have been trying to ban away out of NIP, and Guwon hasn't really cared. He's been able to adapt easily, played a lot of the Trundle on the backswing.
Yeah, and just talking a little bit about where we could pivot, what champions we could see. You know, we're looking at the sample size for NIP, and you can already tell what champions they feel more comfortable on, what, as you say, with the Trundle, might end up being pulled out in this series, because we've got some games to work with. However, big factor here for EDG, we have more than twice the amount of games to go on this split. They've played by far more games than the NIP roster, and that is the advantage, of course, of coming from the Group Ascent side of this. It is also a huge advantage going into these games, because not only have you played more League of Legends, you've played more League of Legends against, I'm going to use the word objectively, against objectively better teams.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, it's the old football adage, right? Iron sharpens iron, right? These players, as much as they have been having a pretty bad time of it, they've got 7 individual game wins. That's 7 games you've been able to pull wins away from your opponents with, and versus good opponents, right? The first win comes against BLG, then they're able to get one off of AL. They damn well should have won that series versus AL. They were in the base, hitting the Nexus, get a little bit too hyphy with it and end up losing that game, but that could well have been their first series win. And so you know that they have the quality to be able to beat these good teams. It's just been putting it all together. When every single part is able to play well, you can see the quality in some of these EDG players. I know you're riding for Bulldog right here. I think ZDZ has had a couple of really fun moments for this team as well. Mostly been on the carry picks. He's played a lot of Cassante as his tank. Otherwise, wants to get in your face, wants to be aggressive, Olaf, Rumble, all of that kind of stuff. So you've got these individual lanes that when they are able to win, just look so much better. And again, these individual lanes winning is important for EDG because of JJ's jungling style. He loves to play early, aggressive, gank-heavy junglers, and with losing lanes, that style's a heck of a lot harder to play.
With only one best of 5 ahead of these teams to determine whether they even make it into the playoffs or not. I mean, obviously that would be, for both of these squads in very different ways, the crown jewel of their season, making it to playoffs at all from their position. You have mentioned, and we've been talking about, though, the comparison between Group Ascend, Group Nirvana, NIP, and EDG as a result. And you and I were talking about Group Ascend, Group Nirvana earlier. I wanted to give you a little bit of time to talk about this, because I do think that it's important about the value of Group Ascend and Group Nirvana in 2026, or perhaps lack of.
Yeah, I mean, coming into 2025 Split 2, we get this introduction of the split groups, Group Hussein, Group Nirvana, not equal split groups. Most of the time when you get split groups in leagues, right, you just split them down the middle, and you want competitive within these groups. Instead, the LPL took the cream of the crop off, put them in their own group, and said, hey, if you suck, we don't want to watch you as often. You're going to get less games, we're not going to have as much coverage of what you're going to play earlier on in the days, usually to kick off the match days, kind of putting you to the side. And I think it worked. I think it gave us a lot more competitive games in Group Hussein. It made the LPL pretty fun to watch.
Tăng trưởng được không mà được nha thầy 77 ơi.
I really like what Group Nirvana was doing. I think the time for it has passed. I think we're now seeing enough parity between the two groups that we can probably move on.
I mean, this series is going to be the perfect example or not of that, right? Like how close have these two actually managed to get, and especially if this is a very close series, if NIP are able to keep up with EDG, were all those extra losses that EDG took during the regular season really worth it? Or did NIP get more value for less time? We're about to learn that as we head into the first game, into the first draft, with NIP having banned away the lock that you already mentioned is going to be pretty highly contested in the mid lane, notably Olaf and Vi, all junglers even, with the Nocturne, going to be taken away by EDG.
Straight in with the Cassiopeia lock-in right here for NIP, another one of those mid laners we talked about being pretty high priority. The response out of EDG straight up grabbing their bot lane, and we are sprinting through this draft. Both teams really knowing what they want, and we're getting some very classic bot lane pairings.
Bé thế. À đây à?
I like the way that we've started this. I mean, let's keep this momentum up going into the second half.
Đợi tí nữa check map fast xem như thế nào. Cái đầu tiên thì tôi nghĩ tăng trưởng dành cho bên phía. Ui, EDG tăng trưởng 6 độ rưỡi kìa. Trông ảo chưa?
As I was saying just yesterday to a friend of mine, as I was complaining about bot lane, I was like, there are either matchups that you die on cooldown, and there are matchups that you AFK. This is a matchup that you AFK.
Nip thì nó là siêu cửa trên nhá. Và nhìn cái phong độ bít bát đến từ bên phía EDG đang là 2-12, tôi cũng chưa hiểu tại sao. Để có là 6 độ rưỡi anh em ơi. Nip thì cũng có những cái sự lựa chọn khá là mạnh cho cái đầu tiên này với Cassiopeia, Sephiri và AC của tuyến dưới. Trong khi đấy thì EDG thì đang chỉ có những con tướng mà mạnh ở giai đoạn giữa cũng như là đầu game thôi.
See what the bans are going to be coming through as well. Obviously, with the Cassiopeia already locked in, you want to take a couple of the big counters away from this one.
Syndra bây giờ sẽ tới cấm cuối dành cho bên phía của Nip trong trận đấu này. Con Rai thì cũng không cần thiết khi mà bên phía Nip họ đánh con Cassiopeia mà. Oriana.
Fortunately, with bot lane locked in, we're not just going to be slamming an Akali there and running down your opponents, but Akali exceptionally strong in this split on this patch, and definitely something that we could see going either mid lane or top lane. I also am really heartened by seeing the Pantheon brought in by Jeje. I know that
Oriana là khá đẹp. Anivia. Tôi nghi ngờ ngày hôm nay có 3 game quá anh em ạ. Chứ nếu như mà đúng rồi, có ít nhất là 4 game chứ. Hôm nay BO5 mà quên. Tăng trưởng 6 độ rưỡi rất bịp anh em ạ. Càng bịp thì càng phải vào thôi. Some real nice team fighting that they could be playing around right here. The Narc going to be locked in. Still need to pick themselves up their jungler, and you've left the jungle really late right here for BO1. See what the final. Khá là thần kỳ khi mà ngày hôm nay để mấy quả mất dạy. Mà chắc là không phải là 3 game đó. Bởi vì những lần trước thì bên phía của Nip mà gặp EDG nó cũng bán thế à.
This is kind of blowing my mind right now because I know that we are getting Cho'Gath buffs next patch that are very exciting. Perhaps this is coming from a preparation perspective. NIP thinking that they're just going to make it straight through, but that Varus is going to make things complicated.
Có tăng trưởng 8 độ rưỡi à? Ít địt. Mình vào 6 độ rưỡi nó lên luôn 8 độ rưỡi.
Indeed, and I really do like this Varus. I think it's a great little pickup right here into the Gnar. It's pretty fun as well. Obviously, the Cho'Gath, something that you want to be staying away from as much as possible. Gives you some more non-committal CC as well. Still, this team is very tank deficit. You are super.
Có luôn à?
That could be a pretty big problem, especially playing.
Sao nãy tôi vào IM nó chỉ có 6 độ rưỡi ta?
In any way, shape or form, they are just going to be so incredibly tanky. It's going to make stepping up into these objective fights that much easier to play around. Overall, I do prefer what NIP have been able to draw for themselves, but there's some real fun out of this EDG composition.
I mean, this is the perfect time because I was just thinking I really like the EDG draft. I know that it keeps everybody.
Hy vọng là nó hủy nha. Ôi nó vào còn mẹ nó rồi. Vẫn 6 năm này. Thầy căn kiểu gì mới ra quả 8 năm vậy trời. 6 năm rồi.
And NIP's ability to answer that really only, to me, looks like it comes from the top lane. Looks like it comes from Hoya. Pretty big challenge ahead of them. Can they rise to meet it in this first game of the best of 5?
New suy giảm 1 độ rưỡi map à? Tức là phải 3-0 đúng không? Tôi nghĩ ngày hôm nay sẽ có game lần thứ 4 đấy. Nhưng mà trong game đó đầu tiên này bên phía EDG pick toán mới có lầu chôn nhỉ? Thế này thì phải có lợi thế rất nhiều giai đoạn đầu tiên, giai đoạn lên ninh. Varus thì sẽ là một con tướng cửa trên so với một con Gna, chắc chắn là như vậy. Và trong game đấu này thì vị trí Gold anh ta sẽ thử nghiệm một con chó gạt. Đánh như thế này thì bên phía của EDG họ dễ thở hơn giai đoạn đầu tiên đấy. Và phải tận dụng được cái chất tướng này để có thể đem về lại quả tăng trưởng 6 độ rưỡi anh em. Đội hình của NIP thì nó cần nhiều thời gian. Để có thể chiến thắng game đấu này nên là tăng trưởng 32 phút. Tăng trưởng 32 phút thì anh em có thể tham khảo được. Nhưng mà hiện tại thì phút thì đang nhân khá là thấp thôi. Đi đường thì cũng chưa thấy vấn đề gì dành bên phía của EDG khu cánh dưới này cả. Khá là lạ khi mà cặp đôi Kama với kẻ Real thì đang bị thua đường. Mặc dù Kama là một con tướng rất lỗi ở giai đoạn đầu tiên. Trong khi đấy đường giữa chứ khi anh ta cũng không đè đường được Bulldog luôn. Thường thì những giai đoạn đầu tiên thì vị trí của EMEA khá là khó thở nha. Khi đối đầu với một con rắn. Còn từ cái cấp độ 6 khi mà có được cái bão tuyết thì vị trí của EMEA nó sẽ đánh dễ hơn rất là nhiều. Đây, như tôi đã nói đây. Những chất tướng thì khá là khó dành cho EMEA để lên ninh ở giai đoạn trước level 6 so với vị trí Kasubia. Bulldog anh ta vẫn đang còn 1 mạng nữa cơ. Nói chung là ngưỡng máu này thì vẫn sẽ là rất an toàn khi mà Khe anh ta cũng không có năng lượng ở trên người. Cánh trên thì Hoja đã có lần biến về đầu tiên.
And then those first items coming through, that's where I want to see EDG really push the pace of this game forwards as much as possible. For NIP, I think they can play this one out just a little bit slower than decent scaling.
300 vàng dẫn trước về mặt chất tướng, vận dụng khá là tốt dành cho phía EDG thời điểm này. Hosa với lần về đầu tiên thì anh ta lên giáp vải. Nói chung là đi Varus cũng khó đấy. Vừa cần lên giáp vừa cần lên phép. Và bây giờ cũng có một con mắt được cắm ra. Và GG anh ta đã lộ tầm nhìn. Khá là điếm đến từ bên phía của NIP. Tôi nghĩ là anh em tham khảo EDG tăng trưởng 6,5 độ được ngày hôm nay đấy.
Pretty standard as we were expecting.
Nó không để cho anh em bú một cách dễ dàng như thế được đó.
Going to continue to mirror each other through these clears. We can kind of
Nói chung là nào nip nó cũng thắng thôi. Với cả cái bản chất của một cái thằng nip này thì khi mà gặp những cái đội cửa dưới nó khá là hay bán đấy. Còn đánh với những cái thằng cửa trên thì nó đánh cực kỳ là kinh anh em ạ. Tốc biến qua phía bên kia bờ tường, bắt choáng thành công với chiếc AC, dồn sát thương vào đến bên phía EDG và có được chiến công đầu. Phe anh cũng yếu máu luôn, một đôi một không đánh dưới. Những người ăn mạng bên phía của nip đó lại là vị trí của Severin. Thế thì là lỗ nặng. Trong khi đấy thì hai mạng mà bên phía EDG họ ăn được thì đều dồn vào vị trí GG. Người có ảnh hưởng khá là nhiều đến ván thi đấu này. 2-1 và 1k3 vàng chênh lệch bên phía EDG rồi. Với một con Severin mà ăn được mạng thì cũng mua được cách sách cũ, gia tăng thêm được một tí khả năng cấu rỉa bên phía gần nip của cục dưới mà thôi. Khu đường trên thì Hoza anh ta đang thua một nửa lính so với chiếc ZDZ khi mà cầm cái chất tướng tay ngắn hơn. Tôi tăng trưởng dành bên phía của EDG 6,5 độ nha thầy nhá. Đang định nhồi thêm thì bây giờ nó còn 4,5 độ thôi. Và nếu như mà anh em mạo hiểm thì có thể tham khảo EDG Manila cũng được. Tôi nghĩ là ngày hôm nay cũng không thể kết thúc 3-0 ở bên phía nip đâu. EDG thấy một cái bộ mặt đánh khá là chắc. Nãy giờ thì cũng chưa thấy lỗi nào để có thể bắt bài bên phía EDG ở cái giai đoạn lên đinh. Và tôi cũng nhớ rằng ở cuối mùa giải năm ngoái thì cái phong độ bên phía EDG nó cũng tương tự giống như team WE mà thôi. Có thể là cái lịch sử đấy sẽ lặp lại ngày hôm nay. Tham 3-2 được nhá. Với cái giải LPL thì bất cứ điều gì cũng có thể xảy ra anh em ơi. Hoặc là ván này anh em canh hũ ra như nip cũng được. Nip ở giai đoạn cuối game cũng khá là mạnh. Nhưng mà tôi nghĩ là tăng trưởng kill nó sẽ về đấy. Bù đọt đang hoàn toàn làm chủ ở cái khu vực đường giữa này với một EMEA khi mà có được bão tuyết. Thậm chí là cấp độ vẫn đang hơn so với kẻ lúc này. Chỉ có một thứ duy nhất họ thua đó là một con rồng đầu tiên thôi. Không sao. Trừ vị trí của Kama ra thì các thành viên còn lại bên phía EDG vẫn đang hơn vàng so với đối phương. ZDZ đang đánh một con vào rớt trông có vẻ rất chắc.
Some grubs to be competing for soon. JJ having his base come through already. Level 6s ticked as well for both of these junglers. Obviously going to be really important to get these stacks up as quickly as possible out of Guan. He's already nommed away. I think he nommed away the Drake it would have been, so making sure he's able to
Xin một like em nhá.
these minion stacks around as possible. Be interested to see what that first grand start.
Rồi, lại là nhổ độc. Bulldog ở trong cái phạm vi như thế này thì Google làm sao tiếp cận được. Đội hình của EDG nó phải vận hành tốt ở giai đoạn tầm 15 phút đầu tiên thì mới có thể cửa thắng so với bên phía con nip được. Tất cả những con tướng mà họ chọn sẽ là mạnh ở giai đoạn đầu cũng như là giai đoạn giữa. Khe thì bây giờ nó muốn dí theo, Trương Khiên tung ra. Coi như đó là một pha trao đổi hòa dành cho đôi bên đi. EDG bây giờ anh ta sẽ tiến vào 3 con sâu, khả năng sẽ ăn trọn vẹn thôi. Khi mà Gun thì đang ở khu cánh dưới. Cánh dưới thì đang rất vất vả với phía EDG lúc này. Tuy nhiên thì chỉ số lính Lip anh ta vẫn đang phạm nhỉnh hơn so với vô tích. Không cả là toàn được tung ra giữ chân với cả bà lại. Gun tới, dạn nứt không thành công nhưng có một tình huống mà giữ chân được vị trí Kama, người chết đó là Lip. Mọi người thấy khu cánh dưới bây giờ khả năng sẽ mất ra những bên phía EDG. Nhưng mà nhìn chung thì cũng chưa có mạng đầu tiên là như phô tích. Thôi thì cũng được. là một thế trận còn nằm trong tay bên phía EDG trong game đấu này.
Quite tanky to deal with. EDG, for all that their composition I like on paper, their tank killing, especially early on in the game, not exactly the thing that you'd look to this comp for. Varus perhaps an exception, but ZDC has been chilling. We have barely talked about
thằng Leap nó cũng không flash được tình huống vừa qua. Hiện tại thì đang chưa để mở ra quả handicap trong ván thi đấu này. Chênh lệch cũng chỉ là 1k thôi. Nhưng mà đã có 25 độ tráng sĩ nằm xuống. Rất ảo anh em ơi. Tôi cứ tưởng đây là một cái giải LEC. Tính ra nip mà chiến thắng trong cái đấu này nó nhân cũng không to đâu nha.
And ZDZ, if he's able to blow some people up around mid-game fights, around, say, the next couple of dragons.
EDG bây giờ họ sẽ tiến vào con rồng này trước. Nick cũng đã có mặt 3 thành viên ở đây. Cassiopeia ở tiến sau, anh ta bị ép góc bởi vị trí của Bulldog, bắt choáng thành công, lấy được tốc biến vị trí của Khe. Và cung ánh sáng cũng đã giúp cho bên phía của EDG cấu diệt tốt. GG anh ta bị kẹt lại, anh ta bị 4 người bao vây và anh ta sẽ nằm xuống sát thương cuối cùng đến vị trí của tích. Lip bây giờ mới có mặt, cú quân yếu máu đủ sát thương luôn đến từ phát bắn thần bí. Và sẽ là 3 đấu 3 ở đây. Nip đang muốn rút lui. Quả cầu bắn không chính xác một ai cả. Tiếp tục bão tuyết ép góc đội hình bên phía của Nip, họ phải lùi về. Và phía ở cánh trên này thì lại có va nhau, nhưng mà ZDZ là người có được solo boro. Ảo mà thực sự. Thôi, bên trên bây giờ sẽ chấm dứt dành bên phía của Nip nha. Như thế này thì ZDZ National Bull đến chết. Và chúng ta sẽ cùng xem một tình huống này. Một tình huống mà vị trí Hoja anh ta có được lượng nổ đẹp và dĩ theo người của ZDZ. Một pha quăng gạch trượt đến từ Hoja. Và sau đó anh ta vẫn đang cố chấp để dĩ theo vị trí của ZDZ. Còn đúng 1 chấm máu thôi, nhưng trả ngược lại sát thương rất nhanh. Đúng 0,5 giây thôi là Hoja là người chiến thắng rồi. Nhưng mà hơi đen. Khu tiến giữa thì tiếp tục sẽ có va nhau. Khe là người bị bao vây, anh ta bị chặn tường lại, anh ta tiếp tục nhổ độc quanh ngược trở lại và JJ đã là người bị bao vây. Phô tích chặn đầu, JJ nằm xuống. Khe là người có được mạng. Bấm mạng rất nhanh đến từ đôi bên giây phút vừa qua. Và Nip họ sẽ tiếp tục tiến vào cái mục tiêu tiếp theo trên bản đồ này. Đô thể mây nhá. Đường giữa đại bắn tiến tầm xa nó dính vào người của Anivia. Hồ ra cứ thế mà tung boomerang thôi. Lần này sẽ là nhà về dạng trứng đến vị trí của anh chàng đường giữa bên phía EDG. Sát thương đến Hozai ta cũng chưa nhiều cho lắm. Phô tích tới này thì Hozai ta đã có được mạng vị trí của Bulldog và thêm một con rồng cho Nip lúc này. Anh em nhớ thắp nhà anh em nhé. Gõ giúp tôi cú đêm 1682. Chứ bấm nó không được đâu anh em ạ. Phải gõ giúp tôi nha anh em nhé. Thế trận đã quay trở về và xuất phát rồi. Mặc dù là bên phía của Nip họ thua về lượng vàng nhưng mà dẫn trước 2 dòng thì vẫn đang là ngon. Về mặt chất tướng thì cũng khỏe hơn rất nhiều giai đoạn cuối. Đánh vậy thì khó mà win à? Trông cũng hợp lý em ơi. Chất tướng nó hơi lầu chôn và cái khả năng đột phá thì nó không có. Nó cần phải kết hợp nhuần nhuyễn với nhau cơ. Và EDG cái điểm mạnh của nó là bắt lẻ đối phương với một cái sự tích tội lỗi hay là trời sập. Và khi mà tài nguyên bên phía EDG họ nhắm vào một người đã hết rồi ấy, thì có bát khá là khó nha. Nó chỉ giết xong một người sau đó nó hết đam à? Cứ thế mới phi gai vào người ZDZ thôi. Khó nha. Càng ngày thấy càng lỏ tình bên phía của EDG trong game đấu này đấy. Sứ giả lúc này sẽ ra. EDG họ sẽ gỡ được một công trình khủng tiến trên. Và bây giờ thì vị trí của Cho'Gath lại đang ở khung thống dưới. Một đổi một trụ và sẽ có sứ giả bên phía EDG thôi.
You got to be more aware, right? The action is on the map. You know that's going to be coming on through. The fact he's been hit by so many of them at this point, it's not the hardest skill to be dodging.
Một công trình tuyến giữa bây giờ sẽ bị bóc. Vẫn sẽ là gap tầm 1k dành bên phía DG. Giai đoạn này thì tốt nhất là nên tham gia những pha mà có mặt rồng, có những mục tiêu lớn trên bản đồ, khi mà chất tướng vẫn đang ủng hộ dành bên phía DG. Họ cần phải tận dụng cái lợi thế này để có thể lăn cầu tuyết. 32 phút đang quá là sáng sủa anh em ạ. Mỗi tội là nó khóa con cụ rồi. Không biết đang có quả 9,5 độ để bên phía DG có nên vào không ta? 1,7 thôi. Đã một lần xa né được với Kia. Mọi thứ thì đánh vẫn đang là khá là chậm đến từ đôi bên. Nó chỉ bấm một tí sau đó nó dừng. Guồn thì vẫn đang ú hòa. CDG anh ta ngây thơ, anh ta sẽ đi vào bụi cỏ, anh ta bị cầm lặng, hất tung không thành công. Khá là ảo với quả dạn đất vừa rồi đến vị trí của Guồn. Khó tin thật sự. Sẽ có một pha dịch chuyển ở vị trí của Ke. JJ anh ta biết điều này, nhưng mà anh ta cũng không ngăn chặn vị trí của Ke. Nhưng pha dịch chuyển này có ý đồ gì nhỉ? Dịch chuyển để ăn con rồng đến bên phía của Nip, họ muốn lấy thế trước. Và bây giờ Bulldog anh ta cũng sẽ có mặt khủng tiến giữa. Và Rớp thì cũng sẽ biến về và đi bộ quay trở lại thôi. Rồng thì vẫn đang còn 10 giây nữa để có thể triển khai. EDG họ cũng không vội. Tầm này có thể đánh được bên phía EDG nha. Vẫn đang dẫn trước và cùng với sang tung giáo nó nhắm vào vị trí hồ ra mà thôi. Tốc độ ăn con rồng này vẫn đang là cực kỳ nhanh bên phía của Nip. Sẽ có một pha dịch chuyển đến vị trí của Varus, chứng khí được tung ra. JJ đang tiến tới, không có một pha cạnh tranh nào thành công cả. Google bị chặn tường lại. Đơn giản là một tình huống đi bộ về đến bên phía của Nip mà thôi. Hai bên đang thể hiện được rõ cái ý đồ đó là không muốn clear tăng trưởng kill trong game đấu này. Và nếu như vậy thì handicap dành cho EDG đang khá là sáng sủa nha. EDG họ cũng chưa dướn được cái công trình của tuyến giữa này. Google thì còn 1/2 cây máu thôi. EDG họ sẽ lùi về khi mà Hoza anh ta đang được đẩy khung cánh dưới. Ván này thì cũng chỉ là một con rồng gió thôi, thì nó cũng phải là quá ngon ăn dành bên phía của Nip nếu như mà kích hoạt được con rồng thứ tư.
But it does manifest itself largely around this mid lane tower that we really haven't seen NIP contest. The objectives have been going NIP's way. The game even seems to be going their way with the fact that these dragons are going in their favor and they have a lot of scaling.
Đã mở lại qua 26 độ rưỡi kill rồi anh em ơi. Tôi nghĩ là không quá được 6 xác đâu. Nãy giờ đánh nhau cứ trốn rúc đại bác tiến tâm sát cái gì đây? Không cần thiết khi mà cái anh ta muốn tự sát. Pha di chuyển rất ngu người khi mà con Baron đã chuẩn bị xuất hiện. Con nai vàng ngơ ngác tự dưng lại chui vào dọ bạn thứ 7 bên phía Nip rồi. Rất là ngu. Cho gạt đuổi à? Cũng hợp lý nha. Bố mình nhồi tiếp quả 9 độ rưỡi để bên phía EDG. Có cái cú căng cọt mà về. Vẫn dẫn trước vàng mà. Bắt lẻ dùng ta một thằng đi EDG à. Kéo lại quả handicap cái. Rồi, Guon tiến lên. GG anh ta bắt choáng thành công chứ kè lại anh ta cấu rất nhiều máu. Và Guon thì cũng đang bị trăng dài anh ta bị giữ chân. Người hứng đại bằng tiễn đó là Bulldog hô ra bọc đầu tuyến sau. Và những pha cấu rỉa đến vị trí clip vẫn đang rất chất lượng. Không cần an toàn tung ra, nó không giữ chân được ai cả. Tiếp tục là khiến trời giáng. Hồ Giang đang bị tấn công, ZDZ được bắn. Tốc biến đến vị trí phô tích rồi. Hồ Giang anh ta vào góc cụt. Và anh ta sẽ phải nhún nhảy qua phía bên kia bờ tường. Những pha cấu rỉa vẫn đang là cực kỳ kinh dị bên phía EDG thời điểm này. Và EDG họ đang muốn tiến lên. Nip thì bây giờ họ bắt buộc phải lui mà thôi. Công trình của khu tiến giữa này sẽ có dành cho bên phía EDG. Cấu rỉa căng lắm. Mà đi mẹ nó đánh đéo ra mạng cơ. Đéo là sao bây giờ 11 mạng rồi mà lúc nãy nó để 23 độ C Q. Có mùi rồi anh em ơi. Mà cái pha đánh dùng 2 nó cũng muốn rút về, nó không có một tí combat nào luôn. Biết đâu EDG nó nổ hũ đấy, nó vẫn dẫn vàng mà. Nãy giờ cấu rỉa là rất ghê nha. Đội hình bên phía Nip bây giờ chưa trâu lắm đâu. Với EDG thì nó có thể thả diều được. Cấu rỉa khá là tốt. Và rớt Ezreal với cả Kama cơ. Nhưng mà đánh trực diện là toang dành cho bên phía EDG nha. Em Lít tự tin quá nhờ. Trước thêm giao tranh rồng bên phía của EDG đang tận dụng được thế mạnh của mình về mặt cấu rỉa. Hóa đá thành công giữ chân vị trí của GG lại có dạn nứt. Guon tiến tới ta cũng bị bắt choáng ngược lại và sát thương trả đến vị trí của Valor là rất nhiều. Mưa tên đã kết liễu vị trí của Guon. Tiếp tục trả lên bên phía của Nip tìm kiếm vị trí của Khe. ZDZ bắn cháy, mưa tên lấy đất tục biến của Khe rồi. Và trời sập đâu. Không dám trời sập khi mà cũng còn một chấm máu đến từ người chơi được dừng bên phía EDG mà thôi. 2k4 vàng về mặt chênh lệch cho EDG rồi. Nãy giờ combat Nip toàn thua nha. MNL EDG. Chín độ rưỡi thì bao giờ chết anh em ơi. Điều con mẹ ZDZ nó bắn kinh nhờ. Ai chê con Varus của ZDZ đâu rồi. Vẫn đang gánh tìm siêu mạnh nha. Rồng gió lùn trâu địt mẹ, rồng gió thì nó cũng không né được những cái pha cấu rỉa bên phía EDG đâu mà. Rồng chuồn lâu. Càng đấy. Clip nó cũng xanh cơ.
There's a lot of good that this NIP roster can do, but into the EDG
đưa cái trận đấu này về 7 đều zoom đây. Em Lip ơi là em Lip ơi, rồi lại có bắt choáng, không cần là toàn né được với chỉ có Lip kìa. Bùm đang được quăng. ZDZ anh ta trả ngược lại sát thương. Đại băng tiến tầm xa, ZZ là người che. Lip họ tiến tới tiếp cận với chữ ZDZ. ZDZ bị làm chậm liên tục và Guguan anh ta hất tung thành công, nhai nuốt được và Nivea bị hoa đã đến chết rồi. Thêm một pha dặn nước dọn cỗ nữa. ZZ tiến tới. Đội hình bên phía EDG đang cực kỳ rời rạc. Hồ Gia ném boomerang vào đầu vị trí của Lip. Nội hỏa trượt. ZZ cũng sẽ đi luôn ở tình huống này. Vãi cả lìn. Còn chó Lip này để nó chết mẹ đi. Tự dưng 3 thằng nó lại bị vạ lây. Anh em nhớ thắp nhà nhá, gõ giúp tôi cú D 1682. Chịu khó gõ anh em ơi, bấm là không được đâu nhá. Đéo còn mẹ, mày chạy hết đi. Và chả diều cứu thằng Lip này làm cái gì không biết nữa. Thằng ZZ nó còn quay ngược trở lại, nó đấm thì tờ lại mày. Rất cồng kềnh. Đi, mày cứ tưởng cái hũ dành bên phía EDG sáng em mà. Nhưng lại là một bãi cứt trâu. 9.5 của tôi bây giờ bắt đầu run như cầy sấy rồi đấy. Lại là chơi sau cung tuyến trên. Khe là người bị nhắm tới. Tiến công vũ bão rất ảo đến từ em ZZ. Đang dọn lính thì bên phía EDG họ có nha. Guguan thì bị chặn đầu, không can lan tỏa tung ra, nó cũng hơi ngắn đấy mà chinh phèn dề. Tuyến dưới thì Hồ Gia người ta cứ thế mà đẩy thôi. Khó đấy. Tuy nhiên thì cơ hội dành bên phía EDG nói chung là vẫn còn. Bởi vì người ao vàng nhất bên phía của Nip so với bên phía EDG đó là Phèn Duê thôi. Còn những vị trí còn lại thì độ chênh lệch nó cũng không có nhiều. Chủ yếu là khác bọt về mặt chất tướng dành bên phía của Nip. Di giảm 23 xác à? Biết đâu anh ba. Nãy giờ thấy đánh rất bịp nha. Và nếu như mà pha giao tranh rồng thứ 5 mình trên cái bản đồ này mà không ra được cái mạng nào chắc chắn là về luôn. Nip họ đang cao thế rồi, hất tung vị trí của Lip lên. Áp lực vẫn đang là vô cùng lớn được tạo ra. Và EDG bây giờ phải dọn lính trước cái đã. Tầm nhìn thì họ cũng không có một chút nào. Và cấu rìa ngược lại bên phía của Nip cũng đang tương đối chất lượng thời điểm hiện tại. Phổ Tịnh ta đứng sai góc rồi nha, anh ta bị rất nhiều thứ dồn bài, ta có tốc biến. ZDZ thì bấm đồng hồ, hất tung được một người đâu là Kia, nằm xuống đến ZDZ rồi, EDG đang phải bỏ chạy. Guguan tiến lên, dặn nứt, giữ chân vị trí của Lip lại, gạch được quăng và Lip anh ta tiếp tục thả diều thành công và anh ta sống. Nhưng mà Kia thì không có may mắn đấy. Endgame. Ơi giời ơi, đó là suy giảm kill. End không? Quả đấy mà giết được thằng bù đó thì ngon nhờ. Quả đấy giết được thằng bù đó là em rồi đấy. Nhưng bù lợi Baron thì bây giờ Nip cũng sẽ hết. Chưa thể endgame được. Hơi đen. Thôi chuyển bỏ siêu bát bát thầy ơi, qua bên em đi. Qua bên em đi thầy ơi. Bây giờ em không làm siêu bát bát nữa nha anh em nhá, không biết đâu nhá. Thầm kín ngôi nhà cú đêm 1682 anh em ơi. Còn đèo còn mẹ thằng ZDZ. Phô tích đi mẹ mày xạo thủ tanh cơ à. Nó bết ác thật sự. Nó vẫn sống cơ. Ôi hồi máu ảo thật. Làm bên nào thầm kín giúp tôi anh thầy à. Đang trên không chat thầy nhá. Nói trên này nó cũng bây giờ nhạy cảm quá. On. Thầy à. Đúng rồi thầy à. Cái địt bố cái thằng EDG ngu này. Vẫn là tăng trưởng tham mà. Nhưng bây giờ còn 31 phát nữa khả năng có thể chết được đấy. Có thể là end game ấy. Phút thứ 31 rồi. 18 cộng 5 sẽ là 23. Thôi end game đây rồi. Nhưng mà vẫn chưa có nhiều lính giành bên phía con nít đâu nha. Vụ đồ độc hại ZDZ bằng xí làm chậm với ánh nhìn hoa đá kẻ tiếp tục tiến lên, nhổ đến chết vị trí của ZDZ rồi. ZZ anh ta biết tung về, anh ta bị bắt choáng, Hoja yếu máu và Hoja cũng sẽ không phải lên bàn điểm số. Không, cuối cùng thì cũng phải nằm rồi, sát thương đến từ vị trí của Pantheon. Nhưng mà ba người thì nip họ cũng chưa thể end game được. Đeo cột mẹ mày nó ảo thế. Làm thì không sợ, sợ thì không làm à. Nghe cũng hợp lý nhờ. Anh em ủng hộ tôi cái anh em à. Đi mẹ cái giá của phản bội đội tuyển tôi yêu đây rồi. Đi mẹ cứ tưởng là thằng EDG nó thắng luôn. Đi bố mày.
Positionally and just in their play, I've not really been able to deal with that. Even now, Leaf just gets to throw all of his damage into Guwon, and Guwon is fine.
Bù ra bà ngọt luôn. Lúc nãy mình căn đéo vào được, đen thật. Trận này chênh lệch trình độ là rõ nhưng mà nó để có 32 phút là thấy can lộ lộ rồi. Đội hình bên phía EDG bây giờ đánh không mất máu nip luôn. 20 chấm. Đeo mẹ bây giờ lấy cái đàm nào giết cái thằng Gugu này đây. Giết được Hoja, giết thằng Hogun. Chắc là Ezreal bắn 5 phút. ZDZ chắc phải gãy tay, gãy cung.
Indeed, and EDG's composition, right? It's at its absolute best when it's stepping up to the opponents, poking them out, able to play off of range, and they just haven't been afforded that so far. NIP have done a really good job at starting these fights up, not in a straight up situation, you know, finding these flanks, finding interesting picks to be able to kick things off, and now it's forcing EDG to just step to them and desperately try to find a way back in. They have plenty of damage between this top and bot lane. You just have to be close enough to be able to actually land it whilst keeping away from this very big, very
Em có làm gì thầy cu tem ấy. Mỗi cái tội không bản quyền thôi mà thầy. Ui trời ơi, endgame ở đây à. Bây giờ bô ZDZ mới vã xác tới thì còn cái nịt. Còn đúng cái nịt là nhờ ZDZ thôi. Đến chết thuê. Đến chết thuê đéo được một cái gì. Nhẹ là 29 xác. Đó là tạm biệt con chó ngùi đi gì. Đéo sao để tăng trưởng 6 độ rưỡi ạ.
Not overpushing in the early game, recognizing the point at which they are strong and playing these team fights out incredibly well. So far, Group Nirvana up 1-0 over Ascent.
That was spooky. That was real spooky. NIP didn't even make that look particularly hard, and this was off of some good early game plays from EDG. Started off with a tower dive that was great, that was amazing, and then it was nothing. Very, very quickly, the distinction that we had talked about between Pantheon and the rest of the squad, I don't think was a compositionally impossible thing to overcome, but it didn't look overcomeable. Giorgio committed to a couple of fights that EDG were unable to do anything about. I don't think that's his fault. I don't think it's theirs. And I'm honestly, Bloxer, as much as I'm somebody who is here to talk about the game, I don't know what to say about that game for EDG, because NIP ran that.
They have. I mean, if you've been avoiding watching bad games, if you haven't been watching too many EDG matchups, maybe you don't know that this is kind of how this entire split went for them. This is what we had been kind of expecting coming on out. I think Leave getting caught multiple times is so indicative of the way that his career has gone. When this guy is able to space correctly, he's so good. You saw it in a couple of these team fights. Big damage on the Ezreal, super accurate, hitting basically all of the cues that he needed to, running people down. But he just gets too aggressive. He turns his brain off. He'll, between team fights, wander through a choke point, get himself caught out in team fights, not recognize the fact that, hey, stepping up within range of a Gnar or a Cho'Gath is going to get me killed. And even on the Ezreal, the mobile Ezreal, still not able to keep himself out of harm's way. It was a better look in a lot of ways out of EDG. Their individual lanes don't super fall behind, right? Bulldog, it's rough, but that's kind of what you expect out of this matchup. ZDZ's winning, he's up by a lot of CS, but they don't turn that into anything. They don't pay that forwards into these team fights. Part of it is just so many issues when they come to team fighting. Out of lane, better. Team fighting still bad. I mean, it's not really a recipe for success.
There are a lot of ways that I want to talk about this game that are like, you know, because I was expecting a lot from EDG, even in game one, I want to go, this is what you could have done better, this is what you could have done better, this is what you could have done better. And I don't know that it matters. Coming out of that game, game two is obviously the most important thing now for EDG, but I also think that this was just very good play from NIP. The amount of times that we were talking about how impactful Care was, his positioning on the Cassiopeia, the amount of times that we were talking about Photic's arrows that completely turned a mid game that was otherwise pretty good for NIP into really great for NIP, giving them a lot of opportunity throughout the map. Hoya lost, but controlled. Guwon on Cho'Gath to me was not the hero. Guwon on Cho'Gath was there, but everything else around this Cho'Gath worked really, really well, with the exception of some Seraphine encores that, as you mentioned, could have hit a little harder.
Fengyue, I'm not going to give him the free pass through this game. I think he made a couple of pretty bad errors with his ultis, and with it being such a big teamfight ulti, this game could have ended a heck of a lot faster if he was actually able to hit those. We can see it right here with the damage dealt, right? Leaf was hitting like a truck when he was hitting, but the fact he gets caught out a couple of times, imagine if those teamfights that we saw where he died first or was running away from the very beginning, if he was actually able to sit and hit throughout them, this could have been a totally different game once again. I mean, just overall, more damage coming through from a lot of the members over on EDG side, and they're just not able to keep themselves safe enough. I agree, Guwon doing his job exactly as we would have wanted. I think Care was really impressive to me in this one. Photic too, with those arrows like you said, but I mean, this is left field. This is not actually who's going to win game MVP, but I love what Hoya did in this game. He lost gracefully. The one mistake he makes is getting baited in by that arrow landing when he wasn't expecting it, when it wasn't actually shot at his top laner, and thinking he could go for a fight in a situation in which he actually couldn't. That was pretty interesting to see, but you can see right here, another one of these arrows. This one actually works out and helps out the squad.
Yeah, I am on board with you in terms of, you know, shouting out a player that did really well, that didn't have to, and ultimately was, you know, positioned well, making minimal errors. Photic's player of the game, and everybody knows it. This is, in my opinion, the LPL broadcast can do what they want, but
they're going to give it
to Photic. Yeah.
Every day of the week. I mean, the KDA was beautiful, the arrows were nice, he was playing really well, he wasn't getting himself caught out in random situations. When he did get caught out, he was able to flash back away over the wall that Bulldog had laid down. Photic is absolutely going to grab MVP, but yeah. A little shout out to Hoya, shout out to Care as well for doing their things, and congratulations to Photic on what will be the game MVP coming through.
And hey, you know, congratulations to Guwon as well. Like we said, Shogath might not have been the focal point of this game. It could have been, in my opinion, a lot of other champions, but
I like that it was the Cho'Gath here. I think the silence was really, really fun, right? In this composition, you don't necessarily expect the silence to be that big, right? Who's actually going to be stepping up to you close enough? But he was doing a really good job of hiding in brushes, finding flanks, and getting into the backline, silencing people up, and then the whole team was able to capitalize on that really effectively. The ruptures coming through as well, and just, he was massive. That's the thing. In these team fights, as much as EDG had a ton of poke, if you're pumping all of it into Guwon, he doesn't care. He's going to be able to heal himself back up, and yeah, you can see it multiple times through right here. I mean, it's just kind of miserable to watch for EDG. Every time you think something's going well for them, like this is pretty sexy out of ZDZ. He had himself a couple of nice moments right here. It just doesn't matter. This is way too late for it to be able to pull back for the team.
Yeah, the top lane Varus was, as we said, the one thing that was going really, really well. We mentioned the CS lead earlier, and EDG really unable to leverage that. I don't even think that's a play difference. I think like just it doesn't make sense to be able to invest in your Varus when he's already winning, when the rest of the map needs to be taken care of. But I think it's gonna leave ZDZ feeling a little tilted after that game. And what I'm hoping is that doesn't affect the other solo lanes, because the other solo laner that I am almost avoiding talking about, even as his agent, is Bulldog. I said pretty early on that Bulldog had the opportunity to hard carry this game. Having seen how NIP played, I don't think that's true. I don't think that Bulldog could have hard carried the game, having, you know, what is it called? Post vision, whatever that's called. Flashback. Hindsight, thank you. Being 2020. I'm getting old. Hindsight being 2020. I don't think he could have. It could have been a lot better, though. And I think that Bulldog is going to feel like he could have done a lot more. So I'm hoping that he, in the face of this dominant performance from Photic and the rest of NIP, is able to keep it together, because this is a best of 5.
Yes, it is. We've got a lot more games to be able to play out. Hey, as we've been talking about, right, these Group Nirvana squads really don't get a lot of games. These 5 games, if it goes to all 5, it would be a significant portion of just the matches that they got to play throughout this split. Obviously, for NIP, they're hoping for a quick 3-0, get themselves into the playoffs, start thinking about the teams ahead of them. A dominant performance for them in game number 1. pretty split actually in terms of who voted for what. I love that the casters both went for Guon in this game. That's really interesting. I think we're a little bit surprised that anybody actually didn't vote for Photic. We know how the LPL likes to vote, and that was exactly the sort of catnip for them for MVP votes.
Yeah, everybody's getting baited by the Cho'Gath pick. It's, you know, it's exciting. I'm happy he played it as well, but was it an MVP performance? I don't think so. If you think so, let us know. Let us know what we were missing. Maybe there's some Cho'Gath micro that just went crazy, but I saw those arrows and Photic looking pretty good. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back with Game 2 of the play-ins here with EDG and NIP. Welcome back to EDG versus NIP. NIP here at the play-ins for the LPL playoffs. Bloxer, this first game going to NIP in pretty one-sided fashion. I was going to go with spectacular. That game was good. Was it spectacular from NIP? Yay or nay?
It was definitely a bottom of group Ascend, top of group Nirvana type matchup, right? That wasn't the cleanest League of Legends from either of these teams. Spectacular in that it was a spectacle to watch. Clean League of Legends? No, absolutely not.
Yeah, this past game was very impressive by Photic. Deserved MVP is where we landed after this. We had a lot of conversation on Shogath Jungle, on what we might expect, on how Gubon fared. Ultimately, very glad that we got the Shogath pick. It was very exciting in the draft, and it did its job. Yes. In the rest of the game. For EDG, however, I liked their draft. You would have caught me defending it as we got into the game. Looked really good on paper, had something that it could do, hold you at arm's length, and then just, do a sort of stop hitting yourself motion. Yeah. And that didn't end up happening. No. Lots of reasons why it didn't. And I'm not sure whether you want to talk about them or whether I'd just sort of be monologuing it myself.
No. I would love to talk about what goes wrong right here. I liked some of the ideas behind the EDG composition. I think you just need some sort of real tank. Now, part of the problem in this real tank idea is that ZDZ doesn't love playing them. He wants to be a carry for this team, right? He hasn't necessarily been going towards the ranged top laners that often, although he has been playing them. We've seen him play Tristana, we've seen him play the Vayne as well, so he does have those in his repertoire, but he's been more about these sort of take the fight to you kind of top laners, your Zahens, your Olafs, that kind of thing. I like all of those champions for him more than I think I would have loved the Varus specifically in this game, because as we talked about, you put a Gnar behind, most of the time the Gnar's gonna be okay, was still definitely useful later on in the game. And so I think if you are going to be moving away from any kind of tank in the top lane, as we've been seeing out of ZDZ, as we've been seeing out of EDG, they needed it somewhere else, and just having the Pantheon wasn't enough. We saw one fight where the Pantheon was able to survive, JJ gets away, they turn it around, find a couple of kills, but he wasn't able to replicate that time and time again, not as this composition out of NIP came online. I think they really have got to go back to the drawing board when it comes to these compositions, but we've been saying that all split long.
Going into game 2, I am anticipating a Lee Sin pick for Zhejiang. After that game, a lot of the EDG members, as we mentioned, are likely feeling a little bit lost because the composition should have worked. They should have been able to do something, and everybody individually is likely thinking, well, if only I'd done this, if only I'd done that, if only I'd had more options. Lee Sin is not only a champion that Zhejiang enjoys playing, but is also the quintessential do everything champion. Get in, get out, initiate, do a lot of damage, tank up if you need to. He may, for all that he falls off in the late game, Lee Sin is incredibly flexible, and you can really take a lead and stretch it. So I'm looking out for that pick. There are a couple of other options in the jungle, of course, but as we saw in game 1, so many are getting banned out.
Absolutely, the jungle pool was squeezed immensely hard in game number 1. We lose the Nocturne, we lose the Vi, we lose the Jarvan. All of these premier junglers had gone off of the board very quickly on, and we're going to see the Neferi and the Nocturne going straight away in this game too. Interesting ban of the Vayne right here out of EDG. I think that signals that we might actually get a top lane tank out of ZDZ, which would be interesting to see. Bit of a departure from what he's been playing for the most part, but would be fun as well. The Ryze taken away too. See if they are going to take out the Orianna, or if they were happy to first pick this one up. The Vi as well, banned out in the previous game, could easily be the first pick here out of NIP.
Certainly looks like something that they're setting up for. Things like Jarvan also very high priority and left up. The Vi going to be taken out though, a little bit easier to execute, which leaves EDG with the question, do they want to take the last premier jungler left? They do not. Instead, picking the Olaf.
Never mind.
I'm going to say it. I don't love this because Olaf into Jarvan does suck.
Yeah, the Jarvan is totally an option right here. I mean, the Olaf as well. This is super
early on to be grabbing this champion through.
What?
The Vayne obviously would have been really good into it, so maybe that was a bit of an indication you're going straight towards this pick, because what indeed, Yunara Lulu locked in. It's been really early on that we've been seeing NIP pick up their bot lanes. I agreed. We are going sort of back in time in this situation, not necessarily picking up the strongest picks in the bot lane that we're expecting to see. You know, Lucian comes to the table, Ezreal comes to the table with some of the premier picks in this current patch, but not really going to be seeing those now. I think the EDG can just respond to their bot lane as well.
Thầy Cú Tem sao lại bị gọi thầy? Dính trưởng à? Mà thế đéo đụng vào cái chỗ nào mà lại dính trưởng vậy ta? EDG pick khá là chiến ở giai đoạn lên ninh. Nếu khác gì để game đấu trước. Nít thì bây giờ có thể pick một con cờ mưu, một rắc, cờ mưu rắc chăn đồ, ba con đấy thoải mái. JC thì thôi nhá. Bọn này không thèm chơi Orianna luôn mà. Chê Orianna.
But like you said, they are cooking right here. I mean, expecting the Jarvan to be banned away out of EDG. If they don't, maybe you do just get it on that second rotation out of NIP. Right now, the composition is very aggressive. Obviously, the Yunara Lulu needs a little bit later to get into the game, whereas the Lock, you want to be getting into your opponent's face.
Rồi ôi.
Heavy ganking jungle to be able to do that. You want a strong mid jungle pairing for NIP.
Tôi đến mấy trăm M chưa sợ.
Haven't really been squeezing that many of those junglers out.
Not going to work really well into an EDG composition that is pretty dang squishy right now as well. And I say that Olaf included.
Để xem này bên phía EDG họ sẽ pick con tướng gì đấy. Hai một tỏi đang ngồi đây anh em ơi. Nhưng mà thầy Cu Tem là chắc là dính vào cái gì rồi, nên mới bị úp bô đó. Không thì anh em chơi chị được mỗi chị 4,9 triệu, đỡ sợ. À, dây tựa xe à? Thế là đen rồi. Thế là kiểu bị úp bố bất ngờ mà. Tôi bây giờ tôi điện thoại riêng. Điện thoại nào mẹ nhạy cảm mà tôi vứt nhà. Điện thoại này trong sạch thì tôi cứ tưng tôi cầm đi chơi thôi. 12 tuổi đang ngồi cười á. Mấy thằng đấy khăm bác Cu Tem nhở. Chỉ rình như thế rồi. Ra đường thì nó xóa lịch sử thì mấy thầy á. Như tôi đầu tư cái điện thoại rách thì mẹ có 3 triệu điện thoại phụ. Cho nó yên tâm. Muốn mua gì mua. Ra cây pot à. Thì là bây giờ khổ nha. Thôi thoải mái anh em ơi. Ra được cẩn thận tí được. Còn không cẩn thận bị kiểm tra bất ngờ thế đó là đen rồi. EDG toàn đánh mấy con tướng lồ chôn gì nhỉ?
You throw in a Kiana in the jungle for good measure. You've got a good 2v2 with the Jarvan, and sure. And then Yunara and Lulu with Caitlyn Bard as well. these two teams have gone, well, for NIP, game one went well. Let's see how much further we can push it. And for EDG, game one went poorly. Let's just throw haymakers at them and see what happens.
Indeed, and I mean, for EDG, they've got a composition where that first item power spike is once again really, really damn strong. You are going to be in a great spot once you get those first items in. A little bit of a power trough, a little bit with the Caitlyn, right, with the Olaf. So they're going to have to keep the pace of this game really high if they want to get us into at least a game number 4.
Normally we'd be getting into game 2 in the regular season and saying backs against the wall.
Đến khi nó đánh cho cũng hợp lý. Nó tụm 5 tụm 7 thì phải nó uýnh cho thì chịu anh em ơi.
Just send it as much as possible at any given moment, even if that moment is 1 minute into the game where we are already fighting not just in the jungle but in the bot lane. Photic 200 HP, Leaf could flash on this and Photic actually has to flash away.
Ây da, EDG đi đường được quá nhỉ. Rồi anh em nào không chung anh em cứ thăm nhà anh em à. Sợ cái gì đâu mà. Gõ giúp tôi cú đêm 1682 anh em nhé. Tôi tăng trưởng EDG 6 độ rưỡi. Tôi nghĩ là Nip nó phải bán đấy. Lâu lắm rồi mới con vợ sâu y của tiền sữa nhỉ. Thằng EDG này chuyên đội hình giữa game. Thế nhưng cũng được. Nip thì cũng tương tự như vậy, nhưng mà Nip có một con Zurara khỏe hơn một tí. Tính ra là EDG giai đoạn cuối game mạnh hơn đấy. Olaf thì bây giờ trong combat thì tôi nghĩ là tác dụng nó vẫn hơn một chăn đồ, nhưng mà đi đường thì Olaf nó thua. Váng đầu nhá. Này tôi nghĩ là suy giảm kill anh em ơi. Thực ra là giai đoạn liên minh thì bên phía EDG làm rất tốt đấy. Thường thì sẽ dẫn trước vàng so với bên phía con Nip. ZDZ thì đang hơi gặp khó thôi. Tuy nhiên thì cũng chỉ thua 5 chỉ số lính so chị Hồ ra thì chấp nhận được. Đẩy nốt cái đợt lính này mà về là đẹp luôn. $500 vàng cách biệt. Chắc là cũng không phải là 3-0 ở bên phía Nip đâu nhỉ. Chứ chẳng nhẽ bây giờ đánh với một cái đội yếu như thế này phải tranh thủ nó bán đấy chứ. Nó hủy diệt làm cái gì. Nó đánh uy tín ở trong cái đó đầu tiên rồi. Nhìn con vợ Hồ Gia này cũng khó chịu phết đấy. Hồ Gia nó còn lên cả nhịp độ chết người cơ mà. Tầm này có kiệt sức ồn in ZDZ toang. Nip sẽ kéo 3 người đây, ZDZ bị kiệt sức. Và anh ta sẽ bị dí tới chết, nhưng mà kéo được ai không? Không kéo được ai khi mà kè ta thoát ra được. Bulldog bây giờ tới level 5. Đâm vào sâu là chết luôn đấy nha Bulldog nha. Vừa thấy dẫn trước vàng, bây giờ lại bị dẫn ngược giành bên phía của EDG rồi. Xin một like anh em ơi. Khá là bất ngờ khi ngày nay mới thấy có 2 like. 1 like. Anh nổi. Rồi thăm nhà cú đêm 1682 ủng hộ tôi một cái anh em ơi. Anh em có vẻ mải mê cãi nhau quá, không quên không bấm like tôi rồi. Cho đi nổ lá bừa đâu. Được á, được đấy chứ. Được đấy chứ, nhưng mà vẫn phải đổi. Oh shit. Hà Tiều Phu. Mà cuối cùng thì anh cũng sẽ phải gục ngã mà thôi. Đặc biệt ZDZ, anh cũng đã có một pha là highlight để đời. ZDZ đánh quả vừa rồi cháy chứ. Đường giữa lại là nghịch sao. Thiếu đốt lên đầu bị chứ khe luôn. Bulldog có một pha trao đổi khá là ổn. Nhìn chung thì Bulldog anh ta có tốc biến là trao đổi cũng khá là tự tin, nhưng khi ai bị dí theo chưa có sát thương để dứt điểm với Hoja thời điểm này. Vẫn cứ là dẫn trước giành bên phía EDG thôi. Lý ra EDG game này pick ok đấy. Nó có khả năng cấu rỉa mà đội hình bên phía Nip nó không có khả năng hồi phục máu. Nó chỉ có giáp đến từ của vị trí Lulu rồi. Tranh thủ thầm kín anh em nhá. Cú đêm 1682 gõ giúp tôi nhé. 3 con sơ bây giờ sẽ ra. Hoja anh ta sẽ quay trở lại khu cánh trên của mình. Trong khi đấy thì Bulldog anh ta dù ngủ khá là hay đấy chứ. Một nửa cây đã bay vào vị trí Hoja rồi. EDG thì bây giờ đang có một động thái muốn can thiệp con sâu này chăng? EDG thì đang ở khu mé trên. 2 con sâu sẽ được ăn trọn vẹn, 3 con sâu sẽ được ăn trọn vẹn tại bên phía Deep. Đó là hèn, đó là kịch câm. EDG toàn thấy dẫn trước cũng về vàng nhưng mà toàn thấy thua mạng nha. Tôi nghĩ là EDG ít nhất nó sẽ có một ván handicap bú anh em ơi. Thế giới bù tôi rất đẹp, giữ chân được cả 3 người. Dù ngủ ngược trở lại ngu này ta vẫn đầy cây máu. Bù đang bị dí tới chết đấy chăng. Chưa có sát thương dứt điểm. Phổ tịch anh ta tụng biến. Quả hồ quang chính xác và tiễn vị trí bù đang lên bàn đếm số luôn. 5-1 cho Nip rồi. Khó nha. Thì phải biết là sao ngày hôm nay chị được nó để có suy giảm 6 độ dành bên phía Nip nhỉ. Chúng ta sẽ cùng xem ở tình huống này. Một tình huống mà vị trí Golden ta bay vào giữa đội hình của đối phương và dọn cỗ dành cho Nip. Quá là dễ dàng pha băng lên bắn đến từ phố tích ở pha này. Ngoài hồ quang hủy diệt kết hợp với tốc biến đến từ phố tích. Thôi 3-0 à. Chứ nhìn easy gà quá. Suy giảm 6 độ rưỡi đúng là một món quà quê. Địt mẹ, cách biệt nó cũng chỉ có 1 ca vàng thôi mà mạng nó gáp nhiều thế.
Indeed they do. Super juggle not quite going to land, otherwise EDG I'm pretty sure would have been popping that ulti and running on forward.
Con vợ Bulldog cũng chưa thêm một cái tác dụng gì. Khu vực tuyến trên thì bây giờ sẽ kéo người thêm ra bên phía EDG. Trong khi đây cánh dưới thì trụ đã có dành cho EDG rồi. Bulldog bị tiếp cận, ngục 4 tòa hồn tung ra, sát thương cũng chia nhiều mà chưa khe. Bulldog tiếp tục nghịch sao và sẽ đảo vòng. EDG tiếp cận tới, ta bị hóa cộng, ta phải giật ngược quay trở lại. Thế giới bùng nổ tung ra rất đẹp. Thêm một pha chống sát thương bên phía của Nip nữa. Quân tiến tới, anh ta chưa bừa được ai, anh ta phải cân 3. Vẫn sẽ phải bốc hơi đến từ Olaf. EDG tiếp tục một lần nữa tàn vỡ. Đéo hiểu cái đội lồn gì đây. Đéo hiểu cái đội lồn gì. Phế đéo chịu được. Thầy ATG đang chơi bên nào thầy? Qua bên em làm tí không thầy? Thôi, 2k vàng ở giai đoạn phút thứ 12. Nhưng cảm giác như mọi thứ sẽ chấm dứt dành bên phía EDG. Đội hình EDG không phải là một đội hình mà kiểu combat mãn nhãn và lật kèo được. Mỗi thằng Lip này nó xanh thôi. Lip 1 cân 9. Và tuy nhiên thì anh ta cũng không tham gia bất cứ một tình huống giao tranh nào. Vẫn cứ là một mình một game. Rủ à? Chơi cái gì? Chơi cái gì chứ? Bây giờ chơi nhiều cái chơi mà bác cụ tem. Đúng không? Tôi chỉ bảo sang tôi chơi đúng không? Xin nó lọc ngay lập tức đi thầy tít à. Ông xem tôi vào trước, ông vào sâu là sao nhỉ? Thầy cu tem cứ nhạy cảm quá. Dù qua chơi thôi cũng bị cán bộ hỏi thăm là như nào thầy. Qua chơi thôi mà thầy. Em bắn nhờ những phát đạn khá là chất lượng ấy chứ. Vào dọn chỗ ông vào sau là sao nhỉ? Đi thăm nhà sách rồi anh em ơi. Cú đêm 1682 em nhé, gõ giúp tôi em nhé. Thầy cụ tem nhạy cảm thật. Trong 5 phút có 6m3. Làm tí thầy tít. Đau quá dạ dại ông trai. Đó là kinh nghiệm. Nhưng mà thầy cụ tem thì liệu rằng có phải đi không? Hay là hành chính thôi? Chắc hành chính chứ. Tự dưng lại tống vào kia lại tốn cơm. Tống làm gì? Cũng có phải là cái tội đi hại người đâu mà. Ok thầy cô tem ơi. Khả năng hơi khó thầy ạ. Tại bây giờ đã dấn thân vào rồi thì khó thầy ạ. Ngày xưa có một cái đợt truy quét bọn xoay lạc ấy, xoay lạc thập cẩm. Xong rồi mấy con vợ cũng bảo tôi nghỉ đi. Mấy con vợ bảo sợ lắm rồi, bây giờ phải nghỉ. Xong thì mẹ nghỉ được tầm 1 tháng. Mấy thằng đấy nghỉ được tầm 1 tháng. Xong lại thấy nhắn tin tôi bảo bây giờ có job gì không. Đéo làm thì cũng đéo có cái ăn. Lại thầm kín giờ làm mới có job gì không. Nói chung là nó cũng là một cái vòng luẩn quẩn, thôi có ai muốn làm đâu anh em ơi. Nhớ thăm nhà anh em nhá. Cú đêm 1682. Đi, mẹ nhìn cái thằng EDG đánh chán quá nhỉ. Nó cứ đần thế đéo nào ấy.
Unfortunately, Tempered Fate is not going to connect. Teleport, however, does bring Hoya right into EDG. Their carries, however, trapped in the river, aren't able to access this fight just yet. Kair's getting hit by the Sleepy Trouble Bubble, gets out, however, as Bulldog and Leap go forward. Kair manages to half health Leap in an instant, but he's still cutting Hoya back, as ultimately a chop will end his life. Bulldog is in this as well, even on the Zoe, looking to get fancy with an end. He does! Dancing on their graves. EDG, Uno reverse card NIP, 17 minutes.
Ai da? Ai da? Có lẽ tôi đã trách nhầm với EDG à? Nét đẹp LPL anh em ơi. Chính thức là lại về vài xuất phát. Và chúng ta sẽ cùng xem vào tình huống combat này. Một tình huống mà úp lồng khá là đẹp với đại địa chấn. Và sau đó giật ra thiên mới khá biến. Hụt đến từ một con bát. Nhưng đây là một pha dịch chuyển tai hại của Hồ Gia nha. Một pha mở đầu cho những sự chết chắc bên phía của Nip. Thế giới bùng nổ tung ra, nó giữ chân ở vị trí của GG. Và với một chiêu cuối quan trọng thì cũng chỉ là đơn mục tiêu đến từ người chơi đến dừng bên phía của Nip và thôi. Nip bây giờ bị quay ta bị lên bàn điểm số. Nhưng phần còn lại thì EDG đã làm rất tốt với khả năng che chắn sát tường của mình. Triple kill cho em Bulldog.
That's true. You know who else was? Thank you, Bulldog, for making yourself relevant. As I was thinking that, you know who else was good that fight? Bulldog.
Cứ cảnh cáo à? Chung là thấy là xui lạc với BLV có việc gì đâu. Lên chính thống rồi đấy. Người cây cái gì đấy? Nói chung thì thực ra cái nghề của nghề này nó cũng có hại ai đâu mà. Đằng nào anh em chả chơi, chỉ là chuyển nhà thôi. Bản chất nó cũng chỉ là chuyển từ chỗ này sang chỗ khác, thế thôi. Nhiều nơi nó còn hợp pháp mà anh em. Tăng chừng 16 độ rưỡi, bây giờ rung đùi đấy. EDG 6 độ rưỡi không biết là có ổn áp không. Nhưng mà tôi thấy chất tướng ở bên phía EDG khá là đẹp đấy. Đang định đặt ship để mua dây thừng về treo cổ ván này rồi. Khả năng phải cancel rồi anh em ơi. Nãy vừa còn bao nhiêu đơm hết thằng EDG 6 độ rưỡi ván thi đấu thứ hai. Chán đi, tụi em không thèm nhìn màn hình nữa rồi. Thế nào nó lại quét sạch được. Về thử lỗi bài à? Nhiều bên thằng bên Xuôi Lạc nó ở Việt Nam mà. Mấy thằng đấy mẹ gan vãi lìn. Thể. Ui rồi ôi, đập cho to đầu thằng ZDZ. Mấy thằng này nó bị tướng nhập rồi anh em ơi. Cái tôi của nó phải cao như cái tháp FN. Mua cái thằng súc sinh 1 năm. Con chó này khả năng vào trừ níp rồi. Đéo con mẹ mày. Gặp cao tơ cứng thì mẹ ngọng luôn. Bố con chó rác. EDG bây giờ liệu rằng có gỡ được không đây? Dễ tiếp cận, gõ một cái giá vào đầu hất tung thành công. Nghịch sao có vị trí Bulldog ngắm không chuẩn cho lắm, nhưng mà chắc chắn sẽ phải nằm xuống thôi. Thậm chí là Lip là người có được mạng. Lip ván này được bắn là ok đấy nha. Lip ở giai đoạn cuối game nó cũng bị giảm sát thương đến từ vị trí của Wizana, một con lốc, một chăn đồ cũng không mạnh ở giai đoạn cuối. Nói chung là Olaf thì ván này bị cao tơ nặng rồi. Nó cứ ảo tưởng sức mạnh thôi. Thằng này cái tôi cao lắm. Nó solo kill được một phát ở khung tuyến trên. Nó cứ tưởng nó là bố của chăn đồ cơ. Nó cứ tưởng nó là Hà Tiểu Phu em ạ. Nhưng mà tính ra là người xanh nhất bên phía của Nip nó đang là một con chăn đồ nha. Một con chăn đồ thì cũng không phải có khả năng gánh team quá là ghê. EDG có thể lật được. Cần phải có khả năng cấu rỉa để vị trí Bulldog được phát huy lúc này. Rồng 4 cũng đã ra. Một con rồng khá là sáng sủa ở bên phía EDG khi mà nó không phải rồng gió giống như cái đầu tiên. Phô tích cũng đang bị ép góc rồi. Bóng ngổ tung ra nó trúng vào vị trí của phô tích. Kịch sao đâu. Đã bị người đá nó che. Và vị trí Bulldog anh ta cũng không muốn đột biến khi mà tốc biến ở pha vừa rồi. Tiếp tục là dù ngủ thành công vị trí của lốc. Những áp lực đang là khá to lớn và ZDZ đã có một góc độ đẹp để tiếp cận với chính vô tích nha. Ke thì cũng đã bị cấu rìa rồi. Một lợi thế quá lớn dành cho EDG. Họ có được cái mục tiêu lớn tiếp theo trên bản đồ này. Thăm nhà cú đêm 1682 anh em nhé. Ủng hộ tôi tí anh em ạ. Cảm giác như EDG thắng đấy chứ. Có hy vọng nha. Ôi trời ơi, cái con chó này. Trông như một con dê đi mẹ mày nữa. Vẫn là cộng 300 vàng để cho Ke. Ảo nhờ. Nhìn nó phê vãi nhìn mày tanh con mẹ mà đi ZDZ ạ. Một con sâu làm dầu nồi canh. Bố thằng Súc ngu vào trận chi để chết. Riêng cái mạng hạng của bên phía con Nip họ bú được thì sự đóng góp đến từ ZDZ là gần 50%. Lip thì gánh cong lưng, farm tụt quần, 300 lính nên mà chỉ có Lip rồi. Khét đấy. Vẫn đang một món mà. Khả năng tí nữa mà thằng ZDZ này reset tiền là EDG thua đấy anh em. Cái thằng xúc vật. Nói chung là tăng trưởng bên phía EDG vẫn đang còn nha, khi mà họ đang dẫn trước về cái lượng rồng. Lốc ở giai đoạn cuối game tôi không đánh giá cao. Thôi một đều cho cặp BO5 ngày hôm nay nó hấp dẫn lên một tí. Nhưng mà tính ra khả năng câu diễm bên phía EDG cũng kinh đấy. Bởi vì kết Lin nó có một cái đại bác đêm thanh ở trên người thì nó chỉ cần bắn một viên thôi. Bên phía của Nip có thể là phải rút lui ngay lập tức. Nếu như viên đạn đấy nó trúng vào vị trí của Phèn Duê chẳng hạn, hay là Lốc, thậm chí là Guguon. Trông lực lắm anh em ạ. ZDZ này nó không chịu lên tanh đâu. Cái tôi nó cao lắm. Nó vẫn cứ là lên đồ theo kiểu sách giáo khoa để bừa đội hình đối phương. Dù anh có phế cỡ nào thì anh vẫn cứ công. Giờ combat đóng góp đúng cái kiệt sức à. Nhìn nó rác nhờ. 2 mon rồi. Mà tính ra thằng Hồ Gia này bây giờ nó chưa mua đồ sao? Ôi dồi ai ra lần này ZDZ anh đã khôn ra một tí. Được đấy, được đấy. Tất nhiên là Olaf mà chuẩn chỉ là nó phải là công rồi, nó phải lên một cái vũ điệu tự thần nữa. Nhưng mà tôi cảm giác như ZDZ nó chưa tham gia vào giao tranh nó đã chết con mẹ rồi. Ha, farm hơn 30 CS so với thằng Hồ Gia. Ảo lòi. Đây có thể sẽ là một pha giao tranh quyết định. Tốt nhất là bên phía EDG họ nên né những cái vách núi ra. Khi bên phía của Nip họ có một con Quizana trong đội hình này. Pha cấu rỉa để chiêu block bây giờ cũng chưa được phát huy. Khi mà nghịch sao cũng chưa đủ tầm tiếp cận đối phương, và du ngủ thì cũng không chính xác. Thì lại chính xác vẫn là con số 0%. Đây sẽ là một con rồng có thể là quyết định cho bên phía EDG trong ván thi đấu này. Cái anh ta đã bị làm mềm, anh ta đã mất đi W của mình. 10 giây nữa sẽ xuất hiện con rồng nguyên tố tiếp theo trên bản đồ này. Và ZDZ thì anh ta sẽ thực hiện một góc ép đối phương ở một cái góc khác. Sẽ có một pha dịch chuyển đến bên channel luôn. Tầm này thì anh ta có sẽ thêm được những lớp giáp trên người nữa. Nip họ sẽ kéo con rồng này ra. Khả năng cấu rỉa không được tốt lắm. Thế giới bùn tôm rất đẹp. Lip anh ta bốc hơi rồi. Kia đã phải bỏ chạy, Hồ Dài ta quẩy được. ZDZ thì không có đam. GG ta tốc biến qua phía bên kia bờ tường và phô tích ta dĩ theo. Mọi thứ sẽ đặt dấu chấm hết dành cho bên phía EDG trong game đấu thứ hai này. Và quét sạch dành cho bên phía của Nip được chưa? Cần thêm một chút thời gian. Chó thì vẫn là chó thôi, không thể tiến hóa thành người được. Đâu, tăng trưởng kill đâu, tăng trưởng kill về đâu. Anh em tăng trưởng tham thì mẹ bị úp bô rồi.
any longer, that is a Guwon game. That comes down to that's jungle diff, and no flame on GG. That game was jungle diff.
Guwon, take a bow. Oh my god. Oh my god. I mean, a supreme display of talents, already such a sick ability when you get a big one of them off, but I feel like I don't see multi-man supreme display of talents in competitive that often. Usually people are a little bit more conscious of not positioning near the walls, conscious of the fact that, you know, the Kiana can get to you if you step a little bit too close, but Guwon finding angles from really far away. I don't know how much I can even blame EDG for getting called out right there. Guwon coming from across the screen multiple times. We got that fight up in the top side jungle. We get that fight to end things out around the Dragon Pit as well. Man, he was, you know, a couple of votes for him for MVP, through from the casters and stuff we saw in the previous game. This is surely unanimous.
Yeah, commentators vindicated from game one. They saw the Cho'Gath, they saw Guwon, and they were like, he deserves so much better. And in the second game, man, does he get so much better. That was absolutely gorgeous. And in a situation like that, yes, EDG had ways back in. EDG even looked like they had a good fight ahead of them. I almost never sit here after a cast and just go, oh well, it was X rolls diff and that's just it. It was, you know, they just got gapped. But in a situation like this, it's so just unbelievably positive for Guwon that there's very little else to say. Like JJ played well. We were talking about him it's not about anybody not doing their job. It's about somebody going so far above and beyond. NIP clearly really want to hit playoffs, and that'll be the way that they get closer to doing it. What are you laughing about?
Two things. A, this is a pretty fun LPL goal graph, right? As much as it never goes that far into EDG's favor, I mean, holy. Yeah. Holy. Over on the other side of things, the fact that the top laners do so much more damage than everyone else tells you what kind of game this was. They were hitting each other 97% of that fight. That's where most of that damage has come through, was from them scrapping. Whereas we just had a couple big team fights coming through. I really like, and what has really encouraged me about this win out of NIP, is that they showed great restraint. In first game as well, with, you know, not fighting too much early on and just fighting when their composition came online. But in this game, I thought they were going to go fight for that Drake. Not the last one that we saw, but the one previously. I really thought they were going to go step up, compete for that objective, and with the way the fights have been going, with the setup that they didn't have around that objective, it would have gone horribly wrong. I love that they recognized that and went, okay, no, we're just going to walk away, let you take this objective, we'll find some gold on the rest of the map, not fight in a bad situation. And then in that next Drake fight that we see, they actually have some setup, they have some ability to step to their opponents, and then they're able to make the fight work. Really, really nice right there.
Absolutely stellar. This is one of those situations as well where, in case we couldn't tell by watching the game, you can tell by the way that the highlight reel is edited who the MVP is going to.
I mean, who else was it going to be, right?
No, I'm just saying this is, you know, one of those situations where they're not dissembling here. This is a very, very clear game. NIP did have a couple of other bright points. The lock actually looked quite good. The early Yunara Lulu ended up doing its job just fine. And this was, to EDG's credit, one of the fights that actually went pretty well for them.
Yeah, they had a few moments in this game where I really thought they were going to be able to do it. As we said, right, maybe a bit of mispositioning error out of leave, but it does bait people in a little bit too far. This composition that they had, if they don't get all hit with the Supreme Display of Talent at once, if they're able to kite out the initial bit of engage and then make the team fights work, it will go well. But when Guwon does something like this to you, I mean, holy, what are you even going to do about it in that situation? Supreme Display of Talent multiple times, landing onto multiple members was nice. Photic here too, really well played to just get himself in the face of his opponents. That was the whole thing for this composition. Can you actually close the gap? Can you actually get into the backline? Multiple times the answer was yes, and that's why they come away with the win.
Yeah, I mean, Photic did play play really, really well this game, but it did not get the screen time that it otherwise might have had it gone longer, given how quickly this game ended and at the hands of whom. NIP now have won 2 games. EDG was going, you know what, don't let the game 1 tilt get to you. It's all good. You've got game 2. I suspect it's getting to them now. That was actually a very winnable game for EDG. As much as we were talking about NIP looking really good, EDG had a Caitlyn that was scaling up really well. Their Zoe was playing incredibly. They had a Jarvan and they had an Olaf, which compositionally is extremely difficult to deal with. EDG had ways back in, and they lost it to this man right here.
Yeah, they did. Guwon picking himself up the MVP of this game, as we expected. You know it's an incredible game out of a jungler when they get 2 kills and they are still your MVP, right? Usually the LPL voters, they're pretty swayed by the KDA at the end of the game, and you know, 2 kills, 2 deaths, so it's not necessarily jumping out of the screen at you, but it's really a, did you watch the tape? Did you watch the game right here? Because it was just such an incredible performance out of him to find multiple big engages. He had to for the team, and on a champion like the Kiana, it's hard for you to be the engage for your team, for you to set things up.
And if he doesn't do that, we come out of this game...
Correct
and,
votes from him.
Yeah. If he doesn't do that, we come out of this game and we go, oh, I guess they just weren't able to do it. You know, like it's not like he needs to be doing it, and we all know that this is the moment where Kiana's going to pop off. He's finding these angles where, on paper, you look at it and you go, well, you know, if you don't find the engage, you just don't. It's natural. And Guwon's not letting the game slide by him here, taking absolute maximum advantage of the situation and of EDG's unpreparedness, I suppose. Guwon now takes NIP up to 0 in a huge way. I have so many good things to say about him, but I've said his name way too many times in the past couple of minutes to make any more salient points. So we're going to take a break before we come back and say Guwon's name a couple more. NIP and EDG continue. But Bloxer, for how long? NIP in the first game looked good, in the second game looked insane. Looking at you, Guan. I said I would say your name again. EDG have yet to find that moment in a team fight, in a player, in whatever it may be, to really take control of a game, even though we saw Game 2 actually go their way for a little while.
Absolutely, and I mean, this is really interesting, right? This is a rematch of the play-ins matchup that we had at the end of last split. Obviously, goes the other way to the way this one looks like it's going in the end. EDG 3-2 versus NIP. If they want to make that happen again, they're going to have to reverse sweep right here, and I don't know that they have it in them. The question of how long this series is going to go, the fact that EDG have had leads for themselves, have fun moments, but just haven't been able to actually capitalize on any of them, pull themselves through a win. They're going to have to start right now, otherwise it's going to be a very, very long off-season for all of these players before we get into 2027.
Yeah, this a difficult way for the play-ins to be going, because EDG, as we said, really love to make the playoffs after what was a impossible season for them. They started coming up at the end, and it seems like just as they started picking up that momentum, NIP are here to quash it with a lot of anger. And NIP very vindictive after the last time that EDG took this in a close series. This went all the way to 5 games the last time we saw this in the play-ins, and EDG ended up taking it 3-2, barely eking out a victory. NIP this time are not making it close, but it is only 2 games. You know, we could hear silver scrapes by the end of the night.
We certainly could. It is a possibility. There is surely one universe out there in which this goes to 5. I would not personally be hanging my hat on that one. I think that NIP are very likely to be able to just pick this one up in 3 games. EDG, if they want to win this one, I really need to see different drafts from them. I want to see a real tank, a real true tank out of someone. I don't care if it's a Galio mid lane, right? I don't care if it's an Alistar in the bot lane. Someone properly actually tanky to be able to... You don't even have to worry about a Trundle stealing all your stats anymore. That's not going to happen at this point, right? Even just the Cassandra for ZZ, his most played champion throughout this split. And some standard front-to-back League of Legends, because they've tried the heavy poke, it didn't work. They've tried this very interesting sort of pick-based composition, right? Trying to get somebody caught out, the snaptrap under them to pick them up. That hasn't worked either. I think they just need the standard front-to-back League of Legends, tanking the top lanes, engaging the jungle, and just try to make it work like that.
Let's see if they agree with you. I'm getting nervous. You know, third game coming up, and last game's draft was so wild and unexpected that I'm not sure whether we're going really standard for this one or we're continuing the trend that we established in the second game. Orianna critically still up. That was something that you mentioned, just flew through the draft last time. So that going to be available. Other picks that I was thinking of, Lee Sin also notably available. Vi, if not banned, hasn't been played yet. So we've still got powerful first roundable picks even to look out for as we enter this third game.
Oh, absolutely. There's a ton that we've seen really high priority of throughout this split so far. As you said, I think the Vi, really interesting. I wonder how many more bans we're going to get towards the jungle. That's kind of been the main focus of a lot of these bans during the early phases of this draft. And if they're going to keep this up, the pool is certainly going to be very squeezed. Indeed, we do still see the Nocturne taken away. If you don't end up banning the Vi, I think you kind of just first pick it in this situation. You've still got plenty of good pairings with it. The Ahri obviously still available and still kind of that premier look.
Rise taken out of the mid lane pool, as it's not the first time that we see a ban come through. However, Melio, an interesting one to take the Lucian Melio away from Photic and Feng Yue, especially after the Yunara Lulu that they demonstrated last game. EDG don't want to have to deal with a first round of another powerful bot lane.
No, and we have seen the bot lanes really be slammed very, very early on in these drafts so far. Not really expecting there to be much of a change coming through right here. So the first pick is going to be, once again, the Orianna. Super available, super up. Now that the lock's gone, one of the worst matchups you can have for that one could potentially just be slammed. Although, in the theory, Baus banned out last time around, as we talked about. One
one of those real strong junglers. It's one of JJ's best looking picks. He's not had a great time on anything this split, but I do really like that he now has himself something early aggressive. Although, have NIP really shown us that they can play through that early game as effectively as they really need to for this champion? We'll have to wait and see.
Jace Hubbard on the other side makes me nervous. I am not a Jace enjoyer. I am, however, an Ori enjoyer. So this a whole lot better for me, and it does get locked in. Denying the Orianna from EDG as well does have a double purpose. I do wonder, however, what Bulldog will take into it. Bulldog went with the Anivia and the Zoe in the last game, and has not been the Bulldog that he needs to be. The Bulldog that EDG need has not shown up today.
Not yet. We'll have to wait and see if we're going to get anything extra coming on in. Orianna is going to be locked in right here. I mean, maybe you could grab yourself a Twisted Fate if you really want to go for some heavy roaming alongside JJ in this situation. I wouldn't mind seeing something very aggressive coming out into this mid lane as well. Although, with the lockdown, really have as many highly aggressive options. So Kali maybe could be a potential option. Instead, for right now, they are just going to pick themselves up the Rumble. I like picking up the Rumble right here as a takeaway from Hoya, something he really likes to play, but also works very well alongside the Ori. And it is going to be a Jhin locked in here to round out this first round. Again, some levels of you want to play through the very early game with this Neferi, but then you're kind of backing off, giving yourself some later game options to play around.
I do wonder, with the Rumble lock-in that you mentioned, whether the lack of tank will come back to hurt EDG. You had requested specifically that they put a tank here, and EDG has denied your request with an Ambessa on the other side. NIP have got themselves a bruiser front line with backline access, critical against something like a Jhin. So you combo that with an Orianna, the Corki.
Ván này lại còn Ori nữa thì đánh cái gì đây? Khó chèm chó ngồi gì rồi. Ngửa cứ phải gọi là tung bím.
Perfectly happy to just step to your opponents. A little bit short range though is my worry, right? The Corki has tons of damage available, right? But if you're stepping up close enough really to be able to do that damage, ZDZ, JJ, they're both going to have good options to be able to.
Ván này bằng một cái thần kỳ thì tiếp tục sẽ là tăng trưởng EDG 6 độ rưỡi. Thần kỳ VL.
If you're going to miss position, at least do it 20 meters that way, right? If you're on the other side of the screen and you miss position a little bit, not going to be the end of the world. If he's getting caught out though, there are no options for the Jhin. You don't even have a 50 caliber net to be able to jump. So you have to be careful as we have seen he's not necessarily able to constantly do that.
Second ban gonna come through on Nami. I'm just making sure that the Corki Nami
Thí nhau bồ địt mẹ.
Shyvana locked in for Guwon though, and this is Guwon's series, it appears. He's feeling himself and picking up the Shyvana here, actually pretty good into things, not just like leave, but even into ZDZ as well, should the Rumble end up going top lane. And I say should the Rumble end up going top lane because we lock in Vayne and Shen immediately afterwards.
Yeah, that's really interesting right here. That should be the Vayne going up into the top lane right now, and then you'll put the Rumble on into the mid lane. How much Bulldog has played this?
Shyvana luôn mà.
So far this split, no, he has not. So
Nhìn cái team EDG trông như cái đầu lồn đấy nhờ, địt mẹ, biết cái đéo gì đây.
Poppy currently the final potential hover. I don't love it in this situation. There are plenty of dashes that you can be stopping. I think you just
Mày ngủ quên à? Thì đâu thấy quân nhá. Này em thức đúng giờ cái là địt mẹ em mất toi 1 triệu 1,2 triệu. Chả thấy con cặc gì.
This game is difficult.
4 ngày nhẹ nhẹ 4 cú.
NIP have drafted themselves a really fun composition that does a lot of very enjoyable and wombo combo-y things, and EDG have drafted themselves 5 squishy champions, and I'm including Shen because Shen is a support. If NIP get ahead, EDG get blown up on cooldown. Am I reading this wrong? Am I tripping?
I mean, yeah, if EDG fall behind, goodbye, right? Maybe you can find some sort of big play. We're able to layer all of your ultis down on top of each other, right? The equalizer coming down on top with the curtain call. There are opportunities, right? But you have such a weird time trying to initiate the team fights. Who's actually initiating? Perukia. Perukia is initiating the team fights with that dash. And maybe there's a chance that that can work out nice and easily for you, but in a situation where you have also just got the reject button of the headbutt out of Fongue, I worry that EDG are really going to be able to start the fights on their terms in any way, shape or form, whereas NIP, plenty of go buttons, both committal and non-committal for them, and when they decide to fully pull the trigger, like you said, that wombo combo is going to be huge. I need to see JJ getting ahead early, not just getting out jungled by Guon, but so far, this has been Guon's series.
Live by the sword and die by the sword for EDG. That sword being playing squishy champions. That sword being needing to carry. And I don't see a single member of EDG who is not feeling that right now, except Perukia. Perukia has taken one for the team, as always, on the support. But the rest of EDG, it's not willing, not able to, perhaps towards the end of the split, compromise on their own ability to shine and draft a front-to-back composition that may very well work against NIP. It's possible that we end this series and we're not gonna.
Yeah, indeed. We will possibly never actually get to see what they could have done with something standard. Instead, we're just going to see some.
Thề luôn, không thể tin được cái bọn EDG.
Going to be blown as well.
Cái thằng chuồn lâu này nó chỉ được cái đi đường khá là mạnh.
The Alistair barely a champion at this point in the game, not surprising. The push is coming through.
Ván này như thế nào?
Top lane, and this
Khả năng là không quá tam đâu.
right, this champion absolutely loves going and stealing camps, having all of the
Nhưng mà
pressure
trông thằng Nip này,
from these
đội hình nó đẹp quá nhỉ.
certainly help in that way. And lane is not currently getting a push going right now. Is Bulldog on this rumble? Kind of expected, right? The Orianna can put the squeeze on with those auto attacks.
Em ngu quân thần lằn.
Also just gonna get spotted out right here as well. Really free early.
Thần lằn mà lại hóa được cả rồng, mày ảo thật.
Leave is alive. Tower didn't hit him. We're all good. Flash out of him though.
Anybody there? That's a shame. I mean, if Fongue has
Cái
his
đồ thể linh nhá.
his E in this situation,
30
that
kill
could
à?
have worked. Instead, it's just kind of gonna be the flash.
Không rõ nữa thầy à. Ngày hôm nay cái vía tôi đang đen như cứt chó. Đụng đâu cút đấy, đụng đâu cút đấy.
Skilled and they jump forward. First blood gonna go to NIP and a laser focus on Leave, who was just that bit far up. Perukia underneath tower, not gonna end up dying, but Photic tanks 2 tower shots for the aura and backs away.
Is at least gonna be able to
Khả năng phải làm một tí thịt chó giải đen mới được.
Rukia is the one that grabbed the kill on EDG as well. It's nice. Now Guon JJ going for the play here. JJ absolutely wins this 1v1 and Bulldog rotating first. So he's going to have to turn tail and run the pack. Doing plenty of damage. He'll just scurry up towards the top side of the map and at least make sure he grabs one of these scuttle crabs. Although Bulldog
Does
wants to
not
cover
want to
him
let him
off.
have this.
Yeah, he wants to see what he can do, and to be fair, he does big damage at this point in the game. However, 2v1.
Bulldog, yeah, taking that fight. Well, 2v1 on the top side.
G8 à.
Again foregoing the scuttle crab. This time to try and pick up a
Info
kill
8
on
ở
the
trông
main,
công nghệ vỡ lờ, nhìn nó sang xịn mịn.
going to him with the kill, but JJ gets the double scuttle.
Nhưng mà tôi nghĩ là về cái độ trâu bò này chắc đéo bằng iPhone đâu em.
I'll take the kill. I think if I'm Guon, I mean,
Nhưng mà nhìn nó đẳng cấp nhờ.
behind a little bit in terms of jungle camps.
Tôi mà thừa tiền thì tôi cũng quất một em G8 mẹ trông oai vãi lìn.
Through the early stages of this game, but the Shyvana obviously
Là mấy triệu.
to be incredibly aggressive early on, right? Get yourself towards that Trinity Force as quickly as possible. Especially with PTA, right? Just going to be ripping through people if you can stick on top of them. And
Mà tôi cảm giác như Samsung mà chỉ có người làm bên Samsung người ta dùng ấy nhở.
explosivity. I love the early roam coming through right here. Just immediately Fongue heading towards
Tại làm công ty Samsung là nó bắt dùng đồ công ty không cho dùng ở công ty khác hay sao?
He's trying to rotate down to help out the rest of his squad. And this creative pathing comes away with an extra kill for NIP.
Vẫn cứ là chó ngồi EDG thôi. Làm chậm có, làm chậm 2 cũng được. Đến vị trí bulldog luôn. GG sổ lên ta cắn. Cắn có vẻ cũng đau rồi đấy. Và có mạng ra những vị trí của GG. 2 đều. Tuyến dưới thì Lip người ta vẫn đang làm chủ được vì mặt chỉ số lính. Trong ghế của tuyến trên, ZDZ anh ta đang có cơ hội ôn in thời điểm này. Nhưng mà hô ra thì với một cái búa, một cái quốc chim thì ZDZ nó cũng rén. Hô ra thì đang lợi thế về mặt tốc biến ở trên người đấy cơ. Nếu họ sẽ tiến công vào khu cánh dưới này. Phổ tích vẫn đang dắt, Lip đang quá ngây thời ta sẽ bị đẩy về. Phổ tích là người hướng ta cứ thế mà bắn thôi. Sẽ có một mạng dành cho Gugun. 7 năm sau à? 7 năm sau thầy ra trại khả năng là giá giảm rồi đấy. Rồi, mua mấy cái đồ đấy làm gì anh em ơi? Trừ khi thừa tiền. Để tiền đi du lịch đẹp nhất. Lúc chưa có vợ chưa có con này phải tranh thủ đi du lịch thôi. Sau này cưới nhau mẹ đéo bao giờ mẹ đi làm được luôn. Tôi thì thực sự là thấy hiếm một cái gia đình nào mà hai vợ chồng đi được châu Âu sau khi cưới nhau ấy. Nè rất nhẹ với chiêu GG và 4-3. Đúng chính xác hơn là 3 đều rồi. Hạp này có vẻ như là tương đối nhanh. Cái lúc sáng sủa dành EDG tăng trưởng thì mình lại hết con mẹ nó tiền.
We're just seeing it again. Guwon going to get himself another kill in this game, and right now Fengyue looking to get in on the action of the MVPs. Top lane is now fighting.
Đèo còn mẹ mày. Không có một sự nhân từ nào với con Nip luôn. Tôi bây giờ thực sự tôi chưa hiểu lý do vì sao mà chỉ có suy giảm 6 độ rồi nhân Nip nhỉ? Sao chị Cái lại có thể đánh giá một cách khinh thường Nip như vậy? Nip nó làm gì có sợ cái đội nào ở cái giải này đâu. Thằng Nip là một trong những cái thằng mẹ siêu tín đấy anh em ạ. Nhưng cái này cái giá phản bội của tôi mẹ hơi cao. Tại vì hôm trước tôi thấy thằng Nip này nó đấm cả IG rồi. Tôi cứ tưởng ngày hôm nay nó sẽ diễn cơ nhưng mà không. Đấm vào YG mà chị Cái vẫn kinh thường mà. Ảo thực sự. Sóng âm thì bây giờ tầm 10 giây mới hồi khá là đen rồi như ke. Khu tuyến trên thì lại có va nhau. Án tử hết luôn cái thời gian chiêu cuối nhưng đổi được mạng. Vừa rồi em phô tích hơi tham nha. Siêu tăng trưởng cuồng nộ. Đấm nhau từ đầu đến cuối. To return to that mid lane play, a little bit of anti-synergy, unfortunately, that public execution goes wide as well. You can just kind of wait until you get that headbutt through the wall. Instead, decides to go preemptively and does miss out on it. Still, Fengyue stepping up, he should be dead here.
Yeah, steps up a little too far, and really well played from Perukia in that moment as well. Landing not just the taunt, but additionally, Spirit's Refuge, making sure that he doesn't take the stun. EDG get the one kill, Photic shows up, and that'll be all for the play.
Well, indeed, things continuing to be basically dead even, despite all of the craziness, all of the back and forth that we have seen so far.
Tính ra là bên phía EDG khởi đầu khá là ổn đấy chứ. Ván nào cũng thấy không biết là ván chiến đấu này thì tầm 10 phút nữa thì có khả thi không. Tính ra là ZDZ đã xử lý hay đấy. Bởi vì Cocky thì nó đang khá là xanh. Mà ZDZ thì anh ta cũng chả có một cái đồ gì trên người, một cái mũi khoan, một cái giày thép gai thôi. Hành cứ công khai thì bây giờ chưa sẵn sàng với Jinzo Hoja, anh ta tiếp cận trước và Guwon thì vẫn đang đứng đợi thôi. Tiếp tục là bết và ZDZ, anh ta dễ bị dụ vậy. Ôi sao mà nó ngu thế. Bắt đầu khả năng là loa của thầy bị cái gì rồi, thầy Jack kia ơi.
Matchups with the range champions and just hasn't been working out. Now Photic might be the response on the other side, but he does have Fongue stepping on in. Yeah, indeed, is just trying to have this play cut off. You can see both JJ and Bulldog are rotating down. They decide to pull out, just steal away a couple camps instead.
Photic, not even particularly powerful yet, and I say that despite him being.
Trông vẫn cứ là khoai với DC nhỉ.
Not just leave, but ZDZ.
Giai đoạn cuối game thì EDG nó cũng không mạnh hơn về mặt chất tướng so với bên phía con Nip đâu. Nip đã mất đi tốc biến. Bây giờ GG tới, phe G anh ta có bất khuất ở trên người nha, anh sẽ tiến lại vị trí của GG. Bulldog cũng đang phải rút lui rồi. Một pha dịch chuyển cũng đẩy lùi đội hình bên phía EDG ra. Hồ dài anh ta múa là vào nghiền nát vị trí của Nip, có hành quyết không ra trong ván, Guwon tốc biến và đấm hủy diệt ngay lập tức vị trí của Nip và 8 năm cho Nip rồi. Bây giờ là để phản công bên phía EDG, Hồ dài ta có bước chân lòng khuyển để bước về. Guwon thì vẫn đang còn nguyên chiêu cuối. Quá đơn giản rồi, nhưng đi và Ke lại được đẩy khu đường giữa này.
But it is something, and with the resets coming on through, first items now going to be coming through. Hoya, Guwon, and Photic all able to complete theirs. These are big spikes coming through for these champions.
Yeah, look out for Guwon on this as well. You know he's looking for the engage right now, especially with Care right behind him. EDG would like to secure this dragon. No equalizer critically for them.
Khó nha. Có nhật thông trên đầu, cạnh tranh trừng phạt 50-50 và người có được con rồng là Care. Tiếp tục khi anh ta bị quay, anh ta đang bị đấm ở vị trí Guwon. Một cái tiểu bom được tung ra cũng không mất bao nhiêu máu vị trí Bulldog cả, sấy được. Sân khấu được mở ra, nó làm chậm vị trí Care. Photic vẫn đang không che. Chó săn truy đuổi lao vào, Photic tiếp tục biến bỏ chạy và quay người trả lời cái sát thương của JJ nằm xuống. Care còn một máu thôi. Người ăn mạng sẽ là Lip, hất tung vị trí Gia lên, Photic được bắn nhưng mà chưa có sát thương để dứt điểm vị trí Gia. EDG họ đang tương đối là lởi tình huống vừa qua, nhưng mà nét vẽ đến từ Lip nó trượt. Bố thằng tật.
Just about going to survive right here. Photic played crazy throughout that fight. You could really see living on the very edge, keeping himself alive throughout. But EDG actually a much better fight for them overall.
Ba không dùng tao đi Nip ạ. Thật sự là ta không muốn xem mấy cái thằng EDG nó đấm đâu. Quá ngu.
Even after having lost that Drake, NIP, at least from this perspective, from where I'm sitting, are in a really good spot. Bulldog, maybe the
Chúng ta sẽ cùng được xem lại tình huống replay này. Một tình huống mà Guwon ta cầm quả cầu trên đầu và sau đấy thì JJ ta né được cú sóng âm. Khá là hay đấy chứ. Bulldog thì tuyến sau ta sấy đội hình của đối phương. Lip được bắn nha. Pha này cũng khá là khen là những Photic khi mà anh ta có một cú tốc biến vào cái bụi để ngắt tầm nhìn vị trí của Naafiri.
Fungi a big part of that. Fungi actually, now that I'm thinking about it, if NIP do end up winning this game, Fungi's got the argument for a player of the game so far. The way that he's played Alistair has set his team up in a lot of situations where they otherwise would not have had an advantage, let alone a play.
Yeah, absolutely. So, hey, if you're looking at an MVP, on this game and NIP end up winning. Absolutely Funguay so far. He'd be having my vote. He has just been all over this game. His fingerprints in basically every single aspect of this one. Very close to having 100% kill participation, but a couple of those solo kills, a couple people getting hyphy without him has ruined that one out. Still for NIP, now 15 minutes into this game.
800 vàng cách biệt. Một lượng vàng vẫn đang là quá hoàn toàn dành bên phía NIP khi mà đội hình có những chất tướng siêu meta. Sứ giả bây giờ cũng đã ra. Đội hình EDG tương đối hên xui nha, khi mà pick một con Vayne. Khả năng không chịu chống chịu thì gần như là con số 0 rồi. Chỉ cần là anh ta có một cú xoáy đẹp thôi, địa hình bên phía EDG có thể nổ tung ngay lập tức. Hàng Dê thì đang bị cắn, anh ta có quả cầu trên đầu nên là Bulldog ngay lập tức phải lui ra. Một cái mục tiêu lớn khá là dễ dàng cho Won. Đường giữa thì trụ cũng không còn nhiều máu. Tuy nhiên thì Won đã quyết định sẽ là biến về một thêm đồ đã. ZDZ thì bây giờ sẽ va chạm một chút với Hoza ở đây. Nhưng mà ZDZ anh ta có được nhận thông của trên người, anh ta có được bùa đỏ nha. Hủ tiến trên đã có va nhau, Bulldog đã bị xoáy ngược về và chính thức là bay màu. Dừng tướng mới à? Savannah thầy à? Vãi cả nồi. Con tướng bị hắt hủi đến mức mà nhiều anh em còn không nhận ra mà. Không nhận ra là tồn tại. Thôi tạm biệt ZDZ được chưa đây? Cú bùi choáng không thành công với những phe dê. ZDZ tiếp tục dắt và anh ta rất thành công. Đi mẹ lại thằng EDG. May mà mình hết tiền chứ không thì đi mẹ cũng bay nhà bay cửa với một con chó EDG rồi. Thế mà sao khinh thường nít ML. Mình cứ tưởng ngày hôm nay nó cho kéo bìm.
Really sole point or anything to write home about for either of these teams, but if you can pick this one up, obviously going to be really good for the Shyvana here on Guwon.
With Dragon second of the game for NIP if they're able to secure it, and same for EDG. It's not going to be determined by a soul, very likely. We'll be waiting this one out a little while longer to see who actually ends up with the advantage in the Cloud Soul department as well. Cloud Soul really scary for both compositions, but especially into an Orianna, I'd hate to deal with it. Speaking of Orianna, flash out of care.
Này khả năng tiếp tục sẽ nát tại bên phía EDG thôi. Khả năng có ba đội hình này bên phía EDG họ không mạnh một chút nào khi mà gần như là không có một tí hiệu ứng khống chế ngoài cái vô ảnh bộ ra và nét vẽ thì liên tục trượt đến một chiêu clip. Sứ giả sẽ được triệu hồi đến một chiêu Won sẽ hóa rồng ta bay vào tìm kiếm một chiêu GG. Không, chính xác hơn là ba thành viên bên phía EDG cơ. Kia đã bay màu rồi, phe tiến tới tiếp cận vị trí Bulldog. Bulldog cũng sẽ đi chung cùng với đồng đội của mình. Hành với công khai vẫn giữ chân vị trí GG. Anh ta sẽ phải bộc khởi với cú tục biến di thẻo từ hồ già. Và mạng quá dễ dàng. Và NIP bây giờ họ sẽ tiến tới khu vực đường giữa này. Thậm chí là không, chưa thể nghĩ tới một mega được khi mà bây giờ lính cũng đang bị dọn dẹp nhanh chóng bởi vì phía EDG. Theo cảm giác ngày này tín VL. Chúng ta sẽ cùng được xem ở tình huống này. Một tình huống mà sứ giả được triệu hồi đến Won và anh ta tắt cánh bay vào tiếp cận ba thành viên bên phía của EDG, nhưng mà hơi tiếc khi mà cũng chỉ xoáy được một người. Có vẻ như đó là sự gần từ cuối cùng với Won khi mà gặp một chuỗi free.
So far, Guwon has played a truly excellent series. I mean, very much in the running for the series MVP if he's able to keep this performance up. 5-1-6 right now as Funguay going in again. I feel like we have said that a million times right now. Taking a decent chunk of damage, but Votic, he wants the one-on-one.
He's flashing forward on an
Anh em tham gia cộng đồng Upbo thầm kín cú đêm 1682 anh em nhé.
That guy is super dead. Nothing you can really do here as Kara's gonna hit him with the slow. Guwon, the fear, and the last hit to follow through. On the other side of the map, Photic is touchable. He is mortal, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, I have to imagine he jumped forwards into a rumble with ulti up, so not sure what he was expecting in that situation.
Quá dễ dàng, cảm giác như là NiP ngày hôm nay họ không gặp một chút áp lực nào. Đúng ra là cho mấy thằng dự bị đánh thôi. Có lẽ đó là sự respect cuối cùng đến từ bên phía NiP khi mà đánh đội hình chính ngày hôm nay. Cảm giác ngày hôm nay LPL trong lành nhờ. Đeo có một tí bịp nào.
And Fungyue finding yet another engage on ZDZ is doing nothing to dissuade me of that notion. Peruki has got a nice flash, but his top laner dies anyway.
So these questions, right? Hey, how strong is Group Nirvana actually? Right? This is what you have throughout the entirety of the split. 6-0 were NIP throughout their split. They only lost 3 individual games, as we're going to watch Bulldog die once again. I mean, nothing really to write home about in this one, even with the equalizer. One more auto attack will take him down. This is just,
I thought he was going to live. I really thought he was going to live.
That would have really been the cherry on top. Whilst we watch this Baron go down, the big question was how strong is Group Nirvana actually? Because in the last split, right, we see 4 matchups between Group Nirvana and Group Percent teams.
Thôi buồn chuột thì đánh cái gì nữa.
Nirvana teams to Group Percent. We promote LGD, WE, sorry no, WE say we should promote LGD.
Ngày hôm nay mình mà nghe lời thằng người cây là ngon rồi. Thằng người cây nó dự đoán 3-0 cho NiP mà.
LGD finishes 6th with a 6 and 8 record, so they're taking games and they took games off of some of our top teams. But NIP, Invictus Gaming, some of the teams that got sent down, we're thinking you are way too good for Group Nirvana, surely. And I think the answer is being shown to us right here. They are. I think this really is the last nail in the coffin for Group Nirvana.
Especially with it being the final time that we'll see these teams play against each other in the LPL. This promotion demotion sort of vibe to it. I know that in split 3
còn mẹ game nó nhạt chưa. Thôi EDG bú giá cho team Wii nhá. Nhìn thằng team Wii nó đánh nó đẳng cấp. Ngày xưa thì phải nó cũng thọt như thế này. Sau đến cuối mùa giải nó tỏa sáng. Cái thằng lồn EDG mẹ. Chỉ có ngu thanh ngu hơn thôi. NiP đi mẹ mày 5 ván thông chiến thắng rồi đấy. Uy tín nhất giải này luôn. Ôi sao lúc nào nó cũng bị đánh giá thấp cơ. Ôi hành thứ 2 vẫn chính xác. Thôi anh em phút 24 đỡ bẩn mắt này. Bố của Jack đi mẹ chúng mày. YG với thằng Thok à? YG ở cửa trên rồi anh em ơi. Thăm nhà gõ cho tôi cú đêm 1682 anh em nhé.
And it's not even close. That was a convincing 3-0 by NIP. The first game had me wondering. The second game was actually close until Guwon made it not. And the third game, not close at all.
No,
No, absolutely not. I mean, I feel like after the split that we got to witness here out of EDG, there's not major surprises coming in. I was pretty confident that we're going to see NIP pick themselves up wins here today. The fact that the track records of these Nirvana teams have been looking better and better recently gave me some extra hope, but I didn't want to be too excited for them, right? Because you are playing versus, well, worse teams, but then you look down at the worst teams you're playing against: Invictus Gaming, Weibo Gaming, an LNG that we've been increasingly excited for recently. I mean, there were plenty of opportunities for them to play good teams, just not a whole lot of games overall. And it seems like it has worked. That 6-0 is legit, and now going into playoffs, I don't think you could be underestimating how good this team are. I think that they will be coming in with a potential threat onto whoever it is that promotes through from this next matchup that we've got between ThunderTalk and IG. If you're an LGD, a WE, a JDG, I wouldn't want to face this NIP team right now. They are rolling.
Yeah, and very clearly, especially with this series, you got to be careful with this man Guwon coming out of the jungle, because not only do we have the second game to talk about, but the fact that in the other two games he's picking champions that he doesn't have to. He's picking Shiv, he's picking Cho'Gath. It's actually free not to do this, and he's playing whatever he likes and winning on it. This Shiv actually looked very good. I was not on the Cho'Gath train. I think the Cho'Gath is good. It was fun. It was fine, but ultimately it could have been anything else. The Shiv actually looked like it was getting value and doing specifically Shyvana things.
Oh yeah, and I think that Guwon should be picking himself up the overall game MVP right here. For this individual game, Fungue, holy, that was one of the single most aggressive Alistair performances that I think I've ever seen. I was talking about how, I think they need a true tank to be able to stand up in these team fights, which he was, right? He was using the Unbreakable Will to great effects later on, but that was 2% of the overall impact of this guy during the game. I feel like he used that basic flash headbutt knock somebody back combo. I feel like that's one of the first combos you learn in League if you play a support role. You know, hey, what combos do you do? Oh, these things. I'll press those buttons in that order. And he just rode that all the way to victory for his team, playing a really solid game overall for the squad. And the fact that he was able to find this many picks is a great testament to him, but also, again, it tells you that EDG, their positioning, their map communication just isn't there. People should not have been getting caught out in the situation they did. Bulldog should not have been caught out in that mid lane play after they just made a good play happen for EDG. Yeah,
there's a lot that EDG can go back and review. I do think that because their season is over, we're probably not seeing this EDG roster again. We're probably breaking this up. It was too much of a disaster in Split 3 for us to run this back again. Your thoughts?
Yeah, you're not running this back. Bulldog, we'll see, right? We'll see whether or not we're going to keep this guy. I mean, I think he's been fun in the past. This has just been a truly atrocious split for him. Leave as well, the questions just continue to pile up on this guy's head. When he's good, he's so good. He has the mechanics to be one of the better ADCs that we have, I think. You know, at least a mid-pack ADC, not somebody you'd be worried about. But those mispositioning errors that just simply have not gotten better, not for him when he was on EG originally, not for him when he was on NIP for that year, last year, and again, continuing on, at some point you have to question whether or not it's worth it, because in the current meta, in League of Legends in general, you give so many resources over to your ADC, and if they are liable to just throw them to the enemy team at any available moment, it's really hard to build something specifically. I think JJ, he came in, he did his job, he was just not given winning lanes to play around. I'm not majorly upset at the way that he played here. With a better squad around him, I think he could have done more in this situation.
Yeah.
But for EDG, it's got to be back to the drawing board.
Yeah, a bit better squad, different game plan as well. I liked his Panth a lot. Game one, actually, I think looked really, really good for him. Didn't quite work. I think the player that I'm most confused about is Leave, because there are moments of brilliance.
Yeah.
Those moments are countered by other, more critical moments, but Leave is not, in my opinion, Leave is not a bad AD carry. He's just unable to escape the prison of his own mistakes.
That's a good way of putting it. The worry is, though, that at some point, you have to pay it back. You have to do well for your squad, right? And he just hasn't been able to do so. He's not a new player, right? He's been around since 2021. This is going to be his 5th full season that we've had with him in the LPL, mostly on EDG. You know, some bouncing back down to the lower team, bouncing back up to the upper team, right? 1 year on NIP as well. At some point, the patience for these kind of mistakes has to wear out. I mean, I have a game of his burned into my mind. It's a hour-long banger in which he's playing Lucian. He gets 20 kills in that game, and in one critical fight at the end, just kind of walks at the opponents, gets killed. The other team ends up winning. It was a big match for NIP in the playoff race as well, it turned out to be, and it's moments like that that stand out about him rather than the moments of brilliance, so it is rough still. It is unfortunate that we're going to be seeing EDG bow out like this, but given the way their regular season went, not majorly surprising.
And a big win for NIP. Like, it's not like it's just EDG one-sidedly losing. NIP, the fact that they are able to make this series in Split 3 not close, especially coming out of Group Nirvana, lends credence to what you were talking about, that like having EDG in Group Ascent, did it actually do them any favors when this was a close matchup coming out of Split 2? Yeah. And now we enter into Split 3. In theory, EDG are the better team because they get so much more time playing against the even better teams. And NIP come in and 3-0 them? I mean, it makes a strong argument for NIP and the rest of course, the playoffs that they will now go on to. But it also, you know, highlights what you've been talking about through this game of, do we need to be doing this?
Do we need to? Does EDG really need an LNG to be beating up on as just someone to get some wins under their belts? I think there could have been more competitive games with it all amalgamated. Obviously, looking at the stats right here in this game, Photic doing his job on the Corki. We talked about whether or not he was actually going to be able to step up and do his damage, but because Fungue was being so annoying to his opponents, because Hoya was hitting some really critical ultis, and Guwon was doing his job too, he was absolutely free to sit and do his thing, and you can see it right here. I mean, the game starts explosively and kind of just never stops. I mean, Fungue at no point stops being annoying to his opponents, stops getting in their faces, flashing forwards. He starts.
What do you do against that? On. Like, and by the way, that's not a leave positioning error in my eyes. That is Fungue.
Yeah, what do you do? Are you meant to be sat under your tier 2 at this point, right? Like,
yeah. Nah. It's one of those things where, like, the way that Fungue was playing Alistair, you can either participate in the game, or you can just not get comboed. Like, it's you just don't get to walk up to the fight. I do think, you know, there were fights for EDG that looked like they were going pretty well, especially those fights around Bulldog, who played the Rumble mid quite well. Rumble mid worked as a pivot point, especially into something like an Orianna. Didn't have as much trouble as I think it very well could have, and was quite active in a lot of these skirmishes, but it's Fungue gap.
It was indeed. Fungue really just all over this game, and I feel like it's also worth mentioning that ZDZ just got bodied here. Hoya, we talked about how he was the one member of NIP that didn't get voted for our All-Pro. That went over to the Shy. I think that was a little bit harsh, right? I think that Hoya was doing really well for his squad during the regular season. I can understand. So was the Shy, so, you know, back and forth in this situation. But the fact that he was able to play this matchup so well, because he was handed tough matchups back and forth, right? You're expecting him to get pushed around by the Varus, by the Vayne. Even that matchup into the Olaf could have been a bit tricky, right? He ends up losing out on one solo kill, and I thought that could have swung the matchup, but instead he's able to fight back, get himself into good spots in the game. I think he played really solid overall, not MVP level or anything, but doing his job, which, honestly, from your top laner, 90% of the time, doing your job is all you're asking for. You don't need them to have these major pop-off performances, and I thought in this game, he was absolutely brilliant when he needed to be, doing his job overall.
And even in game 1, I think very impressive on the Gnar, as you made mention of. Then just has a knack for not needing, as we were very critical of for EDG, not needing to carry. not needing to be the center point of the game.
He doesn't
but
take resources
can-
either. That's the thing, right?
Yeah.
He's falling not that far behind, and you never have to go send your jungler to deal with him. You don't need to send your jungler to get him ahead either, because he's not gonna be your main carry. He's gonna be a piece of the puzzle as he needs to be.
Yeah. I mean, very impressed with Hoya in this series. Likely not going to get any recognition for it, so it's good that we're able to, you know, talk about him a little bit here because of how important he was to the overall series success and to the drafts that NIP are able to go for off the back of this as well. The drafts this series were very strange.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah, they were very
That's my
strange.
goat.
Also, thrilled to see Feng Yue get recognition for this game. He was just all over this one, fingerprints everywhere, involved in basically every play that we ended up seeing. Basically all of them good as well. Only one or two little errors that he made, and even then, it wasn't really anything bad. It wasn't him throwing the game away. And I've seen overly aggressive Alistairs throw games away. We saw it kind of recently as well in the LPL, and that's pretty much everybody voting for him. I can understand a couple votes going over towards Guwon. Guwon certainly going to be your overall series MVP, and well deserved in here.
Yeah, it's one of those. I'm curious about the AI reasoning. I do wonder, but it looks like we'll be getting that information because I have piqued my producer's curiosity enough that we'll get to know why exactly the AI thought that Guwon should get it. Feng Yue, to me, like so much impact, clearly to the desk. I wonder. I'm thinking about it. There is a play that we haven't talked too much about. Care in the first game. That was probably his best game, right?
I would say so. I would say so. I think that he was able to play sort of the most free that he was able to in this series. But he just didn't need to be the main carry. Again, this is kind of what we were talking about overall. Just multiple... You don't have to be that main guy in a lot of situations. The Cassiopeia was really good in the individual 1v1s, but he was still absolutely serviceable on the lock. Like, he had some really big blow-up moments on the lock. Kind of wasn't able to full carry that game because Guwon was popping off so much, and as we talked about, right, picking himself up that game MVP.
Yeah, this is something that we have seen coming for a while. So if you're watching us talk over this and going, why are they not talking about Guwon? Please go back and watch game 2. I think it accounts for 50% of our total words.
We have spoken about this guy to death at this point, and well deserved for it.
Yeah. I mean, very excited to see him play again as well, because the way that he was playing on these champions should be catching the attention of a lot of other players and teams around the LPL, especially as we approach the playoffs. The likelihood that we see the Kiana, I mean, it's almost 100%. The likelihood that we see something like the Cho'Gath and the Shyvana as well, not non-existent.
It's something else to prep for.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you just have to be aware that they have this flexibility. And when you have a jungler who can be this flexible, when you have a top laner who's really not taking resources and is also quite flexible, it opens up a lot of ways for you to be more comfortable in the draft as a whole. You can basically pick for a strong bot side and then go, and our top lane they're gonna be good with whatever. The whole top side of the map is gonna be fine.
Yeah, absolutely. It puts you in a really fun spot, I think, going on forwards. Obviously, now you've got the real test ahead of you at this point. Now you've got to look towards the playoffs, and what a playoffs it is shaping up to be. I mean, we'll talk about this just very briefly, because this is a super long shot. This is very unlikely to come into any sort of effect. There is still a chance for NIP to make Worlds. They got themselves 5 whole championship points during Split 1. Which is basically none, by the way. I mean, currently BLG have 220. They've already got themselves in. It would take them getting into the top 4 spots, and even then, they'd need a lot to be able to come level. But it's fun. It's fun to still be in the race. And as we've seen with WE, right, anything can potentially happen once you get yourself into the playoffs. Once you get yourself into these playoffs, if you're able to just start getting a bit of momentum going, that can put you in a spot where, hey, maybe there's a chance overall. The other thing to note about this as well is that the winners out of this next road go straight into the loser side of the bracket, so they do not get double elim. They will be playing up against some of the teams that lose out in that first round of the playoffs in the TES, LGD, and JDG WE matchups. There's some winnable games in there for NIP, depending on who gets knocked down.
Yeah, I mean, NIP, I hope can make a significant playoffs run. The roster clearly has a lot of talent. It will depend largely on what else we see out of playoffs, as teams are clearly just hitting their form. EDG, unfortunately, not able to hit that in time. Thank you to EDG for a split that I'm sure they would have liked a lot more out of. And congratulations to NIP for moving on to the playoffs. We have one more team that we will be sending on to the playoffs today, tonight, this morning, wherever you are in the world, as Thunder Talk and Invictus Gaming are coming up next. So we will see you back here in a few minutes for that best of 5.
I find it interesting how WE are really grouping with and around this trundle and kind of avoiding the Olaf side, but I think the fight's coming to them. They're down numbers now.
The flanking karma might end up paying off for him here. Arha going to be the first target,
Yeah.
and Arha just going to get blown up easy peasy. The teleporting Olaf is the most dangerous, and Verdal going to be able to run down all.
To play this very slow. Bit of action in the bot lane, and here comes a Ghost and ult. Okay.
Flashing forward, should be able to kill bin here, and Will does not get answered by the tower shot, and that is first blood to LGD. 30% shield as Tarzan goes in and finds Jackie Love. He gets the golden glues, but here comes Cream in the response. Great flash from Shanks, but Cream still finds the kill as he goes back towards his soul. Re-engage onto Cream. 1 to 5 from Kyle, but Cream flashes out of it and gets rid of Hope. Cream will not be stopped. Slash Bro and Bash Bro ball out for TES. And on the block, cease and desist going to be used. Hijack Purgatory drop through. The Ashen Pursuit going to double dash him towards safety. The Vault Breaker needs to land.
Oh my, Care!
And Care just flashes over that Vault Breaker. Outplay number 1. Number 2.
The cleanse is out, but now they're going to turn on to Junja, who's getting very low. Cream comes through on the side and tries to blow up the play. Harku could be in trouble. Tian is forced to flash away. Xiaoshu goes golden. A 4th shot is being held, and it whips Jackie Love and Cream trying to carry the team. They land another one. They're doing so great right now, but the turn is on to Tian, who will fall to Gala's dancing grenade, and JDG might try to find more. The root on to Cream, but Jackie Love on the turn, looking to turn the fight and top esports favor, and the legendary AD carry gets the job done.
It's our second series of Knights Rivals about to begin. So a quick 3-0 between Ninjas Pajamas and Edward Gaming. We'll see if another Group Nirvana representative has it in them today as Invictus Gaming take on Thunder Talk in a rematch of last Split's postseason. Welcome everybody to the caster desk. I'm Grapes, joined alongside Alk here for this second best of 5 of the Split 3 playoffs. Alk, we got a sweep in our last series. I feel like we think this one could be a little bit more competitive. However, the way Thunder Talk have been looking, maybe not so sure.
Look, I'll just be honest. I thought the last series was going to be one more competitive. You know, I was kind of on the EDG hope train. I didn't have them winning the series, but if Ninjas and Pajamas are going to 3-0 sweep them like that, I'm just hoping that IG can deliver on the hype, man. There's no reason we're bringing back the Shy if we're not going to just get immediately knocked off in play-ins.
Yeah, that would be a bit of a disappointing end to what was a very exciting Split 3 down, even for Group Nirvana for IG. Speaking of Group Nirvana, today we announced our All-Pro for Group Nirvana specifically, as we'll be unveiling those throughout the rest of the week over here on the LPL English broadcast. You see some slight differences between the broadcast and the community, with Elk getting the nod over Photic from you guys. But one thing has been consistent, and that is the Shy up there in the top lane ends up winning out for both.
This guy completely won off of name value. I'm sorry. I love our community. I love our Discord community, which you can join at !Discord. But there's no way that we thought that Hoya was not better than the Shy. At least on the broadcast, the votes were a lot closer. But taking a look, and as the person who tabulated this, I'm disappointed, guys. And guess what? You're only going to get more disappointed because we're going to have more of these All-Pros coming out as the playoffs continue.
Little spoiler for what is to come. I know you guys talked about the All-Pros a bit on the podcast. I ended up agreeing with a lot of the takes that you guys had about a lot of the selections, including me voting for Hoya up there in the top lane. You know, he made it up into the postseason bracket with that win over EDG. We'll see if the Shy can do the same today against Thunder Talk Gaming. Let's talk about our Group Ascend representatives first in TT. They started off really hot for a group of young players, Alk, but are now on a 6-match losing streak heading into this event. That is not a good place for this team to be. You talk about momentum being a good thing for some teams. It is definitely a bad thing for Thunder Talk.
And I want to put this in the context of Thunder Talk's entire organization. When we look at this team in the LPL, perennially they have been a rather bottom to low level team. And the last 2 years have been, to me, the most exciting years of Thunder Talk. I mean, we've had them with that best of 5 win up against BLG back in Split 1 last year, and while the rest of that year never really panned out with some of their pieces moving on, this year, even with newer players, I think that Thunder Talk have been really, really exciting. And sure, I would say that the bar for them is to like just make it to the play-ins and maybe they make a surprise upset. I feel like they've really accomplished a lot of the goals coming into this split that we would have put on this team, even if they don't necessarily end up making it to the playoffs. But that's the exciting part, right? What if they do it? What if they do it again?
Again is the key word here, because there's a reason that Thunder Talk were playing in Group Ascend this split, and that was because in the Split 2 playoffs, they ended up facing Invictus Gaming in this exact same spot, and they won 3-0. The mid jungle was a crucial part of that win for them. Junhao and Haru for TT played exceptionally throughout those 3 games. They have made play-ins 4 of the last 5 times over these past few years, including some other opportunities for them to make it up here into Group Ascend, where these various rosters of younger talent have been able to show their stuff and continue to grow.
Yeah, it's been really exciting. Now, for IG, things are a little different, you know. There might be a different bot laner. There might be even a little bit of a different top and mid laner. Haru was smurfing in that series. He really took both Renard and Ya to task. It was just complete belt over there for him, and I was really excited what he could do. And then Split 3 happened, and I've kind of fallen off the train on this guy. But I think there's a lot of really exciting stuff that these solo lanes can do, but almost similarly to what I think Bloxer was talking about in the last series, I actually think that some of the lanes usually are fine. It's just we get to these big objective fights, and I feel like Thunder Talk, whether it be a solo laner or their bot lane, someone makes some kind of critical error and just that's the whole lead.
Yeah, the team fights are definitely an issue. The macro game here for Thunder Talk over these last couple of weeks really has taken a bit of a dive. It has kind of been the case throughout the season for them that they would throw these leads, but they were a little bit better at holding on to them earlier on in the year. They started off 3-5, ended 3-11, and during this loss streak, even though laners like Keshi specifically have still been able to garner individual advantages, it is when the macro ends up becoming a factor that they ended up dropping to a lot of these more experienced teams up in Group Ascend. And I think the most Group Ascend-like team that we have down in Nirvana is going to be their opponents today in Invictus Gaming, with just veterans across the board.
Oh yeah, all veterans and a lot of guys who have spent a lot of time beating up on Thunder Talk. There are many series we've got to watch where it is Invictus Gaming, whether it is the more experienced lineup of last year or even going back to like 24, where you had like YSKM and GLFS kind of sitting around in mid and we were having some fun there. There's been a lot of series, but Thunder Talk have not been able to really, I think, get over that hump. And I think it would really be a huge ceremony if they could win here tonight. Obviously, beating IG is a huge task, just the names alone. And for a player like Keshi, a player like Haru, who are just starting their Tier 1 careers this year, it would be basically what I would consider like a cake topper for them. Just one way to get rid of the year, even if you do nothing in playoffs.
Yeah, and even to get a couple of extra championship points, potentially stay in the running for that World's contention. You mentioned, I think we mentioned earlier on in the show, the Demacia Cup that has just been announced, that now 7 seeds will be invited to. So it's not just getting to top 6 for the regional gauntlet. That 7th spot also allows you the chance at another international event. But let's take a look at who is going to be trying to not only go to the Demacia Cup, but maybe even to Worlds if a lot of their fans had it their way, and that is Invictus Gaming. Since this roster was announced at the start of the split here, a lot of excitement, a lot of hype, and frankly, with how the rest of the top teams have been potentially underperforming, there is an angle for them to really make a deep playoff run if things go their way.
Yeah, and they've had to do a lot of different changes here. When we saw them at the beginning of the year, it was different solo lanes. We got into Split 2. They changed out their top laner and their mid laner again. And they picked up an entirely new bottom lane, which hasn't even really shown up. Mako's been sitting in that chair for most of the year, but I am kind of interested to see whether or not we will have Awesome back. Tonight, Jachi will be starting, but Awesome has been missing since basically this 3rd series of Nirvana.
Which is a bit surprising, because I thought Awesome had been playing very well the entire year, not only on NIP, but then over on Invictus Gaming when he ended up coming back in. Both ended up having very similar results in terms of their games. They would lose to NIP, beat the other teams, but we'll see what Jachi is able to do here as the original AD carry that was a part of this IG roster last split that unfortunately did lose to Thunder Talk in that best of 5. So we'll see if history repeats itself in that regard as we're getting our walkouts here in Shenzhen. Thunder Talk, of course, being your 7 seed from Group Ascend. They'll be facing off against the 2 seed in IG from Group Nirvana. Is able to barely clinch up there, only losing in the regular season to Ninjas in Pajamas.
Hey, you know what IG didn't do? They didn't lose a game to LNG, all right? They at least kept it down for me. I was quite surprised to see the Ninjas lose that game. As we have them opening up here, Mako, team captain. I am really interested to see what this team does with Jachi, because last split it was a complete nightmare them playing. And I will give them credit. They did have a rookie mid, right? They had Nya sitting in that spot. We didn't know whether or not Rookie was going to come back. Saboro/Breathe, that experiment didn't really pan out in the same way. So when I see the Jachi change come in, to me it reads like, hey, we really got to get to the World Championships, and synergy is everything, right? Like, we can get scrims, but we really don't want to split time, and we've already played with Jachi in the game. He knows kind of like what our protocol is once we get on the Rift.
Yeah, it's been an interesting year for Jachi, right? Starting off on top esports, then moving over to IG, then getting benched, and now coming back in to try to save this Invictus Gaming squad and bring them to the promised land. It's going to have to be a lot of winning, not just in this series for IG to have a chance at making it to Worlds, even to qualify into that regional finals. Likely a top 4 is going to be needed depending on how some of these other teams end up falling. So it's still a large mountain to climb. Not only do you have to get to that whatever stage in this playoffs, but then you got to win 2 more best of 5s once you get to the regional finals. A lot still on the line, but that is what IG were able to do last year when they were able to sneak in as that number 4 seed, going to try to repeat that same placement as they had last season.
So IG and Thunder Talk both have like a similar road coming on through, and this is what we were talking about. A lot of changes. There's also a lot of coaching staff changes that kind of ended up coming on through. We got rid of Fury, we brought in Chang's, and Helper kind of like moved in after Split 2, after winning coaching staff of the Split with Anyone's Legend all the way back at Split 1, which I thought was hilarious. But for both of these teams, right now the math is looking like they actually need to make top 4, which I think is a lot more likely for a team like Invictus if you're just going off of names and resumes than TT. And that's just to make regional finals right now. That's not even including like, hey, what are we going to be playing against in the regional finals? Or, hey, maybe we want to play in Demacia Cup instead, right? Like, I'm not going to say people are going to be prioritizing that tournament, but that is a very, very cool tournament if you haven't heard about it yet.
Yeah, more likely than not, some of these teams that you see today will get the opportunity to play against other teams across the world, whether it be from Korea, the LCP, the LCS, the LEC, even the CBLOL, with that newly announced tournament that will be happening in China. I believe the finals actually in this very arena in Beijing.
Yes,
once
correct.
we get to the middle of October. So potentially the home for these guys for the next little bit. But there still is some work to be done here for Invictus Gaming. Because they, of course, missed the playoffs in split number 2, they only sit at 10 championship points at this moment, which is tied with teams like Thunder Talk at the bottom of the barrel.
So let's remove regional finals. Let's remove even the best of 5s that have to come to follow this. Talking about tonight's series, again, Invictus Gaming should be favorites. I think while they have played a significantly lower quantity of games in comparison to Thunder Talk, if we were to take the total sum of what we saw in both of these teams, I still trust that Invictus will be able to push the bar and end up winning tonight's series, but I don't think it's going to be as close as some fans might think. I think that Invictus have been really sloppy in some of these games, especially the solo lane play. Rookie and Thashai have still not really brought it for me.
Yeah, I think that Thunder Talk, if they want to win this series, have to take advantage of that sloppiness a bit and really strike hot in the early game. That's what they were able to do last split. That is how they've gotten a majority of their wins, relying on specifically this top side of the map. Junhao in the jungle. Keshi has been able to build up pretty big leads for himself up in the top lane, and you can see potential opportunities for them to get counter matchups, to get good situations for them to really thrive in the early game and then hold on to the lead from there as they try to snap that 6-game losing streak here with the first game of Night's Rivals now underway. Picks and bans here, Thunder Talk opting for first pick while IG over on blue side, and we see a lot of these power picks being taken off the table. Rookies Orianna, Waze, Jarvan, and Nocturne, no surprise.
I think IG need to think about, okay, are we going to be the ones that are banning Poppy? Because Poppy has been perennially like the most banned champion so far this split. We also see that there is no games from Junhao this year on the champ, so I think it's a very good gambit coming in. And now, if we look at the most played champions, this year alone, Haru is one of the, I think, top 3 players to play Ryze. He has the most amount of Ryze games, or third most amount of Ryze games of any mid laner in the LPL. Not going for that. Instead, pivoting for the Casio and kind of asking Invictus, are you going to take the Ryze, take the bad matchup, or maybe we can try to get this really, really strong champion in the meta out of the way in the series?
Yeah, see, potentially force IG to save that for later on in the draft and have Thunder Talk get both of these very powerful mid laners. We've seen On play the Casio as well, but given the fact that we are on this new patch, expecting that to go towards Haru, as the response for Invictus Gaming is that Lulu, likely a Yunara here, as that has really risen in priority as well with the recent changes to the AD carry items.
So I do also want to say, guys, I found this out while we were waiting in between. We're going to be playing on 26-16 for the play-ins, and then at some point during round 1, we're swapping over to 17. I don't know when.
Nice.
It doesn't say anywhere on there, but we're going to be going over to 2617 soon, guys. So I'm really ready for that patch because it's got a lot of really fun stuff coming on through. And I mean, Lulu Yunara seems fine to me. It has really risen in priority after the Runon's buffs that we saw. And I think this is an okay answer from Thunder Talk. Personally, I'm not super excited about playing Vi into Yunara, but I think you kind of need the lockdown. You need some way to be able to stop this champion from winning team fights on 3 and 4 items.
So that will be the selection for Junhao, allowing him to have that early agency. And Keshi gonna blind that Olaf, has really become a popular pick in the solo lane. But the Shy is somebody who can definitely play a number of these counters. The Trundle is the most popular one at the moment, but there's still a lot of other things on the table for the Shy to try to pick up here on 3.
The Shy got baptized in the last NIP series when it was Olaf. He blind picked Olaf, and Hoya was just like, all right, I'll play Anivia. And now you can't do anything, and you're also going to be useless for the rest of the game. So Invictus Gaming, instead, take the Galio. I'm going to be honest, Grapes. I think while your draft is really cohesive, I do not want to try to play Galio into Cassiopeia, and then I look at the team fights, and there's an Olaf, there's a Vi, like, all of these champions just ignore you, and they don't care that you have a heroic entrance. I'm just gonna say, like, whatever, there's a Galio in my face, shoo, you know, like, we're just gonna run past you and kill your Yunara. You need more damage threats here, so what is Wei gonna be pulling out, and what are we gonna get from the Shy, who wants to see the rest of the draft? Like, maybe he wants to see what support is coming out?
I feel like that's a very dangerous strategy because of the fact that now
Anh em bạn xem đi đâu hết rồi nhỉ?
players here in the second phase of bans. The Vayne, definitely one of them that can abuse this Olaf early. And then, of course, we have that Trundle as the traditional counter pick. I would not be surprised to see that one taken away as well. Has a number of options available, but
36 mèo mà. Giả trốn lâu cho không ai xem nữa này em. Ngày này toàn thấy cửa trên đấm nhá. Thôi đi, mẹ tôi sẽ không vào quả HDC nữa anh em. Tại ám ảnh quá.
Top lane Camille with Ignite, or you take Exhaust in this matchup, and that has been kind of spicy, but it's really, really squishy. Like, Olaf just gets to kind of run over you if you make one mistake on the champ.
This is more of a defensive counter pick, where you're able to farm and then hook shot away once Olaf like lands an undertow on you. Makes it a little bit more difficult for the all-in potential to happen for this Viking Lord up in the top lane. And then of course you'll have that Camille Galio
Bích tướng khá là lực đấy chứ.
So that's what Invictus Gaming are going
Hai
to
bọn này chỉ có thấy Bích tướng đâm đầu đấm nhau.
On the other hand, have to finish up their bottom lane. They'll go for this Varus. Nautilus is the typical counterpart, but that's not available. So instead, it'll be Feather picking up the Bard to round out TT's draft.
Okay, so we have a lot of threat. I think that Thunder Talk are going to be playing a game where if they're there first on an objective, they kind of just get to rush at their opponent, and even if they're second, Olaf Vi just means, hey, like, we're going in. Bard Ultimate scares me though, Grapes. I think that
Chăn đồ thôi xong à.
in this game where Bard Ultimate is going to be really important, and it's
Chăn đồ bây giờ lại hot hòn hot luôn.
can actually land it onto Yunara, or lands it onto someone like even this Trundle who we're getting now. This seems like a Trundle jungle. It'd be really nice to kind of be able to run over the Vi and be able to attack top lane. I'm expecting for this game to have a lot of focus towards not only clearing their bottom lane, but also taking a look like how many angles can we try to gank Keshi
3-11 đối thủ ngang tầm EDG.
Right now, 5v5, and I'm thinking that Invictus Gaming will win if we get to the late game. Thunder Talk, on the other hand, have this Vi and Bard that can impact these side lanes as well. Try to get a couple of kills and build that early lead that we were talking about them needing to get. But if IG can weather that storm, feels like their composition is very cohesive and very powerful. You have this backline in the Yunara, you have this dive combo in the Camille Galio, and you have a Trundle that's sealing any stat in the book.
Ám ảnh.
All exactly, seemingly, what IG wanted to get.
Problem is if they fall behind, it is going to be really tough for them to win fights. You need to protect the solo laners here in this game as Invictus Gaming. ThunderTalk, I think that their draft is very easy to play when it comes to like a plug and play. Just, hey, it's Cassio, you're going to be able to out movement speed a lot of your opponents. It's Olaf, it's Vi, it's not the flashiest thing. It doesn't have to be difficult, right? We want these rookies to be playing things that are a little simpler to play and just let them figure out how we're playing. And this is the culmination of a year's worth of experience for both Keshi and Haru. On Junhao, Feather, they've been playing in the LPL for at least a year now, 2 if we're talking about it for Junhao. This has to be kind of like that payoff moment. Has all of our learnings brought us to this, and can we beat up on Invictus Gaming a second time?
On the other hand, it's IG with the Shy as their mercenary, looking for their path to a world title. It's game 1 of our second series of Knights Rivals.
Ok, đấu đầu tiên cũng đã được bắt đầu. Cũng sẽ tiếp tục là một cặp đấu chênh lệch nữa, hy vọng sẽ có ít nhất là 4 game. Giờ xa lại cầm cơm mưu đối đầu với chịu lap chơi tới luôn cơ à? Cái sức có rồi đấy. Chưa thể đem về solo kill được. Một pha ở giờ sai ta lỗi với một cú đá quét. Sau đó là Casey tiến lên ép mau giờ sai với một cái kiệt sức ở trên người. Tỷ lệ đá quét đến từ vị trí giờ sai cũng không cao chút nào đâu nha. Có vẻ như mới game đó đầu tiên nên là hơi cứng tay. Khó cho giờ sai à. Junhao tỷ lệ thắng với một con Vi đó là 0%. Vẫn rất cố chấp. Nó ngu. Eo ơi, nhìn nó non thế. Phong có cái díu mà cũng không lên hồn nữa. Người ta phóng trước mẹ mà đi xong rồi bổ củi. Bô thằng ốc chó. À, nhìn này. Đi con mẹ đần thối. Quả này phóng diều sau đánh tay một cái. Ngu vãi lều. Thằng này tốc biến hụt. Phóng diều đánh tay một cái. Xong rồi kể cả các thằng giờ sai nó có kích hoạt được khiên thì cái bổ củi nó vẫn sẽ là sát thương chuẩn thôi. Rất ngu. Tự dưng lại có 2 thanh trường kiếm đấy, vì chưa giờ sai lúc này. Tầm này thì ép lan đến chết rồi. Khó. Kiệt sức thì cũng không có đấy, vị trí Casey luôn. Giờ sai thì đang có thiếu đốt trên người.
In isolation, so the Shy getting that extra gold is gonna really help him stay alive here in this lane and also makes IG.
Ngày mai tiếp tục sẽ là Grand Final à? Ô, ngày mai có một cặp à? Ngon. Mai một cặp, ngày kia một cặp. Rứa thâu. Rứa thâu Casey. Cửa trên ngày nay đánh ác vậy trời.
Junhao was on the bottom side of the map doing some of his camps. Haru had like fogged into bottom lane river. I feel like that's a miscommunication from ThunderTalk to make sure that the rookie doesn't fall into that trap. So, hey, look, it's 2 kills, it gets spread out, rookie gets a little bit of payment.
Cái thằng lùn CK lúc nào mới hết ta. Bro với cả BFX hot thế cơ à?
Able to still fight things out, but you can see now the shy with that double longsword advantage really is able to pack more of a punch. This is a matchup that the Olaf should be able to win when you're just, punching each other back and forth. But now that the shy has that item advantage, gonna really skew the matchup in his favor.
All right, so
FKC bây giờ dám rồi.
I'm sure, there's if we just take off the Nasus blind that is over the minimap, there is another whole part of the rift. There's actually 2/3 of the rift we still have yet to really talk about.
Quay bây giờ ta sẽ hỏi thăm của cánh dưới, tuy nhiên hệ lĩnh cũng không đẹp dành cho bên phía ngoài gì. Có vẻ như đang toán tính là 4 người bằng trụ tuyến dưới với một siêu thường dáng thế thì phải. Tuyến dưới thì Casey đã đi bộ quay trở lại, nhưng mà lượng đồ thì vẫn là nghèo nàn như xưa. Quay anh ta sẽ tiến vào con rồng. Thời điểm quá là hợp lý khi mà đã có chinh phục của trên người.
Starting up this cloud dragon, Junhao on the Gromp, not level 6 just yet. I want to have that ulti before he even thinks about going for a play, and it'll be too late at that point. So Wei should be able to pick up this first Drake with push going IG's way, and now maybe they can look.
Tôi nghi ngờ ngày hôm nay có 6 game quá anh em ơi. Nào, liệu chờ phán quyết có làm chậm thêm một cột dựng đẹp nữa. Khu vực tiến trên thì có va nhau. Cấp độ 6 đánh bời cấp độ 7 thì hơi khó Casey nhá. Eo ơi, mấy thằng đánh Olaf cái tôi nó cao thích nhở. Không hiểu nó có thích all-in làm cái gì. Thằng này nó ảo tưởng khi mà có được kiệt sức ở trên người muốn all-in đấm thằng giờ sai. Đó là sai lầm chết chóc. Lính thì hơn một guây dành cho vị trí giờ sai, cấp độ thì cũng là cấp độ 7 hơn luôn. Đồ thì giờ sai ta 2 thanh trường kiếm cơ. Số tuyến dưới thì có va nhau. Tốc biến đến từ cả hai.
Invictus Gaming are just styling on their opponents. Maybe they try to make an answer here. Junhao's going to get paid if he finds this.
There's that cease and desist, but Jachi has the wild growth on top, and with the help of Mako, now they have their ultis, and the transcended Jachi's going to be able to take down Junhao for a 4th kill on Invictus Gaming's side. Rookie's on the way as well with a full HP bar. Going to try to at least cancel that back of On, or at least slow Feather's pursuit down. Will just be the Bard on the run. No more mana available, and Rookie should be able to back away without having any more damage be done.
This is so tough now for Thunder Talk. I mean, Invictus Gaming, look at what he's able to get done. He takes Raptors during this time. And we, of course, we have to
Eo ơi, cái thằng Casey nó nghĩ gì nhỉ? Dìu phóng đã trượt rồi. Ôi, né 2 dìu đến giờ sai luôn mà. Ảo trình vơ lờ. Giờ sai công nhận cao tay thật.
Maybe this is kind of that Bard point I was talking about in draft. Maybe not to like the extent because I was mostly mentioning the ultimate, but like he did miss his Q, and if he was a different engaged champion, maybe that turned.
Thế trận lại một chiều giống như cả đấu trước rồi. Anh ta sẽ ghé thăm khu cánh giữa này. Hero thì người đang là có tốc biến, anh ta sẽ bị khiêu khích. Junhao tới, Hero anh ta vẫn đang còn máu để thành nhiều độc. Cũng chỉ là tình huống bảo kê thành công lên Junhao. Thế trận vẫn đang là siêu một chiều trong trận đấu này. Tuyến trên thì vẫn sẽ là một câu chuyện cũ thôi. Giờ sai thì bây giờ anh ta sẽ kích Q1 và sau đó đá Q2 vào mõm với chơi Kelsey. Và cứ thế là cấu diệt máu anh ta hàng này. Băng trụ không? Băng trụ thì có thể khi mà anh chàng giờ sai ta có tốc biến nha. Chết. Điệu chết. 33 máu lên với chữ giờ sai với ta sống. Mặt lạnh tanh. Khó.
incarnate. That's the shy for you. Oh
Idun.
my gosh, his third solo kill of the day.
Bây giờ Olaf ngày hôm nay đánh ngu vãi chưởng.
Now I actually just want to ignore top lane. Like, there's until he shows up for a team fight, I actually recommend we don't look there anymore. He has a Triforce at 10 minutes as a top laner. It is usually 80 carries that finish their first item at like 9 to 10 minutes. That's crazy.
He was in the matchup that Keshi.
Em rookie thì được tiến lên khá là cao nha. Đang có tốc biến lúc này anh ta bị đấm về. Rất nhiều sát thương được dồn và có tạo sự xung đột luôn. Một mạng danh dự đã có rồi nha Thundertalk. Bây giờ thì An anh ta bị cô lập của tuyến dưới. Bát đang di chuyển qua, anh ta có thiên mệnh khả biến. Liệu rằng có kịp không đây, bị hóa cóc rồi. Thiên mệnh khả biến vị trí của An anh ta vẫn chui vào được. Nhưng mà sống dậy thì có 3 người đứng đợi và khó dành cho An. Thậm chí là Peter anh ta có thể đi nốt khi mà Way anh ta đang khá là nhiều máu thời điểm hiện tại. Way sẽ là người ta anh ta có được khổng lồ hóa. Chết thuê đến từ Peter.
Grapes, Invictus Gaming, of course. Let's get another Thashai highlight, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, he doesn't even play this like 100% clean, by the way.
He got the heal. So he got the outer swipe of the sweep. Let's see. Alt auto.
Hits
Auto
the
the minion for his Q. Oh no, it's not. Okay, I thought it was the key bonus. Never mind.
Just hit the minion.
14 HP, bro. He's 2 levels up at top lane. He's about to finish his quest. He might actually be 3. Okay, he just got his quest. He's almost level 11.
And he's looking for a dive again. Junhao's looking to try to catch him.
Tầm này bắt giờ sai cũng khó đấy.
See, that's one of those instances where you actually do get the full value of the Camille buffs, right? Like normally, these buffs are very marginal, but
Bởi vì họ tiến vào con rồng này ăn cách khá là dễ dàng đó. Khi mà Junhao bây giờ anh ta cũng không có mặt. Một tên xuyên phá trong bất lực đến từ vị trí của An.
Let's move back top lane. Observers, I need you to go back to Camille. I know she's hitting a turret right now, but I need them to go top lane because I want to see what his skill order is. Because if he's maxing W second or first, I would agree with you. But if he's just doing Q max, or if he's doing even like some freaky like hook shot max, then I think our point kind of falls flat. Real quick, 2 dragons for Invictus. A dragon.
Khó chịu giờ sai nhỉ. Giờ sai bây giờ có tam hợp rồi, còn vợ Cassie mới có mua gỗ ạ. Nhìn nó bẩn chưa. Tầm này 3 đá nữa là cút 2 đá thôi. 2 đá thôi, 1 đá nữa nha Cassie nhá. Liệu rằng là có kiệt sức kịp không đây. Lần này giờ sai thì không tốc biến. Cassie vẫn đang câu, Peter tới và sẽ tạm thời an toàn là như vậy. Ôi trời ơi. Nóng vậy giờ sai.
I saw Thashai in the player cams. He's like, guys, they said 4 for me. Like, what do you want me to do? I already killed one of them. I got my 1v4. Yeah, he's like, guys, he's like, guys, I'm 34 years old, guys. Do you need to send this many people? Smile, enter. All chat has been deleted immediately. Even if, again, we just ignore what's going on in the chasm that is that lane.
Thôi xong em hero à. Né anh nhìn hóa đao. Né cái nhẹ hồ qua hủy diệt chưa đủ sát thương.
Runon's Hurricane, 2 dragons and 3 grubs. I don't think this early game could have gotten any better for IG.
Man, so it turns out Group Nirvana just got hands this split. Like, I knew we kind of thought that going in because of all the skilled teams and the fact that we did have to say goodbye to OMG and Ultra Prime. But it seems like they got put in some sort of cryogenic time chamber, IG and NIP. Remember, these guys both lost to these exact same opponents in pretty devastating fashion, specifically for IG. They got 3-0'd by Thunder Talk, which is the exact same roster of 5. It seems like Rookie and the Shy clearly
Tà
having
Dương đột bay một đoạn lên từ vị trí Jun Hào.
as Rookie gonna get targeted once again by the cease and desist.
Thiên Nội Khải biến cái gì đây?
Just the river, which not
Nhìn với thằng cửa dưới ngày hôm nay đánh rất ngứa mắt anh em ạ. Lệch vớ lờ. Ngày nay Olaf đóng vai con bò anh em ạ. Toàn mấy thằng Olaf đánh ngu vãi lìn. Cái tôi thì cao.
This is not fun for TT. They are getting completely steamrolled here in this game. It doesn't matter that they're finding individual leads or that mid lane is somehow even in this matchup. As much as I was hyping up this Casio, there's another caster curse. Let's go hunting for a snake. Let's make some boots.
Yeah, you maybe win the 1v1, but not the 1v4.
Chưa một chiều. Lại 3-0. Xem phim xích còn lịch sự hơn.
Don't think they're going to be able to try to finish this dive, so they will head back to base. Wei will pick up the Rift Herald, and IG have a 7,000 gold lead 16 minutes in.
All right, Junhao, what did we get? Let's press tab. We stole his Krugs. What do they get in response as Invictus? We get the Herald, and we get to still keep our red buff. And you didn't even take a turret plate on the bottom lane, nor did you hit mid. We saw that On was standing in this lane. He's like, I don't know if I'm allowed to step up and hit this turret when both my Bard and my Vi are sitting in their bot side jungle. I think that's just gold left out on the table. Thunder Talk seems scrambled, they seem disoriented, they don't really know which waves they're allowed to go for, and the Shy playing Vision so perfectly in that last one. Oh, good luck.
There's that Camille Gallia we were talking about finally coming to good use. Rookie gets his second kill of the game, says, Shy, you can't have all the fun, I want to help out a little bit too. Haru back in the death chamber for a little bit. Dragon still available, but IG looking to crack open the base instead. Tier 2 mid, Tier 2 bot both down.
Game này khả năng 20 phút tắt điện gì nữa.
I just had a ping from the Shy fans.
Thật sự là thất vọng. Giờ chỉ có Thunder Talk đánh nhau với EDG là mẹ cuốn rồi anh em ơi. Hai thằng ngu đối đầu với nhau.
Championships in the sky. Anyway.
Nope, Jachi's in some trouble. He's gonna go down. That's a big shutdown over to Junhao. And hey, here comes Keshi. Doesn't have to fight the Shy yet, which means he's pretty good. But there's that subject.
Ô, cái địt con mẹ mày.
Ended up being the Shy winning 4v1, so
yeah, that's fair.
Not the same effect as just not watching the stream, but of course we do want
Cái
you
vớ cơ lờ địt mẹ.
He dashes away, but the knockup from Rookie is able to protect him, and Keshi doesn't even get the kill. It's a double kill.
Mã lầu chôn anh em ạ.
As the engage falls flat on TT's side, it seems like the rest of the squad wasn't really ready for that engage.
You know, if Jachi hadn't just died in mid lane in the way he did, I actually think there would be a semi-serious argument for him getting MVP of this game. but we all know who's getting it.
14-4 thôi.
I'm saying if it's
Lần
an
nữa lại
8,000
tăng
goal lead
trưởng
in
được
19
quả
or 20 minutes in the
quả
game,
kill ấy chứ nhỉ.
I think there's like a 90% chance that Invictus Gaming win from this spot, but the Shy is just gonna farm the
Does his name
Pog.
start with T and end with the Shy?
Wow, that no, I didn't take that into my calculus.
I think we're on the same page here. We'll see if the main broadcast is as well once this game eventually ends. It's a 9,000 gold lead for IG. Your group Nirvana representatives, by the way. That's not an LPL looking gold graph at all. It has been pure domination
Hiệp dâm.
from your number 2 seed from the lower group. Tempered Fate not really doing too much.
Chắc cũng không cần con dòng thứ tư đâu.
The top lane tier 2.
You see how hard it is to play these like flashless champions versus Pillar? I actually haven't been able to talk about it because we've been basically just watching the Shy sign documents or his adoption papers for Keshi the entire game. So like Trundle Pillar is so OP when you don't have flash or a dash, and I think we see that every time he walks up to Cassiopeia or he walks up versus On. It's like, oh cool, like I just
Giang ở trông thằng thần thao nó pick cũng được cái chứ.
it also slows at the same time.
Và thậm chí là Kelsey anh ta cũng không phải đối đầu với một chăn đồ cơ. Đối đầu với một con Camille là đầu gãy.
Yeah, you know, you get to build the Triforce and then just start building support items. Would not be surprised if we even see Abandon Pipes next, just for how cheap it is as the Baron gets started up by Invictus Gaming. Thunder Talk.
Ngoài gì họ sẽ tiến vào cái Baron, họ sẽ giật ra, họ tìm kiếm như Kelsey. Thật ra họ đang muốn tụ tập lại với nhau. Ngoài gì thì bây giờ họ cũng không còn quá nhiều máu đâu nha. Tiếp cận vị trí của Rookie rồi, anh ta quay ngược trở lại đấm. 4 người xé vị trí của Rookie, anh ta bắt buộc phải bỏ chạy. Cassiopeia là người có được mạng. Kelsey bây giờ anh ta không còn lối thoát nữa rồi. Peter bị làm chậm hủy diệt. Thêm một lần nữa tàn vỡ dành bên phía Thunder Talk. Cần thiết phải Baron không? Vẫn muốn ăn. Đang là phút thứ 25 này em đấy.
Enough damage for this every day of the week, just completely stomping over Thunder Talk. I thought this was cute from Junhao. I thought maybe he's just trying to cut the mid lane wave, but I mean, this is a very free objective. By the way, Thashai is still pushing. If he had a little bit more ego, I think he actually just takes the top lane turret, but he wants to get some more minions.
Con mẹ cái mạng lồn này.
They got it for Rookie. Okay, the HUD was a little bit desynced. They were waiting for Rookie there, so they have all 5.
Ngày nay mấy thằng cửa trên đánh tín thế nhở?
Galio wants his teammates to get caught out so he can ult, not being the one getting jumped on. So
đánh cảm giác như 200% công lực ấy.
However, his damage. Yeah, ults, Q, 400 damage auto attack there from Tashai with Trinity Force, Ravenous Hydra, and yeah, this Camille champion's a bit of a freak.
You want to see him do it again? No. Nope. Might have to wait a little bit. Feather's had some nice cosmic bindings. I would give him the ace of the series of this game. He's done all right. Nothing he can do.
Some of the tempered fates have been a little suspect, and there was that cosmic binding that we saw in bot lane when they went to go for when Junhao came through. I'm keeping my eye on Feather. I'm not super excited about this Bard, but if you talk about
nữa gì nữa à?
This is a rather expensive fearless draft. Cassio's out.
20 ga có. Rồi con Baron có là đủ end dành bên phía YG rồi. Cú đá quá là chết chóc vì giờ xài ta cần 4. Và Junhao anh ta vẫn sẽ phải nằm tình huống này mà thôi. Giờ xài đã quay trở lại thời đỉnh cao. Đá từng người một bên phía Thunder Talk. Và quét giờ được thực hiện và chiến thắng 1-0 dành vào YG.
Much longer. That's the ace. That is the game. 24 minutes, start to finish. It's IG taking game number 1.
7-2-4, 7-1-6. That is the Shy and Jachi's score lines for the game. Crazy stuff, and we saw it on the mini map there. Grapes, 3 turret plates taken by Thunder Talk all game, and all of them in the top tier 1.
Not good.
Not great.
Not good. Not ideal here for Thunder Talk as their struggles do continue. Remember, they ended the regular season here in Split 3 on a 6-match losing streak. It really felt like they were struggling to even take a game off of even some of our weaker teams. You know, they lost to Edward Gaming, they lost to LGD, both in the latter half of that losing streak. And now they're losing to Invictus Gaming. And I think, of course, if you're an IG fan, you should be pretty excited. But, yeah, of course, this is a Thunder Talk team that has been struggling as of late. Just for a little bit of context for how this series could potentially play out the rest of the way.
I mean, sure. Yeah, also it was a different Invictus Gaming roster, right? It was Breathe playing, it was Renard / Nya, actually. Nya played the first 2 games, and then coaching staff was like, Renard, we need you. Haru is destroying our mid laner. Please come back after getting subbed out halfway through the season, and that didn't even work. He couldn't save the sinking ship that was Invictus, but time in Nirvana, maybe this Nirvana group, sans LNG, maybe they had hands.
And potentially Weibo still have an opportunity to sneak in to some more postseason play, even though they've already been eliminated from playoffs. We'll get into that a little bit later on this week as we take a look at some of our post-game stats. The Shy did over 1,000 damage per minute on Camille. That's not something that you see every day, and that is very
that's
impressive.
crazy. That's nuts, man. I mean, look, I have been very critical of the Shy this split. I think that some of his laning phases have been kind of wishy-washy. I think some of his team fights have not been up to the par of the excellence that we expect of this player. But this game, if he's going to play like this all split long for playoffs, I'm about it. I'm ready to seat the Shy, put hands on the rest of these top laners, because one criticism we've had this split is, especially with Bin not being in form and not even playing games, top lane pools looked pretty weak outside of a player like Zwayon, so I wanted to see someone else step up to the challenge.
Look at the fans so excited about the Shy's return to the postseason stage. And yeah, it will be very interesting to see what the Shy looks like against some of these higher level top laners once he gets into the postseason bracket, if they're able to win this series, of course. Still a lot left to play. But that was kind of the game plan for this team once they were knocked out by Thunder Talk at the end of split number 2, was get the Shy back and get Rookie back after his hiatus. They added an AD carry, and Awesome too, although he didn't play in this specific game. But it looked like, although they were in Nirvana, the level of play was just heightened by having these 2 experienced, teammates that have gone all the way to a world title before.
So I also just wanted to check on the actual numbers. Earlier, I said, hey, I think, it's not necessarily in great taste from Invictus to have the Shy doing this to a guy that has 3 to 4 times the amount of games. Do you actually want to know what the real ratio of tier 1 games that the Shy has in comparison to Keshi?
So what, the Shy's career started in 2017, 2018, so played 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8 years. I'd say it's 8 to 1 or 9 to 1.
It is 10x. Whew. The Shy in tier 1 has played almost 760 games all time. There's some Demacia Cup games you can maybe get rid of 15 or more, 15 to 30 games if you really want to be super nitpicky about it. Keshi has played 78 this year.
Keshi played in Demacia Cup too, so it all counts.
Yeah, well, guess what? Invictus Gaming also won that tournament, so...
That's crazy. I mean, we talk about the difference is in experience. Of course, IG coming in with this full veteran roster. I mean, talk about the Shy having experience. If you look at Rookie or Mako's tier 1 games played, that's even going to be more crazy compared to some of these other players. That probably was a graphic we actually ran last split when these 2 teams first played against each other during the Night's Rival stage. So, yeah, just very little experience on Thunder Talk, and it showed a bit here in this opening game. Just feels like something is not clicking with how Thunder Talk have been playing as of late. They've been able to win some early games. When that doesn't happen, certainly not on the pathway for success, as looks like we're going to get our player of the game, and be very surprised if there's anybody than the Shy on the Camille.
30% of his team's damage. He was smurfing this game. And the things you were talking about for Thunder Talk, I feel really ring true. The early game was lacking. Yeah, sure, top lane blew up and was a complete like black hole in terms of pressure. But then mid lane, Calcio was actually trapped underneath our turret, which I think is kind of surprising considering it was an abyssal mask rush coming in from Galio. It's not like Unending Despair or something, or Hollow Radiance to help him push the lane. So that was kind of surprising to me. And then secondarily, this bot lane just did nothing. Like, Jachi and Mako completely handled this bot lane coming in from TT, and usually that is a strength, or at least something that we can usually pivot to if this team is a little bit behind in the early game, is that On and Feather are typically going to be at least serviceable when it gets to the early game in some of these team fights.
Didn't have a lot of time to do much in that game as Invictus Gaming took it in 24 minutes. It's a 1-0 series lead for them. On track for a bit of a shorter night here in the first day of Night's Rivals, but still Thunder Talk with the ability to try to come back here and make their way into the postseason bracket. We'll be back with the draft of game number 2 of IG against Thunder Talk after this short break on LPL English. Game number 2 of series number 2 of Knights Rivals 2026 Split 3. Thunder Talk end up dropping to Invictus Gaming in about 24 minutes time. The Shy is fully back and is looking like in playoff form, Dimitri.
One game sample size, guys. I don't want to be a one game Andy, but damn, did they look good. The draft was a bit simple, right? Like, I don't think that I think against a better team, your first 3 of Yunara, Galio, Lulu is really punishable. Thankfully for them, nothing bad ended up happening from it, but I'm worried. I still have my concerns for Invictus Gaming if they do go further into the bracket.
Yeah, I mean, the road is not going to be easy. I would argue that any of these top 6 teams in Group Ascend would pose a pretty large threat to IG if they end up facing off against each other in a playoff series. And a reminder that IG and NIP, if they both end up making it through Knights Rivals, will be starting in the lower bracket automatically, just due to the nature of this postseason format. So only one life for them to play, and IG are going to basically have to win 3 best-of-5s in a row in order to have a shot at that World Championship regional qualifier. So have to start with this series, and they were able to do step 1 pretty successfully. On the other side for Thunder Talk, there's a lot of eyes that go towards Keshi most likely. He's been a very volatile top laner. I think you saw a lot of that here in this game. He was so close to getting a solo kill in the first 3 minutes against the Shy, and then ends the game 0-9. Kind of the story of his season so far.
Man, if he just didn't make 2 mistakes, that lane is so good for him. Like, yeah, does it suck to die when you're going for a 1v1 underneath the turret at level 3? Yeah, but he almost got him, right? Like, if he just lands the Q, it changes. And if he doesn't walk into Tribrush, he doesn't die to Galio there. But he's a rookie. Yes, he's been playing for this full year, but man, just these small things have been what have eaten away at Thunder Talk's win percentage. It's these small mistakes that bigger and better teams are just not going to make, or at least the ability for your team to punish them is going to be a lot smaller than IG's is. So I don't think there is a reason to believe that suddenly Thunder Talk are going to have a revelation and be able to turn everything around. You just need to kind of stick to what is going to work for you in the short term, and any fixes you make along the way are going to have to be band-aids, as you're kind of now stuck in the river. There's no going back at this point. You can't take a break.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like TT all season has been a bit of a streaky team, right? Where they will go on these spurts where they'll look pretty good, like the start of split number 3, this playoff series that they had against IG. I think they went 5 games against LGD or something in the playoff bracket as well. So they've had moments where this team really has come together, but not for consistent enough amounts of time for them to really be poised as a true threat at the end of this 2026 season. You know, for developmental rosters, you always come in with different goals. Sometimes the goal is to make it to Worlds with some of these rookies at the helm. I feel like that's what Top Esports was more thinking. To me, Thunder Talk at the start of the year was a roster that you look at and are like, if they can make it to top 8, that would be a pretty big win for them. And you could pick and choose which pieces end up succeeding and look for that core to go into 2027 with this full rebuild. And honestly, again, at this point, it feels like TT have already accomplished that goal somewhat.
I mean, look, they made the play-ins in Split 2 and Split 3. Already kind of a checklist for me. Like, we did it. We got a best-of-5 win versus another team. Even better, right? Like, they've hit all of their goals. Now it's like a game or something that you're like buying online on like Kickstarter.
Yeah.
And like, I'm thinking of like stretch goals, right? It's like, hey guys, if we hit this much amount of money, we're gonna add this feature into our game or our board game or whatever we're selling to you. Hey guys, if we make playoffs, that's like, you know, the baseline. But what if we like took a best-of-5 win versus another team? That would be kind of legendary. And they actually almost did in Split 2. I think they were also a team that went to 5 games versus LGD in that playoff bracket.
Down in the lower bracket. So they were very close to even clinching a top 6 spot in the league, which would have been even more impressive kind of for how their season would have gone, or just how that individual placement that would have gone. That would have been better than anything that the previous Thunder Talk even was able to do from last year, which had players that, you know, you look at them in 2025 and you're like, oh, this team isn't that good. But then you're like, oh, Hoya was on that team, Aishuan was on that team, 1XN was on that team. Like, that's not too bad, you know, all things considered. And to see that Thunder Talk team basically be matched by this current iteration in 2026 is not a bad thing for this group of young kids.
I cannot believe the sentence that just popped into my mind, Grapes. If you told me start of 2025, in 2 years' time, the only player to make it to Group Ascend and be a Ascend level player is Hoya, like I said on the podcast, I'm banning you. I'm banning you from the server. But he's the only one that's done it. 1XN failed all of this year. Feather is stuck on TT, so like, but he's a support.
He made
so
it
like,
to group. Well, he made it to Group Ascend.
it doesn't count. He's a support player.
Hoya
you know,
didn't.
just move
Hoya
on.
lost. Hoya lost last
Hoya
split.
just won. Hoya just won. Okay, we're rewriting history here.
All
He's
right,
the best looking player out of those
lot
five.
Lot of recency bias is what I'm hearing as we head into this game number 2 draft. Thunder Talk opting to stay on blue side to try to turn their series around. Not over just yet, Alk. Remember that there's still 3 games that need to be won by Invictus Gaming in order for them to make it into the playoff bracket. So they got to lock in just as much as Thunder Talk do to make sure that they take care of business here.
A lot of bans being changed here already. We've got the Rise ban coming out. Jarvan is sticking up. We also have Nocturne and Poppy. So wanting to kind of eat away at some of Wei's champions. 3 jungle bans already on the table, not including our Fearless system. So what else is in the pocket? And what is our first pick going to be here for Thunder Talk? Are we going to go back to picking Mbessa here for Keshi? Are we going to go for a Jace blind here as well? Or are we just going to be taking a look at one of our mid-jungle kind of duos we've been seeing? No, it is the Karma instead for Feather.
Yeah, it's Karma lane. Really powerful in the 2v2. You can also pair this alongside a Jhin if IG want to pick up the Ezreal for Jachi. That's kind of been the question when you lock in this Karma B1. Do you respond with the Ezreal Seraphine, or do you pick something else that can match in to the Ezreal Karma, like an Ashe Seraphine, which has also risen up a bit more in priority. Ashe, another one of those champions that can take advantage of the Runon's Hurricane buffs. We'll see what exactly that looks like in a more 2v2 dominated field.
I think you gave us the answers there. Like, you know that there's no Seraphine now. Just take the Ezreal.
Có vẻ như gì cũng chuẩn bị vào quy củ hết rồi.
Better about taking Jhin, but I see a Nefiri, and I think Thunder Talk want to say, like, we might just want to get rid of Annie, right? Do we really want to have that? To me, it's a little surprising to see that Rise is taken. I know I was talking
Sao
about
thầy
that
không
here
gọi à?
the most amount of, or some of the most amount of Rise games here in the LPL, but it also has, like, I think, a negative win rate on the champion.
Trốn đi đâu nhỉ ơi?
Games of Rise this year. I'm not going to be too pressed about it, even if you are going to be giving it away with a Nefiri angle.
So with the Ezreal to finish off the bottom lane, no Rise available.
Mấy cặp này đánh lởm vãi lìn.
It will go unbanned. Likely a jungler here. You saw the Lee Sin hover. That has been one of Junhao's most
Toàn một
played
chiều
this season.
hiếp
So
dâm.
if you want to get him onto a bit more comfort, that could also be an option at this stage in the draft. There it is. Jungle bot lane locked in here for TT.
Alright, you're going to have some aggressive poke. Just have no lockdown here in this game. And if there's a Seraphine, like, sure, you can go hunting for the Seraphine, but that's just not a very enticing target for me, if I'm thinking about it for Thunder Talk's draft. So right now they have a lot of damage and a lot of ability to win an early game, but Nefiri into Lee Sin is a Nefiri-sided matchup, and Ashe is one of currently the best Runon's abusers, and was already a very strong Runon's abuser even before the buffs. So second phase of draft, I'm going to need to see a lot of lockdown coming in from the solo lanes.
Thằng Thọ bây giờ sẽ đánh siêu công.
That kind of just are all pure CC, and I love that Invictus Gaming are already kind of tunneling on that and getting rid of the Annie.
Yep, that was the one off the top of my head, at least at the moment. Things like the Orianna, not available. Things like the Rise with that point-and-click CC, also banned away. Even the Galio, which of course has a lot of crowd control, was picked by Rookie in game number 1. So the options running a bit thinner here for Haru.
LCK đánh được Raven cơ.
Still need some solo laners on IG's side.
BLV này đánh cháy thế.
You will have to blind pick here to give that last pick over to Keshi.
Is there a Silas angle here in mid? I think that's, for me, what I would be looking at. Just these, even if I just look at bot lane, already enough ultimates that I would want to take just for a team fight. And there are some matchups that are still playable.
Cầm cuối bên phía của YG.
If it's going to be Ari mid, hey, I'm kind of okay with that. LeBlanc's a little harder, but you can make it through with some rune choices and some different items. So right now, I personally would think that's the best option for Thunder Talk. They're going to be coming in and seeing what their response is. They're going to have IG who are going to have counter pick. So which one are you more comfortable with? Getting a top lane counter pick for Keshi or getting a counter pick for
Xem
your mid
trứng
lane?
gì đây.
See the Kasante and the Yorick taken away.
Khóa hết
I
rồi.
think that Keshi is looking for a Jace.
À đâu, chưa.
I feel like that's something the Shy can play too.
31 phút.
Perhaps another answer still in the wings for Keshi. If the Shy wants to pick that up, it would be a very high-ranged composition. Instead, maybe looking for another assassin here in the mid lane for Rookie. The Akali doesn't have that Galio as the traditional counter pick, with it being fearless away. But the lot for the Twisted
Chênh
Fate
lệch quá.
this is also a
Và
flexible
Kali dùng
option.
vào.
Go to either Rookie or the Shy.
Vãi lồn là còn tí ép.
We're doing it. As long as the next team, as long as the next pick is not locked in, we don't have to do a remake here. It doesn't seem like we're doing that.
Như này Thunder Talk nó dễ pick nhỏ.
If it was going to be a blind Akali, I would have said the same thing. We're playing for side lanes, baby. You know, we've already said the top lane's been volatile. Well, just one game. Instead, taking the Rumble, which can be kind of a losing matchup, even though we tend to see it as kind of an early lane bully and then a great team fighter as well. You just drop Equalizer if you ever threaten of getting dove, but side lanes
Rumble.
being volatile is exactly what Twisted Fate wants.
Cờ Sante đã hết rồi.
To see the early game here from Thunder Talk. You have a
Tôi
great
đánh giá đội hình Thunder Talk ngon đấy nha.
You can try to get push versus the Ashe, but Ashe with her W just makes it so hard to do that, and the poke that comes in from Seraphine is really, really annoying.
Còn bây giờ sai xăm môi sao bọn này môi hồng ấy nhở?
And if we get to an even game state in the 15-minute mark, I think that Silas has a huge propensity to try to carry this game. So many good ultimates here to affect the entire map.
Yeah, another one.
EMEA,
Execution being the final selection for the Shy. But one thing that I will say, there is a lot of crowd control on IG side. There is very little crowd control on Thunder Talk side. The only hard CC is single target in the Dragon's Rage, the Abscond Abduct, and then the Tether over on the Karma. So very limited lockdown options for some of these backline threats like the Twisted Fate and the Ashe. But the early game, very powerful, as you said here, Alk. So if Junhao can get active, if On and Feather can get advantage in the 2v2, that is going to be Thunder Talk's angle to a win here in the second game.
This is probably the most convincing draft that I have seen tonight, that I feel like Thunder Talk are going to have the ability to at least be competitive. Obviously, last game, we talked about it, the Shy had a big gap in the top lane, but this one feels even. I feel like there is ways that we can see both teams start to break open, and for Invictus Gaming, I mean, they have infinite map hacks this game. How are you supposed to play if you're Lee Sin after level 6? There's just hawk shots going into your jungle so they can track your camps. There's an ultimate from a Twisted Fate that's going to be potentially ganking the lane or putting a +1 on whatever lane that Lee Sin is looking at. I think vision is going to have to be really, really important here for Thunder Talk. I want to see them get active early. I need to see Karma and Lee Sin getting into the enemy jungle and putting down wards so they can track both any of the roams from mid lane, and more importantly, tracking where this Nefiri is going to go, because she can very quickly run over this game with a few kills and a little bit of jungle.
IG looking to keep that momentum rolling. Try to get a second straight win over Thunder Talk as we head into game number 2 of this best of 5 series.
Địt mẹ, game này mà thua chắc đéo dám cổ nữa luôn.
You can tell which team is more popular here today, Alk.
Tự dưng vào thấy quả dưới 31 phút đã thấy hơi hớ nhở. Tôi nghi mấy bọn này đánh lâu lắm nha.
Maybe that changes though. Maybe that changes. They win here tonight. They could potentially go to more likely they will go to Demacia Cup, which will be very, very fun as a newly minted international tournament before Worlds. But even just speaking about the game here right now, it seems like we're going to have junglers yet again pathing to opposite sides.
Về lết thì tôi nghĩ bên phía YG họ khỏe hơn đấy. Đội này thì Thunder Talk chính xác hơn là YG với một EMEA thì đâm vào vô tư.
The other side, Junhao clearing that top side, gonna head back to base, pick up the long sword, and then try to impact this Ezreal Karma lane that we said is going to be
Khá là ít hiệu chứng khống chế bên phía Thunder Talk.
onto the Krug camp. Don't know exactly
Didn't see him.
Ngoài gì thì họ sẽ nhiều hơn đấy.
Yeah, so Jachi, bro, this is how you know they're playing comp. He skilled Hawk Shot level 2. And he immediately fired it at the Krug camps. He's like, all right, we're going to check. Is he here on blue? They didn't see him, but they know that all of his top side camps are gone. So you have to make the inference. Lee Sin is in his bottom side camps.
a little bit of that extra scouting that will prove to be valuable if On and Feather can set Jin for success down here in this first clear.
Chưa gì đã thấy cách biệt quá lớn được tạo ra với phía Hoài gì ở thời điểm này. 400 vàng à. Ỉa đùn ngay từ những giây phút đầu tiên.
Into a bit of a glacial second half of the split, and I'm looking at the lanes right now. I'm seeing basically a kill's worth of gold in mid. That is Twisted Fate, and it's just how that is going to go. I have yet to
đã có lần biến về đầu tiên đến rookie với một giày khai sáng, bộc bài liên tục. Khu đường trên thậm chí giờ sai đang farm hơn. Spring sinh ác vậy Keshi. Cứ giật như zero thôi.
Some skirmishing opened up. Beat drop goes wide as Feather flashes away, which means that Wei is unable to get anything down.
Let's see it, Haru. Nope.
Rookie thì bây giờ nó có giày 2 rồi thì nó né khá là dễ. Với một cái thu thực hắc ám thì nó là chưa đủ để Haru để có thể đối đầu với chiêu Rookie thời điểm hiện tại. Lỡ ngơ lại có solo kill dành cho Rookie cũng nên. Năng lượng thì vẫn đang còn nhiều.
Twisted Fate is, I think, one of the most skill expressive champions we have in the game, despite his kit being fairly simple, right? Like, it's not really breaking the bank when it comes to what you can do, but he is a very delicate laner. Like, if he dies before he gets his first reset, or if he dies generally in the lane, it's kind of lights out. Like, he's not a champion that does a lot of damage, and his build, at least in pro play and what we've seen reflected in solo queue, is also extremely gold dependent. So he's a champion that, you can build Rod of Ages because you want to get like a third point or some of those break points, especially because they've had to adjust his champion to not just one shot the back of caster minions.
5 phút và ngâm. Đây rồi. Đèn được bật ném bài vàng. Có Wei tiếp cận và chiến công đầu dành cho Wei. Thì bên này thì ai cũng đang bị dí luôn. Tốc biến. Ai giả hơi đen như Gia Quỷ và vừa qua. Thì bên này thì Hero cũng đang bị truy đuổi nhưng mà Wei bên level 5 thôi. Trên trên thì Keshi đã vượt lên về mặt chỉ số lính. Giờ sai cũng đã có chiều cuối. Bộ kỹ năng cũng chưa hồi với chứ giờ sai luôn. Đồ thì cân nhau nha. Nhưng mà thấy con vợ Keshi đánh con Rumble khá là khét đấy chứ. Thằng to họ sẽ kéo thêm 2 người nữa khổ tiến trên. Tầm này băng trụ thoải mái. Khi mà Hero thậm chí đang là người có tốc biến, giờ sai ta sẽ chặt luôn với chữ Keshi. Hết mất bộ kỹ năng mới là xấu đấy từ Keshi. Junhao sẽ bọc đầu cho sân chia đuổi la vào trước để mà chi Hero lấy được tốc biến từ giờ sai. Sai vẫn đang còn 1/2 cây máu. Junhao tiến tới sóng âm gong đầu và sẽ có một pha bay vào trừng phạt luôn được kết hợp và Junhao ta cắm mắt hộ thể đu theo đến từ Hero nữa. Keshi phóng lao điện trượt rất cồng kềnh đến từ bên phía Thunder Talk và ở hổ kênh dưới này thì Thunder Talk họ sẽ tàn nát mà thôi. Tiền chủ hiệu chịu có đến từ Way và Meiko là người đã ăn được bạn dứt điểm.
Will secure the kill on the feather and will make it an extended 2-for-1 play in favor of IG.
They put 3 people. Look at the experience difference between
Còn vợ
Way
giờ
and
xài đánh
Joe.
khó chịu thật.
He has his ultimate on this Nefiri. Joe now has to take the enemy bloop up before he can sniff putting a point in his ultimate. Rookie likely is fine. He might have to use his flash, but Hero doesn't have enough mana. The wave is too short, and they dove bottom lane at the same time, Grapes. I just feel like this is such a big win yet again for IG. I mean, the Rookie's even hitting plates at this time. So not only are you getting this double kill, you get what I think is 2 kills and another plate in this lane, and Twisted Fate is getting even more paid. To me, it almost feels like Invictus Gaming can almost do no wrong. Sure, the Shy dies in that play, but I'm kind of expecting him to die if you send 3 people at him.
Khả năng là ngày hôm nay 6 game thật rồi.
That was a really nicely executed dive for IG on the bottom lane, just navigating that turret aggro perfectly.
Chú phong độ bên phía YG đang quá cao thời điểm hiện tại, phút thứ 8 mà 2k vàng.
Did everything right to make sure that those kills went their way without any casualties on the flip side. As IG have already opened up that 2,000 gold lead. Some of it is Twisted Fate, but the rest of it is just that pure skill expression, as they're also going to be able to claim their first neutral objective on the top side in the grubs. All 3 of them will go their way.
I wonder how much matchups in mid lane have changed due to the Merc Tread boots. I know that originally when we started on this patch, we saw a lot of people still taking the Merc Tread boots.
Ba con sâu được ăn rồi, bài vào nó phóng ra. Và Hero thì trông có vẻ là hơi đuối khi mà cầm con Salad đối đầu với chi TF trong tay của Rookie.
Feel like Riot still needs to look at the Swift March boots, because those shouldn't be as broken as they are. I know the stats are good, but it's just probably need to tune it down just a touch.
I've played very few games in mid lane, so I haven't gotten to feel
Tán chiến sĩ à?
of each boot, but I do know that the Merc Treads one.
Không biết đâu nha, không biết đâu nha. Ồ, hello thầy táo. Giờ mới thấy comment ạ.
So you have like what 400 MS with your Swifties on, so that's just like 20 AP for free.
Yeah, pretty good. Yeah. It is a little lower because adaptive force is
Gọi lại bố.
Like AD is 0.6 and then it's 1 AP. So yeah, it would be.
Dịp mẹ ngày nay cái ngày gì mà mình buồn ngủ thế không biết nữa. Qua ngủ 8 tiếng rồi.
Top laner ends up killing the Shy in the 1v1.
Now, are they going to do Keshi right and give him his own replay?
They better.
We saw plenty at the
Và mã gì chứ nghĩa?
and rightfully so, you can hit the replay on those. But Keshi is insanely ahead now. I mean, 1,500 gold. He's also going to be able to hit this turret plate. Where is he? I need the quest trackers back, man. I need them back. It's 10 minutes. He probably won't have it by now. What happens here? Is this literally just DFT diff?
Gets caught in overheat here. Yeah, just too much damage. He gets the extra.
Keshi ván thi đấu này đánh căng đấy.
Yeah.
So really managing those.
Không hai đến giờ sai đâu.
So Keshi able to pick up a.
Mà đã có đến từ Keshi. Đã có một hy vọng dành cho thần thọ ở trong kỳ đấu này và họ sẽ lấy được con dầu thứ hai.
Tick rates were different based on what side you were.
The freak thing.
Yeah, so his flamethrower would just deal less damage on red side. But I think the data ended up showing that it wasn't like a statistical like difference, or it wasn't enough of a statistical.
Thực ra là game này đánh nhau khá là nhiệt đấy. Quay thì bây giờ chạy cong đuôi rồi. Cách biệt về trình độ vẫn là nhiều quá. Bây giờ lên cái đó thứ 3 thì bên phía của YG nó bố thí cho một game không?
As Keshi has a 1,000 gold. This feels like more of the Keshi that we've seen in Group Ascent a lot of the time. Winning
I think
in top
both
lane.
games are the Keshi we've seen.
Actually, that is true. He will win. And honestly, that is funny because if you look at his goal difference at 15, probably across. I remember I was doing this at the very end of the season. It's like basically dead even. It's pretty neutral, which is funny because he'll have games where he's like 2,000 gold ahead, but then he'll also have games where he's 2,000 gold behind, and it seems like it's rather 50-50.
Well, if you know, over a large span of games, that just means that you're
Map 1 căng à? Nhưng map 2 thì phải công nhận là Kelsey đã đánh hay đi. Nó spacing ác luôn đấy anh em. Nhìn là biết thợ thầy. Ui xồi, thằng Rookie nó né khó chịu thật. Bây giờ xa đánh cũng hay mà. Map 2 ấy, nó cầu bao nhiêu thời gian để cho cánh dưới nó bằng trụ, chứ không phải là nó chết một cách không đem lại gì lợi ích cho mình phía YG đâu.
I'm going to consider that a win. It's 300 gold going over to Thunder Talk, but you're still looking good across the board right here. Jachi has a 1,200 advantage over this Ezreal. You got one of the dragons. I think we're fine with a 3,000 gold lead here for Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, remember this was the that On and Feather
Thế rồi thì Tam Quốc nha.
have that pushing power and to be dominant in the isolated 2v2 has not been what has happened so far, as Jachi and Meiko surely have had On and Feather's number throughout this best of 5. Waste steals away the blue buff too to add insult to injury. They're going to take down this mid lane tier 1 and Thunder Talk feeling a little angry, trying to make something happen. Haru dumps forward, only takes about half of Way's HP bar and won't be able to find more.
You just can't do anything. Oh, I just realized Haru doesn't even have his quest complete. Yoinks, Scoop. That's tough.
No extra magic damage shields just yet. On shifts away, goes right into the Encore. He cleanses away from that, and there's Way all the way over the Raptor pit with the call of the pack. That call was coming from a mile away.
Thăm nhà anh em nhé.
Now it's Rookie getting locked down by Keshi.
Thế Tam Quốc đang chơi bên nào rồi? Thunder Talk trông có tăng trưởng nó trôi trôi nhỏ. Mặc dù vàng đang khá là thua. Nãy giờ YG cảm giác nó cứ quăng game thế nào ấy.
Jumps back in, Sonic Wave goes wide. There's the stolen away call of the packets. Haru jumps in onto Way. The Nefiri's at 200 HP, but Haru.
Thôi xong em quay à. Gia Quỳ liệu rằng có về được không? Khá quyết tâm lên Jun Hao. Mình ta sẽ lùi về. Bú cua.
End of the day, look at who we ended up killing. We were able to kill Rookie. We were able to take down Meiko. We have to get some more of these shutdowns. Like this is 500 gold if we can kill Way. Maybe 600 gold if his bounty continues to tick up here as we see it. Thunder Talk could win this entire game, or at least win back the gold difference if they fight for this Herald and they get the victory. But they're down tempo, they're down a couple big spells. I think it's
có khi nào lật nó nhỉ? Nãy giờ thấy thì có một thằng YG nó hơi khó khăn.
Yeah, instead Keshi currently on the bottom side. He does not have his teleport, so Thunder Talk just opting to try to get some more gold into their carries' pockets. Maybe finishing off that second item for Keshi. Second item here coming soon for On as well. But Junhao jumps over the pit.
Tiếp tục là một pha cạnh tranh 50. Và Junhao là người thua. Kelsey bị bắt choáng, Rookie thì cũng không có đam. Trông lại cứ suy giảm kill thế nào ấy nhỉ?
Yeah, Rookie ended up using the top laner's destiny, which is I press TP and I show up in the lane. But
true.
Yeah, it's the same thing basically. They're both useless, and
yeah, they do no damage, so they're not useful.
Yeah, they do no damage. That's completely correct. All right, if we win this dragon fight, though, I'm a little sad.
Crystal Arrow. It connects onto On. He still has an arcane shift available. Dragon secured here by Thunder Talk, and here comes the engage. Public execution from the Shy finds Haru, but Junhao kicks him away. Jachi in the Herald, able to escape. Sonic Wave goes wide onto.
Tôi thấy mùi lật quá rồi đấy anh em ơi. Nãy giờ YG đánh rất cợt nhả luôn. Tốc biến làm chậm, khó liên tục vào đầu như giờ sai. Anh ta có được tạo giáp. 3 người đấm vào đầu. Rất mùi.
Yeah, Thunder Talk, they got the dragon and essentially they killed Jachi because Jachi jumped in the Herald. He did no damage during that fight. There needs to be someone else who has taken the bus, okay? We can't send our marksman champion into the Rift Herald. That just seems like a mistake to me. He has all of your consistent damage. You have all of this burst thanks to Twisted Fade or thanks to this Ambessa who landed an incredible ultimate here from max range over the wall onto Heru. But look at my Ashe. Where's my Ashe going? Where is she going?
Going to the bot lane.
She does no damage.
Did get that wave though, so.
Okay, yeah, no, you're right.
Small
You're
victory.
right. I should have. Yeah.
Hey,
Ooh,
Thundertalk
no
not out of
nods.
this one just yet, as
Nope.
Jachi opting for a little bit more of a single target focused build.
I gotta say, Grapes, I'm really sad. Now, you need the attack speed, especially if you're gonna go
2-4 thôi ở giai đoạn phút thứ 18 cũng không phải là nhiều đâu. Kenshi biến về đã bị lộ tầm nhìn. Kenshi đang khá là trâu, đại bằng tiễn nó chỉ thẳng đầu. Quay tiếp tục cắn xé, rookie bốc bài. Kenshi đã lui về, có mưa tên lửa dài ra. Kenshi mất rất nhiều máu cho săn truy đuổi, bây giờ một kích hoạt và sẽ có mạng ra nhiều Way. Người bị giữ trận đâu mấy câu Hero tiếp cận, Hero tốc biến và dứt điểm được và Hero anh ta sẽ nằm xuống mà thôi. Đèn được bật đến vị trí của TF, hành quyết công khai chính xác, An và quát thoát qua phía bên kia bờ tường và Junhao ta cũng tương tự như vậy. Rất nhiều tài nguyên bên phía Thunder Talk đã bị biến mất rồi và Rookie ta tiếp tục bốc bài. Thunder Talk tiếp tục một lần nữa tàn vỡ. Bạn handicap thôi. ML thì vẫn còn nguyên. Nâng được thì buông được.
Rookie is both tanky and also really flexible to what he's able to do. And because they focused out Heru first, I don't really care that they're killing Jachi here. It's 500 gold going over to Heru, but there's no objectives to play for. Baron doesn't spawn for another 45, and we still have Dragon spawning in 2 minutes. Once you get rid of Keshi, the game is actually more like 7,000 gold in favor of Invictus Gaming. This one was just very clean. They spotted him with the hawk shot, they get the kill. This is a 2-item Nefiri. She does so much damage with Voltaic, plus the Black Cleaver. And Heru tries, he tries to look for something, he tries to get the hero play, he only lands it onto Mako. I thought this snap onto On was really clean. He flashed in place just to get to the E to get him over the wall. That's how desperate we are as Thunder Talk.
Hồi 3-0 này anh em ơi, nhìn cái thằng Thunder Talk này trông ảo đá quá. Thunder Talk đấm nhau với EDG, YG đấm nhau với Nip là cân. Nhìn mấy cái thằng này đánh nó thật sự là bẩn mắt. Khả năng đợi ngày mai trông cho nó cân tí. Bán game luôn thì khó nha. YG thì cũng là một cái đội mà nó không liêm sỉ, không phải là vô liêm sỉ giống như mấy cái thằng BLG.
Well, then we're kind of just too far in the game to really be able to fight, do anything. To me, anyway, I think that Keshi has final say. I think Keshi has shown that he is ahead in this game. He has shown that he is a pivotal piece to whether or not Thunder Talk will be able to win team fights. So if he says he can move, then I think Thunder Talk are going to look for it.
He's got his wave in a decent spot right now. It's Dragon now spawning.
Con rồng sẽ chuẩn bị xuất hiện. Đây có thể sẽ là một cơ hội cuối nhưng mà chưa gì chuẩn bị tan nát rồi. Một tên lửa dài ra nó cũng xấu với chữ Keshi luôn. Way ta có tiếng chu bài vào được phóng. Người đang bị giữ chân đó Keshi ta sẽ bị giữ chân đến chết. Way là người ăn được mạng. Junhao thoát qua phía bên kia. Và Rookie ta đang chặn đời ta phóng bài vào vị trí của Lee Sin và Keshi cũng sẽ đi. An là người duy nhất còn sống. An tiếp tục bị tiếp cận, bài vào được phóng ra. Và lần này thì An ta là người sống sót. Càng đánh càng thua. Có một chút tiến bộ dành cho phía Thunder Talk trong cái đấu này nhưng điều đó là chưa đủ. Cassie đã làm hết tất cả rồi. Nhưng đồng đội của anh thì quá tạ, và thậm chí là quả 10 từ lửa vừa rồi thì cũng là lò đấy thì Cassie.
My favorite was when we had Renard and Nya playing, and I got to run this graphic of like IG's rookies, and it was like not the name. I felt I was really clever. I
that was good.
That
yeah,
one. I put
tried
that
to
one
make
on the fridge.
Yeah, the rookies on Thunder Talk not doing well against the rookie on IG, as you already said.
Xin một like em nhá. Anh em nào đang chơi bên khác thì anh em gõ giúp tôi cú đêm 1682 anh em ơi, ủng hộ tôi tí. Đang ghim nha anh em ơi.
They get the siege. Invictus Gaming have too much setup. This Seraphine. I like the combination of what we're getting from Invictus Gaming, from this composition. Like, Rookie is too tanky, and now he's hit 3 items on Twisted Fate, which kind of feels like the sweet spot now. Doubt we're going to see 4 items in this game, but if we do, is likely going to be a mandate. Okay.
Hera's in some trouble.
Yeah.
Dodges the Dark and Dagger, but still will eventually get taken down by Jachi. So 1-0 underneath this bot lane inhibitor tower. And this might just be the icing on top of the cake. Rookie uses that TP to force TT's remaining members back into their own fountain. And they're not going to get much further than that before their base eventually crumbles. Nexus Tower's under fire. Jachi is still very strong with that Ranger's focus. And there's not much that TT can do. Juna's going to have to pull the trigger sooner rather than later, or this game will just end. Maybe waiting for Hera, who respawns in 8 seconds.
Thôi end game đó. Kết thúc viên mãn dành em nào tăng trưởng Thunder Talk trong cái đấu này. Cách biệt cũng chỉ đó là con số 6. Thunder Talk trốn ác.
24 minutes, 5 seconds. That is the end of game number 2 here. I really have nothing else to say. This is just a speed run coming in from IG.
We might be out of here before the sun comes up over on the West Coast.
We might be out of here before Lennon's internet comes back.
I hope yeah, hopefully all that ends up getting sorted out, but yeah, it's it is a crazy sight to see. If you look at the year-long Nirvana versus Ascend standings, it's going to be so Nirvana favored after this week if IG end up closing this one out.
If you didn't know, the seeding for the bracket is basically dependent on your seed before you entered the tournament. So if we considered the group Nirvana teams as seed 9 and 10, they will have the lowest seed going into every single series going forward, barring a matchup against each other, which obviously would be in favor of the Ninjas in Pajamas. But that just means that you're not going to have right of first selection for every series, at least for game 1, which could be kind of an uphill battle to climb when we're talking about all these Group Ascent teams that have done so well and have had so many more games to really cut their iron on.
So I believe that would place IG, if they win this series, into the spot where the loser of JDGWE would end up going as the 4-5, whereas NIP would then play the loser of Top Esports and LGD. There might be some like seeding situations involved there too. I'm not 100% sure, but what we do know for sure is that IG are looking very good. Now, not as clean of a game as game number 1. Specifically Keshi, I think, had a pretty solid showing. And that's some of the sloppiness that we were seeing from IG in Nirvana. Just like in Nirvana, here against Thunder Talk, it doesn't seem like that's going to matter too much, but then you have to wonder about what this IG will look like once they do face off against some of these higher level competitions in Group Ascent.
Where is the early game from Thunder Talk? Like, I'll just be frank, I've been extremely disappointed with Thunder Talk's game this night. Like, we're not playing for early when we have a Vi. Fine, you can make whatever arguments because of what happened in that game 1, but Junhao was fairly inactive. And it was tough, right? We set up this entire early game. Ashe is hawk-shotting his jungle. Riki presses ultimate and ends up bottom lane, and they get the kill there. But, like, what was the idea then? We knew that the Ashe was already there. We didn't punish bot lane, and that was a good job from Jauchi and Mako. They won the lane handily. My mid and jungle are doing 1,500 damage combined as Lee Sin Sylas. This is not a duo that we tend to see, because usually Lee Sin likes a little bit of setup, or at least likes a mid laner that does a lot more damage. And Sylas is neither of those when his mid lane counterpart is Twisted Fate.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big conversation that we had going into this draft was that TT have individually strong, like, champions that can win out and outplay mechanically in the 1v1s, but there's not a ton of, like, team fight setup, and they really need to just mechanically outplay Invictus Gaming in the early game, which is, you know, what IG, or what ThunderTalk, I should say, were able to do to pick up some of their wins during the regular season. But it doesn't seem like that has been working as of late, and the disjointed composition really ended up showing once we got to these team fights.
I am thinking about, like, who MVP for this game could be. Likely, I would say that it's going to be either Riki or Jauchi, who Jauchi has played incredible, and I'm actually surprised that he is playing as well as he is. Not as, like, disrespect to the player, but I think the form that we saw from him at the end of Split 2 kind of left us scratching our head as to what his future in the LPL was going to be. Seeing Awesome get signed, I gotta say I respect Jauchi, because he had this baller rumor of, like, when they picked up Awesome, he's basically like, it's him or me. You know, like, we're not doing this, like, rigmarole of going back and forth. And seemingly Invictus Gaming has chose him. We have not seen Awesome since halfway through the regular season. And he's had some hiccups, but otherwise he's been a really reasonable AD carry.
I mean, looking very good here in this series. I would even say there were moments on Top Esports on IG last split where he did look like a top laner in Group Ascend. It just was marred with some inconsistencies that I think IG wanted to sort out a little bit by bringing in somebody like Awesome. And maybe there is the potential for Awesome to jump in. If, for instance, IG is falling behind in the series, they want a little bit of a change in pace. But for now, Jauchi is playing incredible. I think a lot of these more hyper carry marksmen seem to run more his playstyle, right? Where he's able to do a little bit more in the team fights versus just really having to dominate the lane.
This is just really sad news. What can Keshi do, man? He loses so hard in game 1, it's a little demoralizing. He wins part of game 1 or game 2. Well, we can't win. So what am I supposed to do now? Do I just play Kazante and just hope that my team doesn't lose on the opposite side of the map? Because I think right now the biggest canyon in the game is jungle. Like, Jauchi and Mako have been 2v2ing on and Feather off the face of the planet, but Wei actually is making things happen, whereas Junhao is waiting for his order to clear out so that he can go back to full clear and do it all over again.
Which is an interesting dichotomy, because Junhao really outplayed Wei, it felt like, in the last matchup between these two teams. Part of it could be that mid lane disparity with Nia and Renard in there instead of Rookie, who just won our player of the game. But Junhao really has not been up to snuff over these last couple weeks, but definitely here specifically in this best of 5 as well. And if they don't turn things around quickly, their season is going to end here in Beijing on this very stage.
Yeah. Good job, Rookie. Thumbs up. I've got very little to say. You played Twisted Fate. You roamed to some of the lanes. Again, not the flashiest champion, but this champ is really, really good in a controlled environment. And what did we say? Hey, it is impossible to play competitive jungling if you just have insta-map hacks for all of the game. That ended up being true, right? I have a lot of criticism of Junhao, but similarly, it's a very tough game for him to play.
Yeah, a large part due to Rookie and also due to Jauchi with those hawk shots on the Ashe. So Invictus Gaming up to a 2-0 lead. They're one map away from locking themselves a spot in the playoff bracket and keeping their chance at a World Championship berth alive. Thunder Talk gonna have to reverse sweep this one in order to have the same said about them. We'll see if the sweep does end up happening. Game number 3's draft coming up after this on LPL English. Welcome back to LPL English, where we have game number 3 between Thunder Talk and Invictus Gaming here in Knights Rivals. Remember, our playoff bracket continues tomorrow. We have Top Esports taking on LGD up in the upper bracket. And then we have JDG against WE on Sunday. So a full weekend of Chinese League of Legends ready for you. And our first day off might end after this next game because IG have just been steamrolling Thunder Talk here tonight.
Yeah, it'll be a 6-0 week, and then, you know what's the best part about this is because of the way that the playoff format ended up being made, we won't have to do a silly draw ceremony. It won't be like this arbitrary, like, ooh, will the first seed not immediately pick the 8th seed or lower seeded team? No, okay, looks like they're gonna do that anyway. We're just gonna go in seed order, all right, you know, like, we're not gonna have any of that. It's already been locked up. We're just waiting to see which team is going to be our last to make it into our top 8 bracket, which has a lot of implications. We talked about it, but if you're just joining us, championship points on the line. Obviously, if you lose here tonight, the loser of tonight's series is done for the rest of the year. They have too few points to make it, and they would need a somewhat deep, legitimate run going into the playoffs if they want to sniff any international play, whether that be the regional finals or Demacia Cup.
So, for Thunder Talk, they gotta play like their lives are on the line, at least for this year, because that is exactly what it is at the moment. Sure, coming back and bouncing back mentally, going to be a bit of a challenge for them. They have not won a series in quite some time. It is now 6 straight series losses. Could be a 7th if they end up falling here to wrap up their season. So we see the draft ready to go. Thunder Talk once again back over on to blue side. I was going to say, like the playoff bracket, a little bit more condensed because the first 2 seeds end up getting a bye. Normally you'd say, wow, like, okay, you know, it doesn't really affect too much. The number 1, 2 seeds, they're not generally losing to the bottom seeds anyway. But last split, that did end up happening with BLG losing to WE, so maybe they get a bit of a free pass.
LPL was like, all right, we're not having that again. We're not having potentially BLG get knocked out in round 1. So we're just gonna nip that in the bud, and we're gonna say, hey guys, if you make top 2, you don't have to immediately get bounced out of the tournament. But it also doesn't matter. BLG already basically locked top 2 in terms of seeding for the World Championship. But coming back to this game, it seems like Thunder Talk are already switching up some of these bans. Lucian joining their side of the table, and now Yone, which to me almost screams like, hey, we're kind of forced into Rise. Like, guys, please, we really want to get a Rise game or an Annie game here for Haru.
Vẫn quyết tâm của thầy Hữu Hoàng ơi.
We're gonna have first pick, so that's kind of my read going.
Quyết tâm thế nha, để em bình luận nhiệt phục vụ thầy Hữu Hoàng nhé. Thầy Hữu Hoàng đang chơi bên nào thầy? Thunder Talk họ sẽ có một con Dry với phân pick khá là ngon thời điểm hiện tại. Khi mà Casioeia cũng đã mất đi, hoặc gì họ có thể suy nghĩ đến một con Olivia trong ván thi đấu này cũng được. Thiên địch của Dry. Thầy Hữu Hoàng căng tay thế thầy ơi. Kalista. Okay, Kalista Glass. Đừng có vào đường trên Ninjali nhá. Qua thấy có một cặp đôi gì nhỉ? BFX đánh Ninjali à? Và thi đấu thứ 4 LCK. Đợi bàn pick xong báo à? Thầy vẫn đang quyết tâm 3-0 rồi bên phía YG đúng không? Red Aphilus. Dạo này không hiểu sao mà chơi một con Orianna. Mà Rookie là một người chơi Orianna khá là khét đấy nha. Thunder Talk họ đã có 2 cái tướng late rồi. Và bắt buộc là YG họ cần phải end nhanh cái game đấu này. Tuy nhiên thì một con Kalista với cái Orianna giai đoạn đầu tiên nó không phải là quá mạnh đâu. Căng cho thầy Hữu Hoàng ơi, xem là xem cái gì chắc cú thầy không. Thầy chuyển qua bên em chơi là đẹp luôn thầy ơi.
He needs something that is going to be present and available to help out his bottom lane to help win this matchup.
Thật sự mà thầy Hoàng mà gãy quả 30m. Sọt lắm thầy ạ. Bây giờ thì còn là 1,2, 1,1 giây bên phía của YG nữa mới chiến thắng trong cái đấu thứ 3 thôi. Thầy Thóc đã thành 4,3.
You know what's funny? Junhao has 5 games all time playing Poppy. And he's 0 and 5.
YG đã thành suy giảm 9 rồi.
I think this is just IG saying you're not going to play the champion.
Phải để xem cấm cuối cùng đến bên phía Thundertalk họ sẽ cấm con tướng gì. Sẽ là một con tướng đường rừng hoặc đường trên. Quyết định sẽ là Scanner. Vẫn đang còn hở ra xin ra để kết hợp với vị trí của Orianna. Không xin sao thì là con tướng gì đây? Maokai à? Maokai thì kết hợp cũng không nhanh so với vị trí càn trưởng. Thôi thì cũng được. Dù gì thì Maokai bây giờ cũng khá là hot. Và để xem là Thundertalk họ sẽ biết con tướng gì tiếp theo đây. Một con Quizana. Ở cái cặp đấu trước thì giữa EDG và Nip thì con Quizana đã được vận hành khá là tốt. Chỉ còn cánh rừng là chưa lộ dành bên phía Thundertalk thôi. Vẫn đang còn xin dao để có thể che chắn sát thương được. Được đấy. Xin dao và pick thì một con Kalista là hơi khó bắn nha. Ui, bác Hữu Hoàng với trang nào vip vậy? Vayne. Mẹ nhìn thằng Thundertalk tích cũng căng thầy ơi. Tùy thầy nhá. Chứ nói thật là mấy cái quả mà mặc dù thầy bảo là phím em 500 cà phê nhưng mà thực sự là mấy cái quả mà rate thấp Liên Minh Huyền Thoại cũng không nên vào cho lắm. Tùy thầy nha thầy. Nhưng mà với cái những gì diễn ra trong hai cái đấu đầu tiên thì đương nhiên là YG nó vẫn là một cái gì đấy bất bại ở trong cặp này. Nếu như mà họ đánh nghiêm túc.
We think Vayne is in need of a larger scale rework at some time, but we can't do it right now, so we are just going to make sure she is unplayable for the time being. So she has been sent into timeout, but the last moment before getting sent into timeout could be here for the Shy, as he, of course, is going to have a good matchup against this Renekton.
Yeah, I don't think that there's very many ways for Keshi to play. Now, if we were to take nameplates off here, I still like Invictus Gaming's draft, but it's very fragile. If they start losing, it's going to feel bad. They're not going to have the damage. Vayne is going to be useless and not be able to side lane. You're going to get attacked on all sides with a Kiana and a Ryze being able to realm warp. But we just have to turn the nameplates on for this specific instance. Haru, his most played champion this year has been Ryze, and the way that I've explained it is that he kind of uses this champion to cheat around the map. It's what this champion does best. And I think it allows this rookie player who maybe doesn't have all of the map knowledge that a veteran mid laner would have to kind of cheat around the map and do whatever he needs to help the team.
They have to really help out his
Thầy Hoàng đơm chưa thầy?
In this series, keep their worlds, their playoff dreams alive. It's game 3 between IG and Thundertalk as Invictus Gaming looks for the sweep.
Thầy đơm chưa? Thầy đơm chưa? Thầy đơm cái gì rồi? Giờ sai sẽ là cửa trên khi đối đầu với vị trí của Casey với một con Renekton. Đường giữa thì với một Orianna thì nó sẽ dễ vận hành hơn. Tuy nhiên thì Rai nó có khả năng đi ram tốt hơn so với con Orianna. Hổ tuyến dưới Jaguar đang đánh rất là cháy. Chưa gì bay 2/3 cây máu vị trí của An rồi. Trông YG đang rất quyết tâm để kết thúc nhanh cái loạt đấu BO5 ngày hôm nay. Ai giả chiến luôn là thầy Hữu Hoàng ơi. 30M luôn á. Thật luôn à? Ok. Để bình luận một chiều phục vụ thầy luôn. Một cái bắt tay được tung ra. Khung cánh trên thì bây giờ Kelsey đang rất vất vả khi đối đầu với một kèo tay dài. 1/2 cây máu đã bị bóc đi rồi. Tỷ lệ chiến thắng vẫn là 100% với một con Oriana trong tay Rookie. Trong khi đấy thì Hero anh ta đang có một tỷ lệ thắng roi khá là tệ hại. Chỉ là tầm 33% ở trong 9 game đấu gần nhất. 700 vàng chênh lệch ngay phút thứ 2 thôi. Junhao bây giờ anh ta sẽ ghé thăm khu kinh dưới. YG đang có định băng trụ đây. An cấp độ 1. Có rất nhiều máu vị trí của An và giày vò thành công. Ôi rồi có 10 triệu thầy Hoàng ơi.
He has at least 2 camps ready to go on top side. He's not going to control the bottom side river. This wave is also going to push out here for On. Let's take a look. Is that true? Yes. So On will hit level 2, but he will not have flash.
Nhìn sáng nha. Kelsey thì bây giờ đã cấp độ 4. Bây giờ San thì vẫn đang hơi một bình máu so với chi Kelsey lúc này. Kelsey ta đầy nộ lướt lên. Ngay lập tức đã ăn những mũi tên nhưng mà chưa giờ sai. 30 xem chan VL. Phải vào cái gì thầy Naga. Điều này YG họ đánh khá là nét rồi đấy. Không có gì để có thể chê được cái YG trong cái đấu này luôn. Nhìn Jiaqui nó bắn kìa. Không thấy có một vết xước nào luôn. Solo kill. Wow. Chính xác hơn là mạng tiếp theo dành cho mình chữ Jiaqui. Và Meiko sẽ thêm được một mạng hỗ trợ. Ngợp thực sự. Ào 22 lính ở ngày phút thứ 4 của trận đấu này thôi. Và kết quả nó sẽ được định đoạt ở trong cái đấu này rồi anh em ơi. Và đấu sẽ là 3-0 và chiến thắng cho YG sớm. An thì bây giờ 8 lính đánh cái gì? Mặc dù đánh một cặp đôi cũng khá là mạnh, đó là Aphrodite kết hợp với vị trí Thread ở khu cánh dưới, nhưng điều đó là không đủ. 4 phút và nằm xuống 2 lần đến từ An. Người à. Thầm kín em được không thầy? Ôi rồi ôi. Ngọt thế nhờ. Ôi 21 lính rồi chuẩn bị chết đâu. Có lồng đèn rồi nhưng mà chi của An. Thầy thầm kín cho em được không thầy Hoàng ấy? Junhao thì bây giờ sẽ ghé thăm với chữ giờ sai, anh ta bị đóng băng lại. Thần cá sấu cũng đã được bật vào giờ sai, anh ta sẽ nằm thôi, anh ta sẽ giữ lại cái tục biến. Trong khi đây khu vực tiếng dưới thì bây giờ thậm chí Aphrodite còn chưa thấy mặt ở đâu. Vẫn là một cách biệt quá là lớn với chỉ số lính ở thời điểm hiện tại 23 con. Jiaqui thì cấp độ 5. An bây giờ anh ta không dám ló mặt ra khi mà Quizana cũng đang ở một nơi rất xa. Ít nhất sẽ có 2 đàn lính bị mất đến được với chịu An thời điểm này. Rai đang muốn quay xuống để gỡ. Ngay lập tức YG cũng có động thái vui lùi về.
Going the wrong way. Gonna try to get the execute maybe, but he's gonna go right into Way's loving arms.
Thầy Hữu Hòa em mới gửi tờ LGR lên thầy nhé. Thầm kín em được thầy.
his season to come to a close, but it's looking more likely than not as Thunder Talk are in danger of being eliminated here.
Toàn chiếu phim sách à? YG nó cách biệt về trình độ quá là nhiều so với bên phía Thunder Talk rồi. Tuyến dưới thì nằm xuống 3 lần thì đánh cái gì nữa đây hả An ơi? Mà con Aphelios thì nó cần phải tài nguyên để có thể phát huy được cái giai đoạn cuối game, chứ nó cũng không phải là một con tướng mạnh đầu game để có thể sống sót, có thể duy trì được cái lượng sức mạnh để trả ngược lại bên phía YG được. An thì bây giờ mới level 4 thôi. Nhiệm vụ đến từ vị trí của rookie của tuyến giữa đơn giản chỉ là những pha đẩy lính. Và bây giờ Peter sẽ phải nằm xuống ở trang đây. Khả năng quá là cao rồi, khi mà tốc biến cũng không còn, chắc chắn sẽ có mạng như Jiaqui. Bây giờ Junhao tới gỡ được một mạng là không đây, có cứu cánh và Jiaqui sẽ nằm double kill dành cho Junhao. Tuyến trên thì cũng có va nhau luôn. Thôi tạm biệt. Một pha quyền lực thiên nhiên tầm xa đến từ vị trí của Waco mà vẫn đủ tầm. Không thấy hay thầy ném cho em được không? TLGR mà ta.
This is almost like when you gangplank ults, just get the assist. Wade doesn't even come into the lane. He just presses the R button, and the Nature's Grasp just grasps a hold of this Renekton.
I'm sure the Shy is like, if you come and steal this kill, I'm gonna be upset. Also, because he's not in range, he doesn't actually get a ton of experience from that. So, good guy Way. He got the assist gold for it. The kill credit going over to Shy makes him feel at least a little bit better. It is now Junhao.
Thầy ném con tách của thầy đâu? An tử nó không trúng. Thật là bây giờ họ sẽ có được con sâu cuối cùng. Khả năng cao rồi. Way thì nó không có trừng phạt, 2 giây nữa mới hồi cơ. Vẫn sẽ là một tình huống cạnh tranh 50-50 và Junhao là người chiến thắng. 2k6 rồi. Bây giờ YG họ sẽ kéo 3 người khu tiến trên. Giờ sai cái độ 8 mà cái độ 5 ạ.
Yeah, it's gonna be a while until On really is a factor in this game, and Jachi already is online. You see, IG took that entire bot lane first tower.
Oh, he went Bastion Breaker.
Oh, that's the other item.
9 phút mà out 3k tiền đến từ vị trí của Jiaqui. Wow, tính ra lại đánh quả 30m ván cái đấu này sáng suốt nhá. Nếu không giờ thua luôn, nhìn một bộ YG quyết tâm end sớm vơ lờ. Giải này vào quả BO5 uy tín thật sự.
He might be gold, and then he gets gold from takedowns. It's just over. I wonder, yeah, like largest gold difference at 15. I don't know if the bot lane quest really does too much with it just yet. Keshi eating a ton of spears. I'm sure Senna lanes have some impact there too, but
yeah, Senna. I think also gold differences got impacted by lane swaps last year and this year a little bit. But the bot lane quest is gold flat up front, and then every kill, every takedown gives you more gold, just a little bit more. So like if you get a kill after finishing it.
Ryan cũng đã di chuyển dưới nha. Sẽ có một pha dịch chuyển, đó là tụ họp 5 người bên phía Thunder Talk ở đây, người đang bị kẹt đó là Way. 5 người tiến tới khu vực cánh dưới, tiến vị trí Way lên bàn điểm số à? Có được không đây? Vẫn sẽ là rất công kênh và Hero nằm xuống trước. Vẫn tiếp tục múa vị trí giờ sai, Casey đang ăn kiệt sức, Junhao tiến lên, giờ 2 tiếp tục thả diều. Và giờ sai nó sống thì hôm nay 1 đổi 1 thôi. Một màn băng trụ thực sự là thảm họa dành bên phía của Thunder Talk. Có vẻ như cái tôi của họ quá là cao. Bí bài. Bần cùng sinh đạo tặc. Chịu. Quá ngu em à. Và gì không khác gì đánh với máy.
Maybe that's not putting gold into On's pocket, maybe that's putting gold into Haru's pocket or Keshi's pocket, but it's just not good. Look at the experience differential that we're seeing across our screens here. Rookie's almost level 10, and he's got a Blackfire torch already.
Thầy Hòa không biết là còn ở đây không ta. Anh em nào đang bên khác thì anh em chuyển qua bên tôi chơi em nhé. Thầm kín giúp tôi cú đêm 1682.
You appreciate their willingness to try to go for something, but it just didn't work out as well as they might have hoped for. They're going to try it again. This time on to Rookie, as On has his red and white guns, and Keshi alongside him is pushing this wave underneath. IG has sniffed this out though.
Tính ra là cái loạt đấu BO5 ngày nay nhanh nhờ. Đúng 6 game anh em ơi, xoáy ngược được một người là Jun Hao mà thôi. Phi thời anh ta vẫn nằm Jun Hao còn một máu, một đòn đánh tay là đủ. Kho. Ra cái thằng Talk thực sự là ngợp. Mới phút thứ 12 thôi. Một cách về vàng đã lên thành con số 4k và An cũng sẽ nằm. À không, có anh chàng dẫn lỗi để hồi máu với chữ của An. Hello thầy cu tem nhé. Thầy cu tem ngày nay có làm vài mã không thầy? Đấy ra Kenshi hóa điên với con thần cá sấu. Sợ xa thì cứ thế mà bắn thôi. Cắt vào sắt thì đã kịp hồi để có thể lui đi được. Hợp chơi điện loạn, giữ chân của Chi Peter. Và Jun Hao thì mất một nửa cây rồi, anh ta la vào dứt điểm chịu mình cũng không thành công và thậm chí đã bị chết ngược. An và Peter anh ta cũng sẽ lên bảng điểm số mà thôi. Và với một pha một cái tôi hơi cao thì giờ sai đã phải lên bảng điểm số. 1-3 dành cho YG. Đi rồi mã gì nữa. Lạ nhờ. Anh em liêm khiết mà vẫn xem kênh tôi à? Liêm khiết tưởng là xem mấy kênh Hoàng Luân các kiểu ấy nhỉ. Cảm ơn thầy thầy cu tem đã ủng hộ một view nhá. Vào tiêu kiểu gì à? Không đến mức đó đâu. Tôi nghĩ là bơm một ít sau rồi người ta sẽ tha cho ông thôi. Ai là ác thế đúng không? Mấy cái kiểu quảng cáo à? À cứ thi thoảng nó lại bấm đúng không? Nó kiếm thêm tiền quảng cáo YouTube thì phải. Kênh tôi hình như mở cũng được đấy, nhưng mà tôi kệ. Thầy Hữu Hòa của tôi đi đâu rồi? Thầy đi tiêu tiền rồi à? Không biết thầy dép nữa rồi. Sau cả 8 bằng chênh lệch ăn chân luận giữa được tung ra, Jun Hao sẽ chặn đầu bên phía của YG lại, án tử chính xác vào người của Way. Họ không giam tiến vào. Ui xồi ôi. Đó là biến vào hư vô đến threats.
They could go to Herald because that is still up at this. It just spawned like 5 minutes, 30 seconds ago. They're going to be able to claim that.
I wonder if Herald knows how much gold is in this game, because this guy is just like, all right, it's 15 minutes. I woke up from my nap. My little sons, the Void Grubs, all died. Why the hell is there almost 3-item Callista? She's level 11. What the?
It's like Rick Grimes in The Walking Dead. He wakes up in the hospital bed and just the whole world is just in flames.
It's all zombies. He's like, what the? Where am I? Is this what Allen, Texas is like?
Hey, could be a preview of where IG could be going if they continue to look like this.
If Chachi gets a lead like this every game on Callisto Renata, then brothers go worlds. There's no way around it.
Yep, I think your win rate.
Suy giảm bao nhiêu cũng về. Dành cho Tham trong cái đấu này.
Fortunately, it's fearless draft. So you only get
Thầy
close
Cụ Tem
to
là bây giờ là bao nhiêu tuổi hả thầy?
Also true. But like, it is only
That's
one
a-
game.
it's
It's
a
Làm
strength
quá
zero
7
advantage.
năm.
That is an actual in bottom lane. Wow.
Biết đâu sao lại chung buồng với tôi thì sao không?
Game be up 100 gold, 100 CS.
Eo ơi, nhìn Gia Quy nó bắn kìa.
Oh,
Oh, he's just gonna do it.
Trời ơi. Bắn như một cái máy mà chia Gia Quy, thằng này có lắp tun không vậy trời.
uh-oh. Here comes Thunder
Lần này thì khó, đã bốc hơi Junhao là người có được mạng. Chuyển sang mục tiêu đó vị trí của Wei. Wei anh ta vẫn đang bị bắn với An nhưng mà An không có sát thương. Giờ Han tới. Junhao phía bên kia thì cấp cậm thành công vị trí của Meiko, và Meiko cũng đã bốc hơi. Cassie đi chung. Hero thì cũng không dám tiếp cận vị trí của Wei luôn khi một giờ sai đứng kế bên.
On the wrong side of this fight, Junhao jumps over the wall. Does not have his ultimate available and is going to get hit up by the shockwave of Rookie and taken down. IG's mid laner wants a little bit part of the action as well. As no Jachi, no problem. They're still going to crack open this inhibitor turret.
Joshie's like, hey, why didn't I get bailout? And Mako's like, it just like comes over and like flicks him on the wrist real quick. He's like, I'm in the middle of casting my ultimate, dude. I can't give you the bailout. All right, maybe you shouldn't be 15 screens away from me when I go to press the W on you. Alas, we're nitpicking. This is just kind of the Kalista thing. He's also level 6, by the way. And if you didn't know, Thresh has one of the lowest.
Em thăm nhà nha, gõ giúp tôi cú D 1682 em ạ.
They basically try to gate it around him having armor scaling on his passive. But yeah, it's pretty tough. And bright side for TT is they got 2 kills. And one of them was Jachi, who I don't remember if he had a shutdown. Yeah, he doesn't have a shutdown despite being up 6,000 gold.
Lại là ngại à?
Well, I think they just collected it. So Junhao.
But he would still have a shutdown. He should still have like a 900 shutdown.
Yeah, there's some reset mechanic in there.
80% of his team's goal difference between him and the opponent.
Không sao đâu, lên nổ mấy chục thôi.
Beats me, but if I'm IG, I'm not complaining.
True.
The towers continue to get bursted down. Remember, both of our games so far have ended in less than 25 minutes, and this might be the shortest of them all. If IG continue this pace, Wei pulls the trigger.
Đéo ai muốn bỏ tù bác làm cái gì đâu mà. Đéo còn mẹ em còn nổi 20 phút đồng trời. Ôi rồi ôi. Lại bố thần được thoát rồi.
They 3-0 the group of said representatives and will be in the playoff bracket with a shot at the World Championships.
In the fastest game of LPL this year, the previous record was 21:55, 19:47, 48. Who cares? They made it look completely easy for them here in this series. In that game 3, emphatically stomping on in Feather.
Nhẹ thôi. Đóng vài chục rồi xong. Không đi đâu. Có làm hại ai đéo đâu mà đi thầy. Thằng nhà hết đi em nhé. Gọi giúp tôi cú đêm của 682 em ơi. Không biết là thầy Hòa còn đây mà có vẻ như là mùi là tạm biệt rồi.
That might not ironically be the fastest.
No, this is fastest. This is faster. I think this one though was, I think the record for there is like international. We'll have to go into the record books. This is one of the fastest best of 5 series we have ever seen in the LPL. Maybe even in the world. We'll have to wait to get confirmation on that. But that was a shellacking that Invictus Gaming put in onto Thunder Talk.
We might have to even, make the criteria a little bit larger. I'm going through all of the games played in World qualifying regions. This might be the fastest game played all year. Yeah.
Really?
I'm going through LCP. LCP is the last. Let's see. We have cleared every single other game in the world in terms of